Please be seated. Just before we move to the members' statement, Tuesday the 29th and Tuesday 6th of May, members raised points of order relating to the conduct of Jonathan Buckley. I wish to return to these matters today. Firstly, on Tuesday the 29th of April, Mr Stuart Dixon asked me to review the disruption caused by Mr Buckley from a sedentary position during questions to the Minister of Justice. I have previously made clear, including then, that I like to see some life in the House and that passionate debate in the Chamber, particularly during question time, is healthy. Indeed, I have indicated that I intend to return to issues about our standards of debate, particularly in the context of our scrutiny functions. I am not a great believer in people standing reading speeches without taking interventions and so forth. It doesn't strike me as being much of a debate. However, I welcome the opportunity to clarify today that there is a difference between lively and passionate debate and disorderly behaviour. And it is imperative that the individual who has the floor is heard, but at the same time that does not mean that they have to be heard in total silence. That said, it is not acceptable to be continually shouting from a sedentary position when another member is speaking, to the extent that the member or indeed minister who has the floor is being disrupted from proceeding with the contribution or being heard. So if members were to make a regular habit of such behaviour, then they may find that they will not be called by the Chair. There was some wider issues about the question time that day in relation to Standing Order 19 and whether it's appropriate to ask a minister for their opinion. I don't think Mr Buckley has been the first to ask a minister for their opinion. In fact, I find that happens on a very regular basis. Very often it's friendly fire and ministers are very happy to give their opinion, and then therefore whenever ministers complain, whenever it's unfriendly fire, then it has to be taken in that context. That said, as Speaker, I'm not really interested in ministers' opinions. I'm interested in facts. And if members would bear in mind that whenever they're asking questions to the minister, they are seeking to scrutinise that minister to get the facts. The minister's opinions don't really matter. Further to that, a number of ministers are acting in the position also of party leaders, and they're being asked questions which are of party leaders. I would remind members that the question is to ministers, and as the minister's position as party leader is a separate issue, and therefore we would do well to avoid that confusion. Last Tuesday, 6th of May, Sinead Ennis raised a point of order regarding Mr Buckley's contribution about Danny Baker during member statements. I have now reviewed the official report and taken advice, and Ms Ennis was right in stating that Standing Order 24.6 is clear that member statements cannot be used to impugn or attack another member. That does not mean that member statements cannot be used, for example, to criticise ministerial inaction or indeed action. However, they should not be used to attack the character of another member, and Mr Buckley did do that in his remarks about Mr Baker. I have said before that members should deal with issues rather than the person, so following Ms Ennis's point of order, I am taking a number of measures. Firstly, members will note that yesterday at the beginning of member statements there was a reminder to members of the restrictions set out in standing orders. This also includes another requirement which members have overlooked on a number of occasions, that members should address only one subject during a member statement. Secondly, to deal with issues on occasions beyond member statements. I am making a ruling based on expected courtesy in other places. If a member intends to make a contribution in the Chamber raising issues about another member, they should inform that member in advance so that they have the opportunity to be present if they wish to do so. There are some points there for all members to consider around behaviours. Thank you for that. Now, we move to the next item of business. Matthew O'Toole has been given leave to make a statement on the impact of proposed UK immigration reforms in Northern Ireland, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places, and all members will have 3 minutes to speak on the subject. There will be no interventions or points of order during this period. I call Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you very much for accepting this matter of the day. Can I just double check? I have 5 minutes to open a matter of the day. I believe that's correct. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the UK Government launched its white paper on immigration reform. It marked a step change in their approach to immigration in a sharply rightward direction. Anyone who reads the remarks of the Prime Minister or indeed the Home Secretary will not, so far as I can see, find a single word of clear praise for immigration and the benefits that migration and new communities and new entrants with skills, talent, energy and hope can bring to our society and societies everywhere. Now, I acknowledge, because it's obvious, that no state can have a completely uncontrolled migration system. Of course, every state in the world applies rules in relation to immigration. But it's clear that what's happened yesterday, and it's part of a now more than decade-long trend in British politics, is a sharp shift rightward. A sharp shift rightward that many people in Northern Ireland do not want and that our economy will suffer from. I'll come on to talk about some of the broader conclusions in a moment. But more specifically, there are going to be real-world consequences to the kinds of policies that Keir Starmer's government has announced in terms of UK immigration. Clamping down on care workers will impact our health service and our care sector. Increasing salary thresholds will affect a whole wide range of sectors which have already suffered from labour access in Northern Ireland. That goes from parts of our fintech sector here in Northern Ireland, which occasionally has challenges bringing people in post-Brexit, to our fishing industry, which, as many people will know, has, as well as our local historic, indigenous, if you like, fishing communities, benefits from skilled people coming from other parts of the world. We also have a pre-existing pernicious immigration control policy, which is going to be devastating to the tourism economy in Northern Ireland and the island of Ireland. That's the ETA, the Electronic Travel Authorisation Policy. As people know, the overwhelming majority of visitors to Northern Ireland come via Dublin Airport or indeed another port of entry in the Republic into Northern Ireland across the border. They see travelling to this island, whatever about the politics and jurisdictional questions, as simply visiting Ireland. That's not a political statement, that's a statement of fact. But we know that for tour groups, the added bureaucracy and cost is going to create a challenge. It's going to make it harder to visit those amazing attractions we have up here, whether it's the Giant's Causeway, Titanic, St Patrick's Grave in Downpatrick, or any of the other brilliant attractions we have here. All of those are consequences that our economy and people's lives are facing from
Members' time's
migration.
Members' time's up. You have 3 minutes. Member, you're reminded at the start. Colin Killian.
And I want to thank the member, Matthew O'Toole, for bringing the matters of the day to the floor of the Assembly. I agree. I think it is really worrying, this latest announcement by the British Government on their white paper and setting out their intentions for a new system on immigration. I want to be clear, and I think we all need to be clear, that it needs to be human rights based and it needs to be compliant and adherent to international law. No state has an open immigration policy. Rules and controls are set however. I think this latest announcement is quite shocking and quite worrying. And I believe there needs to be, from what I've heard yesterday, a more compassionate approach. So our health and social care system, as we all know it, and we've debated it a lot of times in this chamber, and will do so through this mandate, is at a point of real concern. So the removal of our doctors, nurses, health and social care workers, our allied health professionals from our health and social care system through these suggested policies will be really, really concerning. Our farming and agricultural sector, the week of the Balmoral show, will be severely hit, as will our food processing sector as well. And the impact that it will have, as Matthew has outlined, on tourism and people coming here to see the sites that we all are trying to promote will be greatly affected. So I do think we need to try and get as much advice as possible on what the potential impacts this will be, and for us all to use whatever influence we have particularly for people who sit in the green benches, to stand against such worrying, in fact, right-wing approach to an immigration system. I'm also concerned about the impact that this may have on people who are genuinely seeking asylum and who want to come for refugee status. That was not laid out in a paper yesterday. So I again want to thank Matthew for bringing this to the floor today, and I look forward to seeing a bit more detail on what this white paper will bring. But certainly from what I've heard thus far, it's really, really concerning.
Thank you, Speaker. Finally, the penny has dropped. The issue of uncontrolled and illegal immigration has been a priority for the people of Northern Ireland and right across the United Kingdom for years, but fell on deaf ears. Deaf ears in this party from parties like the Alliance, Sinn Féin and the SDLP. Silence from a UK government, whether it be Conservative or Labour. Their inaction has caused catastrophic damage to the social fabric of the very communities that we represent. How much longer were we expected to stand by in silence? How much longer would our communities be ignored, their concerns dismissed, and our borders treated like optional guidelines rather than sovereign lines? Keir Starmer just yesterday talked about we risk becoming an island of strangers. My goodness, what a hefty defeat in an election could actually bring forward in terms of the Prime Minister finally waking up and smelling the coffee. In many communities it is already like that. Go to some of our working class communities throughout Northern Ireland, unionist or nationalist towns, or indeed those that don't prescribe to either. Their communities have been destroyed by the havoc of illegal immigration and indeed quotas that have fast outpaced the services that they represent. I see the shaking of the head from Sinn Féin, and be under no illusion, you're completely out of step with many in the nationalist community who are facing severe pressures, public pressures in terms of their public services, can't get access to their GPs, can't get access to EDs, put to the back of a queue while interpreters come to our hospitals. That is a result of your reckless policies towards border security. Whether we look at school places, how many of our constituents have been denied access in local schools? Why? Because they're put at the back of the queue. Members, this is a grave issue and something that has to be addressed. The National Audit Office yesterday, 400 million has been spent to house illegal and asylum seekers in Northern Ireland, 4 times the original indication. That is ridiculous. But yet you're happy to splash out on these policies and then come to this House calling for more money for public services when you're literally supporting policies that are bleeding public services dry. It's time you woke up. I welcome the fact that the Prime Minister seems to essentially be accepting their failure in office and indeed that of Conservatives, and we will hold them to account to ensure that they do just that.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Speaker, and thank you to Matthew O'Toole for bringing this important issue to the House this morning. The previous Conservative government's dire mismanagement of our immigration system has been left in tatters, and public trust is entirely shattered. So it was right for the government to take steps to fix our broken immigration system and to ensure that it works for our country, but not by more of the same failed systems and policies of the Tory government. We need a clear plan to make it easier to recruit workers to fill vacancies in the United Kingdom. The very people that Mr Buckley wants to keep out of the United Kingdom, hospital workers, doctors, nurses and care workers. Since we left the European Union, immigration has become a serious problem for the United Kingdom. If we hadn't Brexited, much of these issues would not have been with us today. We need policies, clear policies, which set out how people are welcome into the United Kingdom. We also need to deal with the very confusing situation in the public's mind between immigration and those entering seeking asylum. Powell-like language is no badge of honour for a Prime Minister, and it is certainly no badge of honour for any member of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this debate this morning to the Chamber, even if it's brief. The proposed UK immigration reforms have sparked strong opinions already, but any honest discussion must begin by recognising the devolved nature of governance. And whilst immigration policy is reserved to Westminster, its consequences are deeply felt in devolved regions like Northern Ireland, where unique social, economic and historical contexts demand a nuanced approach. Because immigration, when controlled, when well managed and transparently reported, needs to be deeply rooted in humanity. It should not be feared because it enriches our communities, it fills critical workforce gaps and it brings fresh perspectives. If there has been any failure with regard to immigration across these islands, and I think there has, it's the blanket ban of open and honest reporting and the fear that this void creates. Unfortunately, the debate is often hijacked by those demanding almost entirely open borders and those who would shut the door completely. Both extremes polarise rather than inform, leaving little room for pragmatic, humane policy making. What's needed is a robust, workable framework that balances compassion with control, reflecting both real-world needs and the values of the communities affected, which are the communities that we live in. Northern Ireland, with its shared border with the EU, deserves a particular voice in shaping how the reforms would affect movement, whether that be labour markets and integration, crucially. Transparent reporting and respectful dialogue must underpin future immigration policy. It is possible to uphold fairness, security and opportunity, both for those who come here seeking a new life and for those who already call this place home. That balance should be our collective goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for bringing this issue. I just wanted to bring a local dimension to it, because if there's one thing that a hardened ideology won't do, is it won't put food on the table for people. And in my constituencies, I have a number of businesses that are struggling under the old rules in order to be able to get staff to fill their number of employees to be able to deliver the work. And I think about the fishing industry and the fish processing industry in particular, where they only require people for short seasonal work but cannot get recognition from the British government in London that their work is seasonal. And as a result, those businesses are going to struggle to be able to survive. And what does that mean? If half of the business is made up of local people and half are complemented by seasonal workers, if they don't have the workers and can't deliver the business, what happens? The business closes. And if the business closes and a number of people in the constituency lose their jobs, I hope that they will be able to go to their elected representatives that wave flags and talk about their ideology and ask them, now that they have to go and draw down money off the welfare state to be able to survive, how that helps. We need a sensible approach to this. And the sensible approach is never on the far left or the far right. It's always somewhere that's in between. And I think that what was announced yesterday wasn't good because it lurched to the right, as my colleague has said. Therefore, I would like to see it being brought more to the centre. Nobody wants to see the downsides to mass immigration if it's there. But what we do want to see is that jobs in our community can be filled, people can flourish, and businesses can survive. And as I say, I think especially of the fish processing industry in my constituency, where the managers and the owners of those businesses are saying that they're being brought to their knees because of the immigration policy. It can't be good if they're being brought to their knees. And this, which was announced yesterday, will take us even further to the right, which will not help. Thank you.
Very cool.
Mr. Speaker, the announcement by Keir Starmer yesterday was divisive, disgraceful, and I suspect that Nigel Farage and Reform are delighted in rubbing their hands with the use of Enoch Powell language and sticking the boots into migrants or people seeking asylum. Most of us knew, certainly in my party, that Keir Starmer wouldn't be strong and stand up for oppressed and marginalised people, but many of us didn't think he would be this bad this quickly. And one of the worst aspects of this statement yesterday, Mr. Speaker, is that Starmer is doing it all to save his own political skin. Rattled by the far-right Reform Party, he's a cowardly weather vane, and this announcement is being used to boost his own party. But what it will do is boost the far-right, racist, anti-migrant sentiment across Britain and probably this island. And it comes just last week when we heard the BMA come out and say that its members are terrified of going on public transport because of racist violence, and people should remember that, especially in this House, with their language and what they say. Racism, Mr. Speaker, doesn't just magically appear from the sky or organically appear. It comes from the top of society. Keir Starmer has once again made a British government policy and statement that is racist and kicks our migrant brothers and sisters, and shame on him for doing so. We hear a lot about legitimate concerns. I think there's a duty, especially on people in this House, to challenge lies about migration. Migrants or asylum seekers are not a drain on public services. What is a drain on public services is billionaires, tax evasion by the rich, the economic policy that takes a hammer blow to services day in, day out, year in, year out. Starmer used yesterday dehumanising language referring to migrants in disgraceful terms. I want to say quite clearly that migrants are welcome in this part of the world. They're welcome in my constituency, and they're welcome in every part of the north. Despite the fear and propaganda spouted out by some, including in this House and in the media, people on this island, the vast majority of them, are welcoming. And just to say, there's no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. It doesn't exist. And it's quite ironic that parties like the DUP, Reform and others wholeheartedly back Britain's foreign policy, which creates refugees across the world. They're happy for Britain to spend billions on war and wreaking havoc across the world, and then they lament and stick the boot in the people to have the temerity to seek safety and sanctuary in this part of the world. The crisis in our health service, Mr. Speaker, was not caused by migrants or asylum seekers. It was caused by the economic policies of British government and by the policies espoused by the DUP in particular.
Mr. Speaker, the bill which saw its second reading in the Commons yesterday was a welcome one, and indeed it has annoyed all the right people in this House this morning, namely Sinn Féin, the SDLP and their helpers in the Alliance Party, which shows me it's a step in the right direction. TUV wants to see boats crossing the Channel stopped and immigration tightened up. TUV wants to see a government which is serious about border security. However, I would observe that this is only happening now because of the Mayday alarm which was sent to the Labour government at the local elections when Reform, who has a clear policy on immigration, swept the boards. The issue which concerns me is how this will apply to Northern Ireland. Because of our open border with the South and the Irish, we have the immigrants who have been and can be stopped at the border travelling from the Irish Republic to Northern Ireland, but for some reason they aren't being stopped travelling from the south up here to Northern Ireland. That is an issue which needs addressed and needs addressed urgently. More alarming still is the possibility that this bill could go the same way as the Rwanda bill and be found by the courts to be incompatible with the protocol. If that happens, this is a stark warning. Then Northern Ireland faces a very real prospect of becoming a dumping ground for illegal immigrants with no effective immigration law. I trust the Labour government won't inflict that on Northern Ireland and take steps to ensure that that won't happen.
We now move to member statements, and I call Philip Wigan.
The Department for Communities recently published the Gambling Prevalence Survey for the North. This survey shows that 3% of our population are experiencing severe gambling-related harms. A further 10% are considered low or moderate risk gamblers. And approximately 1 in 7 adults who participated in gambling here in the last 12 months said they had at least sometimes bet more than they could afford to lose. And about 1 in 8 said they needed to gamble larger amounts to get the same feeling of excitement. Just under 1 in 12 of those surveyed said gambling had caused health problems, including stress and anxiety. Clearly, gambling can have a wider impact than money loss, and this can be seen on families and communities, with 10% of people reporting that their relationship with someone close, such as a spouse, partner, family member or friend, had broken down because of someone's gambling. Concerningly, despite the depressing figures I have just quoted, the research also found that only 1% of people who gamble have sought help, support or information from a gambling support service or mental health services. This clearly shows that there is an unmet need for gambling treatment services here in the North. The Minister for Health must urgently move to commission treatment services for gambling addiction. Given existing pressures on addiction services, additional funding is required to provide those suffering from gambling-related harms with the support that they need and deserve. Therefore, the Minister for Communities needs to introduce an industry levy on gambling on land-based operators here without delay. It is also disappointing, though not surprising, to see that the North has a significantly higher rate of problem gambling than that in Britain. The British Government must do more to protect our population from gambling-related harm. The North does not receive any of the money raised from the statutory levy on online gambling operators introduced by the British Government on the 6th of April to fund research, prevention and treatment of gambling harms. This is despite the fact that online gambling operators here profit from gamblers in the North, and those same operators licensed by Britain's Gambling Commission are allowed to freely advertise here in the North, where our population receives none of the regulatory protection afforded to those in Britain. Executive ministers need to step up their efforts to ensure the North receives its fair share of this levy on online gambling companies. The Gambling Prevalence Survey also showed that 2/3 of our people believe that there are too many gambling advertisements. 71% supported a watershed for TV and radio gambling advertisements. The British Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport should urgently use her existing powers to introduce tighter restrictions on gambling advertising, including a watershed to protect people here from gambling-related harms.
I call Alan Robinson.
Yesterday in this House I made reference to a 100-year anniversary. I want to make a short reference to another, and that is of Limavady Hockey Club, who this year celebrate their 100th year anniversary. Given the history of this House, it is always good to put on record sporting organisations across this province who merit being given attention, especially how they've existed alongside this seat of power. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am no expert on the sport of hockey. The expertise on that sport seems to lie with our Education Minister and hockey coach Paul Given, but it would be remiss of me as someone born and bred in the Roe Valley not to refer to this piece of Limavady sporting history, even as someone with so limited knowledge of all things hockey. It is important for clubs with a century-long history to be able to tell their story, and what better way for future generations that it is noted in this Chamber of Government. I also want to congratulate them on this centenary year for having scored their 100th goal, a defining target they had hoped to meet during this milestone year. Indeed, they have went on to break that 100-goal target, Mr. Speaker. By all accounts too, their 100-year anniversary gala dinner at the weekend was a huge success, which allowed members past and present to reflect on the rich history of the club. Today also affords me the opportunity to congratulate someone who is described as the backbone of the club, that is Rhonda McClelland, who has served this local sporting organisation for 40 years of its 100 years existence. Legends are a word that sometimes can be thrown around cheaply, but ask anyone to describe someone who has given 40 years of their life to the local sports club, and legend most certainly fits the bill. So from this House, Mr. Speaker, this is a fantastic achievement for Limavady Hockey Club and for the Limavady community. I commend the players, the coaching staff and their fans for their hard work and their dedication, and here's hoping for another fabulous 100 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nuala McAllister.
Speaker. I rise today as chair of the all-party group on stroke to highlight World Thrombectomy Day, taking place tomorrow, Wednesday the 14th of May. For those unaware, thrombectomy is a mechanical procedure which, if carried out on eligible stroke survivors in a timely manner, saves brains by significantly reducing the chance of disabilities like paralysis, visual impairment and communication difficulties after stroke, saves money as each patient who receives thrombectomy ultimately saves the health service an average of $47,000 over 5 years. And it changed lives, as a quarter of patients who receive a thrombectomy experience reduced disability, while a fifth achieve functional independence. Thanks to the efforts of hard-working stroke teams, Northern Ireland has a relatively well-developed thrombectomy service compared to the rest of the UK. But despite this, only 6.4% of patients receive thrombectomy, meaning we still fall short of ensuring that every eligible patient, which is thought to be at least 10% of stroke patients, can benefit from this life-changing treatment. The only way to ensure that every stroke patient who is eligible receives a thrombectomy is by providing a 24/7 service. In the Stroke Action Plan, published in June 2022, the Department of Health committed to delivering this 24/7 service for Northern Ireland by the end of 2024. However, this was not achieved. This delay is unacceptable and will lead to more serious disabilities and, in some cases, death. Last year, it's estimated that approximately 100 people in Northern Ireland missed out on thrombectomy. Some of their stories have been brilliantly captured by a local filmmaker, Harry Bateman, in his documentary Thrombectomy: Restoring Life. I urge members to take 20 minutes to watch it via the Stroke Association website. In this, Harry outlines the journey he and his family have been on since his dad suffered a stroke in 2019. I would also like to put on record my thanks to the Stroke Association, the Secretariat of the Stroke APG, for their continued work to campaign and raise awareness on the significant impact that a 24/7 thrombectomy service could have for stroke patients. Thank you.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to mark the end of International Compost Awareness Week, which ran from the 4th to the 10th of May, which was a week dedicated entirely to compost, proving that even potato peelings, grass cuttings, banana skins and yesterday's leftovers can enjoy a bit of positive PR. But behind the humour is a serious message. Composting is a powerful natural way to fight climate change, improve soil health and boost biodiversity. It turns food and garden waste into valuable resource, reducing landfill, cutting emissions and giving plants a nutrient-rich base. To celebrate the week, Northern Ireland's leading organics recycling company, Natural World Products, partnered with local councils to provide free, high-quality, peat-free compost to households across the region. It was produced using the very food and garden waste that residents put in their brown bins, a brilliant example of a circular economy in action. And full credit goes to Mrs Butler for making sure that I do that on a weekly basis. Councils in Antrim, Newton Abbey, Belfast, Ards and North Down, Lisburn and Castlereagh, Mid and East Antrim and Newry and Mourne and Down all took part, handing out compost to help residents grow a greener garden whilst supporting a greener planet. The theme for this year's International Compost Awareness Week was Compost, Nature's Climate Champion, and this couldn't be more fitting. Composting helps to store carbon, it improves water retention and encourages stronger, more resilient plants. It's climate action with a trowel, simple and effective, and something we can all get involved in. International Compost Awareness Week is the world's largest education initiative focused on composting, bringing together gardeners, farmers, councils and communities in a shared effort to protect our planet. I commend Natural World Products and our local councils for helping residents get their hands dirty for a good cause, and I encourage everyone to keep composting even after the spotlight moves on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to speak today about the Downpatrick and County Down Railway Group, which is a fantastic local project in my constituency, which is run by volunteers who have spent years restoring our railway heritage. They have built something really special. It's educational, it's a tourist draw, and it brings real pride to our area. But when the floods hit Downpatrick, they were the first port where the floods actually came in, and there was a lot of real serious damage that was done. And unfortunately, the levels of funding that were made available went nowhere near enough to be able to try and help and undo the damage of that flood. They had literally put in years of work restoring trains, carriages, tracks, buildings, and just with the few quick days and the heavy rain, that work was undone. And the level of funding that went to try and help people with the floods just didn't go near enough for the size and the scale of the project that they have. And it was all the more galling for them whenever we found out that nearly half of the money that was set aside to try and assist businesses and groups was actually sent back for departments to use. That felt for them like the ultimate slap in the face, because what it actually said was there was a huge amount of damage that was done. We've got some of this money, but you're not getting it. And it just felt so sad that there wasn't some mechanism made available that an organisation that is a community-based project that tries to tick off so many of the boxes for government in terms of bringing in tourists, trying to tackle social deprivation, encouraging people to participate in their local community by volunteering, and taking an area of the town that was run down and rejuvenating it as a cultural tourist destination, that whenever it came to the point of their need, the money wasn't there, but instead they saw it going back into the centre and not being made available for them. I know that that made them very sad. I know that that makes me very sad, because I want to see that part of Downpatrick being rejuvenated. I want to see more footfall in that part of the town, but they've been set back by a number of years. There are other initiatives through the Department for Communities to try and lift Downpatrick at the moment, and I hope that we might be able to use that to try and lever in some support, but especially to try and help those volunteers that have put in numerous hours of their own time and literally just saw it all swept away. So I hope we can continue to help them. But thank you to those volunteers for the work that they do, and hopefully we can get some finance for them for the future. Thank you.
Finnegan.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Megan Walsh as the first female firefighter in Crossmaglen.
I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Megan Walsh as the first female firefighter in Crossmaglen.
Megan is a young woman from my constituency of South Armagh who already motivates us daily through her work and efforts in the Crossmaglen Community Association, in her efforts to try and build a better future for her local area through community development. And now she bravely follows in her father's footsteps by becoming a firefighter, the first female within Crossmaglen to do so, taking on her inspirational work and achievements to new heights. Megan epitomises the strength, determination and leadership that women bring to our communities. She has broken new ground, overcoming barriers in pursuit of her goals, and in doing so has become a powerful role model for others. And what makes this achievement even more selfless is the risk and danger it poses. So I want to wish Megan a long, safe and fulfilling career. Game Gacht Racht or Megan. Between rising temperatures and arson, wildfires have been spreading rapidly across the north this past week, and we are being warned to brace ourselves for more. And it is beyond shameful of those who deliberately started some of these fires, and it is damaging the environment and putting lives at risk. This is having a serious impact on rural communities as people are having to evacuate their homes due to the danger. The emergency services, especially the fire service, have to be commended for the work they have put in, and that this has kept people safe and helped minimise the damage. I want to extend my sincere thanks to the firefighters and emergency service who have been working tirelessly through this period to protect lives and property. Incidents like this will unfortunately continue, if not increase, with the impact of global warming as the record-breaking temperatures continue to rise. The dangerous impacts of extreme weather do not recognise borders, and the best way to deal with the climate crisis is on an all-Ireland basis. The issue of climate change merits an all-island strategy to meet this significant challenge and to deal with the future impact it will have on this island. Gurmila Mayagov.
Whilst they're all related, I think we've possibly had three different issues there. Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is related as well. And I want to pay tribute to the scores of firefighters who tackled a blaze in the Clogher Valley last week. At one point, over 100 firefighters were tasked to the area, and I wholeheartedly want to condemn those responsible, as the fire service has indicated that the fires were started deliberately. The devastation of this fire is massive in scale, and it is upsetting to witness it. It has been awful to see the loss of habitat and the potential danger to the area. The fire could actually be seen from where I live, and over recent days many have made mention of their shock and sadness to see such a huge fire in the area. The Western Area Group Commander, Patsy Begley, told the media that in his 26 years in the fire service, he has never seen anything like this. Last week, as a result of the fire, there was such a strong stench of smoke in the area, large clouds of smoke, and indeed ash on cars and in buildings, and even witnessed last night in my own home. I could see the ash was still blowing about, which just shows how dangerous this could be for people with respiratory illnesses and one thing and another. I want to place on record my thanks also to the crews that worked round the clock, coming down to the Clogher Valley from elsewhere in Northern Ireland, and to the PSNI who monitored road closures to ensure emergency vehicles could get through. It's also testament to the community spirit in my area that Clogher Valley Free Presbyterian Church enabled the emergency services to set up their base at their facilities, and I want to congratulate them on this, given their building freely and assisting the fire service in any way possible. Given that the fire is being investigated still, I think this should be a wake-up call to everybody that lighting fires in an area is no type of game. You should actually be facing up to the reality of what has happened in our own area and elsewhere in Northern Ireland in recent weeks and months, and face up to the penalty of destroying wildlife. You could have also further destroyed human life and property as a result of these mindless actions. There is to be good weather, obviously, this week, and we welcome that, but it also brings danger, and I urge the public to be vigilant when it comes to wildfires and lighting fires. Do everything possible to ensure no further destruction does occur. Be safe and act responsibly.
Melissa Q.
This week is UN Global Road Safety Week on the roads. Road traffic accidents are a leading cause of death and disability throughout the world, with nearly 1.2 million people killed and as many as 50 million people injured every year. They are the leading killer of young people aged between 5 and 29. Throughout the world, more than 1 out of every 4 deaths occur among pedestrians and cyclists. The safety of cyclists and pedestrians is rightly the focus of this week, and that is just proper. Between 2012 and 2022, almost 3,000 cyclists were injured on our roads. Despite campaigns and despite our best efforts, the number of injuries has remained consistently high. Last year, in the 26 counties, 40% of all road fatalities were cyclists, pedestrians and e-scooter users. We all know the difficulties facing our roads infrastructure. Therefore, we recommend that people use alternative modes of transport to ease traffic congestion and to help the environment. Today, I urge all road users to be vigilant on our roads. Each of us is responsible for our own safety and for the safety of those around us. Everyone travelling on our roads should be able to make it safely to their destination. Thank you.
And I rise to speak of something that's increasingly a plague on communities in East Belfast. and that is, as I'm sure it is across the country, and that is the illegal use of scrambler bikes. In recent weeks, I've met with police officers that cover both the East Belfast and Dundonald areas to discuss the same subject, and it was clear from discussions that they have dealt with, as I have had reported to me, issues at Greenway, Tullycarnet, Beersbridge and Elbridge Roads, Orangefield Park, Newtonards Road, Tullycarnet and Ballybean. On roads and in parks, residents tortured and parents afraid for their children. Only a couple of weeks ago, a police officer was hurt in the course of their duty while trying to prevent the misuse of a scrambler. It was in 2016 a mother was killed in West Belfast, I believe in Falls Park, as I seem to recall. Yet it seems that police are still trying to deal with this with their arms tied behind their back by regulations around engagement. This danger is increased by the proliferation of more silent electric scramblers, adding to the danger. And there's also an awareness that these scramblers are not only being used in reckless antisocial behaviour or by naive youngsters, but in a more sinister role, suspected to be regularly used by those seeking to collect debts, intimidate, or in the supply of drugs. It is clear that our police require more tools and direction to tackle this issue. I feel an increase in drone teams, and certainly talking to the police, they felt that drones have been useful in this particular regard and would make it easier to help track, follow and hopefully apprehend culprits after the fact. They also felt that mandatory registration of such vehicles would be a step in the right direction, and we could look at educational and awareness campaigns similar to that which we have traditionally undertaken with speeding or drink driving. But ultimately we have a problem where culprits are almost arrogant in their understandings of the limitations on officers who are often not able to give chase. And we have to work to tilt the balance to ensure that those flouting the law are afraid of the repercussions. They are aware that being caught is a real prospect. And for that, we would ask the Justice Minister to seriously look at how our police are resourced, enabled and empowered to resolve this issue for our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a representative of South Antrim to draw attention to the unsatisfactory state of rural public transport across the constituency. Indeed, across Northern Ireland, our rural communities remain severely underserved and neglected when it comes to transportation infrastructure. Residents in these areas are faced with significant and often overwhelming difficulties in accessing essential services, stable employment opportunities and also social amenities and activities. This is primarily due to unreliable, infrequent and at times entirely absent public transport provision available to them. Despite our combined efforts, both from local representatives and community champions, to advocate for improved services, it is disheartening to acknowledge that the needs and voices of rural residents continue to go unheard. The current transport situation not only continues systemic inequalities, but also creates a major obstacle to economic growth and social progress in these communities. For instance, in my constituency, the towns of Randalstown and Toome are situated along the primary route to Derry, Londonderry, yet despite my Alliance colleagues and I attempting to negotiate and secure access to this bus route for either Belfast or Derry, Londonderry, we have encountered bureaucratic obstacles and disappointments in this regard. At the opposite end of my constituency in Glenavy, my constituents regularly express their frustrations about the inadequacy of public transport services that should facilitate their children's commute to and from school. They face unnecessary detours and complications just to reach appropriate bus stops, which should ideally be located within their neighbourhoods. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from young people, especially students, about the difficulties they encounter due to inadequate rural transport in my constituency. For example, those lacking access to a car struggle to obtain part-time jobs, essential for our local economy, as well as their own development. Difficulties also in regard to participating in university or college classes and social activities. Consequently, this can lead to negative effects on their mental and physical health. Recognising the vital importance of accessible, efficient and reliable public transportation is crucial for enhancing the quality of life for all citizens, irrespective of their geographical location. Achieving this goal will require significant increases in public investment and enhancing connectivity between rural regions and urban centres that are often viewed as hubs of opportunity. Members will be aware connectivity even within council areas is also a challenge. My colleagues and I in Alliance will continue to advocate for this and address the ongoing shortcomings in our rural public transport system. We need an urgent review and action soon after, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to Mr. John Allen, who made a massive lifelong contribution to Northern Ireland athletics. In particular, he was a central figure in the development and growth of the Belfast Marathon, serving as a director since the inception of the marathon in 1982, and more recently serving as chair of the board for 6 years, including this year. John's passing last week was particularly poignant, coming on the day after this year's Belfast Marathon, with record numbers participating this year, and also, it seemed to me, record numbers supporting the runners along the route. John's devotion to the Belfast Marathon has left a strong legacy for many years to come. As someone who's ran that marathon 6 times in recent years, I am among the thousands who are indebted to John and the rest of the Marathon Board for all of their organisation of a great event, and to also all of the volunteers who make it happen. On a personal note, it was always a pleasure to interact with John Allen at various times, including when he attended Belfast City Council committee meetings on behalf of the marathon, and when he supported an event we helped organise at Paisley Park in 2017, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the first breaking of the 4-minute mile in Northern Ireland at that venue in 1967. John was a member of Willowfield Harriers from an early age. He competed at an international level in cross-country and track events. He served as Northern Ireland team manager at a Commonwealth Games and was previously chair of Athletics NI. In newspaper comments last week, David Seaton, another legend of Northern Ireland athletics and former race director and chair of the Belfast Marathon, said that John was able to follow coverage of this year's marathon at home on Sunday of last week. David said that was his final farewell to athletics. The fact that he got the opportunity to see the Belfast Marathon live, there's a poignancy about that. Despite having cancer, he was still heavily involved in athletics and very much one of the leading lights in local athletics." End quote. A statement from the Belfast Marathon Committee included these words: "John will be remembered as a gentleman, a leader, and a tireless advocate for athletics. He'll be deeply missed by his family, friends, colleagues, and the wider sporting community." End quote. So I finish by expressing my own great appreciation of John's massive contribution to athletics and my deepest condolences to his family, to his close friends and colleagues. Thank you.
Paula Bradshaw, Ms. Bradshaw, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make reference to the briefing from the National Audit Office, which was published on the 7th of May and was covered in the media here yesterday regarding Home Office asylum accommodation contracts. So the headline was about the cost of providing this and how it has risen to 3 times the initially projected figure across the UK and then higher still in Northern Ireland. However, this is about the UK trying to meet its international obligations for some of the most vulnerable people in the world by providing accommodation on a for-profit basis, and it is entirely entitled to do so. But when it does so, it must be done in a way that provides dignity to those living in the accommodation and value for money for the taxpayer. And the alarming truth is that these contracts do neither. I represent South Belfast, where there's obviously a high concentration of these contingency accommodation providers, and I have spoken to many families who are living in really squalid situations. The food has poor nutrition, the children are very much restricted in terms of how they come and go, can't have friends, have to turn the lights off by 9 o'clock, etc. And I just want to highlight that the people living in these accommodation, not only is the environment really very restrictive, but also they are very vulnerable to criminal gangs. and sexual exploitation because of the complexity of the trauma that they've experienced during their displacement and travel and the violence in their homeland. So we must do more here in Northern Ireland, and as the Deputy First Minister indicated yesterday, while the UK Government and mayors locally have the responsibility for providing the accommodation, we do have a responsibility for ensuring that the people here seeking asylum are provided with the support services that they need. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Paula. That ends member statements. Point of order, Mr. Gosling.
Principal Deputy Speaker, last Friday the Standards and Privileges Committee published its report on the complaint made against me. The committee found that I had not breached any Assembly standards. All who value free speech and proper scrutiny in this House should welcome this finding. However, a serious concern remains. As part of that investigation, a transcript of an interview with the Chair of the Executive Office Committee, Miss Bradshaw, was published. In it, she said, "I just think that every week he comes and tries to find a way, whether it's transgenderism, whether it's against the Catholic Church, whether it's against." Principal Deputy Speaker, the implication is clear that I have acted in a sectarian or prejudicial manner in this Assembly or on its committees. I utterly reject the allegation. I wrote to the committee to request that that slur be rejected or asked for evidence to back up her claim. Ms Bradshaw declined to do so. That failure is now recorded in the committee's appendix. Her unfounded accusation is on the public record, published in the Assembly's website and left uncorrected.
So, yeah, it sounds like you're making a statement. Can you get your point of order, please? Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the public record now contains a serious slur on my character, made without evidence and left to stand without withdrawal. I asked you, through the Speaker, what recourse is available to me to have the record corrected, and are such remarks open to investigation by the Commissioner for Standards?
So you've got your remarks recorded. It's not a point of order, certainly not a point of order for me, but certainly will pass on to the Speaker. Okay, without further ado, we're going to move on. So the consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take ease. Is there anybody else changing? No?
Oh, yes, sir.
There is. Just give me 2 minutes to change top table. Sorry about that, members. Okay. So, consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill. I now call Colin McGrath to move the bill stage on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board, and that bill now be taken.
Okay, members, you'll have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in turn. The debate on the amendments from 1 to 14, and indeed the opposition to clauses 3, 5 and 10 stand part, which deal with the administration of the Remuneration Board. I know this is a bit whatever, but I'll go through it. I also want to remind members who are intending to speak during the debate on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on the group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally. As we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. Okay? So the questions on stand part will be taken at appropriate points in the bill. With all that clear, we're going to proceed. Okay, so we now come to the single group of amendments for debate, and with Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 14 and opposition to clauses 3, 5 and 10 stand part. Within this group, Amendments 3 and 4 are mutually exclusive, with Amendment 2, number 2 and Amendments 9, 10, 12 and 14 are consequential to Amendment 1. Right? So, Philip, without further ado, I call the chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill, Philip Brett, to move Amendment number 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the amendment standing in my name. Can I thank you for your explanation of the proceedings today? As a relatively new member to this House, I'm glad to have your expertise at the top table to keep me right, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee, can I take this opportunity firstly to thank my fellow committee members for their service to the committee, and in particular to the support staff who service the committee. I know, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it's not usual practice to name officials, but our committee clerk, Mr Jim McManus, this was his last serving in this House, and he served this House diligently for many years. So can I put on a record my thanks to him. Can I also thank the members of the public, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, all 74 of them, who took the opportunity to engage with the committee. As Amendments 9, 10, 12 and 14 are in my name but are consequential to Amendment 1, I will not speak directly to those amendments, but they will be recovered by my remarks on Amendment 1. The committee has tabled Amendment 1 in order to emphasise and importantly highlight the independent nature of the Remuneration Board. There are 2 legislatures, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, on these islands where determinations on members' salaries and pensions are made correctly by an independent body. Those are the Independent Remuneration Board of the Welsh Senedd and the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority in Westminster. Notably, the names of both of these organisations contain the term independent. In its written evidence to the committee, the Independent Remuneration Board of the Welsh Senedd highlighted the name was deliberately chosen to emphasise that in the exercise of its functions, the board is not subject to the direction or control of members of the Welsh Parliament or indeed the Commission. This independence is valued by members of the Senedd as it clarifies that they are not responsible for or able to influence their own salary. During oral evidence, the chairperson of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority informed the committee that the authority's name was deliberately chosen to convey the message that its decisions are being made independent of Parliament. The committee likewise believes that it is important to emphasise the independent nature of the Remuneration Board and the fact that the board's determinations cannot in any way be influenced by the Assembly Committee or the Northern Ireland Executive. During oral evidence on the 25th of March, the Commission acknowledged the Committee's intention to bring this amendment and stated that the Commission has been carefully guarding the independence of the Board, with a particular focus on how the independence can be embodied within the bill before us. The Commission agreed that having the word independent in the title would emphasise the point that the Board will make its own decisions and function independently of the Commission, of this House and of the Executive. The Commission was therefore content for the Committee to bring forward this amendment to Clause 1. With regard to Amendment 2, the Committee agreed that it is important when making its determinations the Board should have consideration to the current financial circumstances here in Northern Ireland. However, the Committee was of the view that as an independent body, it will ultimately be for the Remuneration Board to ultimately decide what criteria to apply and what comparisons to make. For this reason, the Committee agreed that rather than seeking an amendment to Clause 3, it would make the following recommendation. When making determination on members' salaries and pensions, the Remuneration Board must have regard to the wider financial circumstances of Northern Ireland, including earnings measured by the Northern Ireland Statistics Agency annual survey of hours and earnings. It will be for the Independent Remuneration Board to decide what extent it wishes to accept the recommendations of the committee. Turning to Amendments 6 and 7, the Commission informed the Committee that it will seek an amendment to Clause 4 to ensure the full suite of disqualification and termination provisions of Part 1 of the 2011 Act are also applied to temporary appointments, and to make clear that only one former member could be a member of the Board at one time. The Committee therefore supports Amendments 6 and 7. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that concludes my remarks as Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Philip. I call Cathy Mason.
Gormiagat, Prelas Concordia. And I choose to speak today in support of the amendments made by the Ad Hoc Committee. When people look at this Assembly, Concordia, they expect fairness, they expect transparency, and they expect a commitment to do what is right. This bill is an opportunity to prove that trust in the public institutions still matters, and that we as MLAs are prepared to ensure that independent oversight of our pay. This bill does something fundamentally important. It removes power to set salaries from MLAs themselves, and it places it where it belongs, in the hands of an independent board. This is not just procedural, it is a correct move forward. Sinn Féin has been consistent on our belief that MLAs should not and must not influence the level of salary they receive. The public must have confidence that decisions are being made in the interest of good governance. This bill is rooted in that principle. Some of the amendments put forward seek to this legislation to threaten the independence of the Remuneration Board. The principle of this bill should not be undermined. The public's understandable concern when politicians appear to decide their own pay is damaging. That's why independence is not just desirable quality in this process, it's a requirement. The creation of a new independent remuneration board brings fairness and transparency into this process. When salaries are decided by an external board with no political ties, we can focus on our jobs, serving people without being mired in debates about how much we are paid. This bill gives us a chance to draw a clear line between personal interest and public responsibility. By placing decisions about MLA pay in independent hands, we set a standard, one that says this Assembly is ready to put fairness and integrity at its core. It's better for public confidence, and it's better for the Assembly.
Thank you, Cathy. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise to make a few remarks, having sat on the Ad Hoc Committee to respond to the amendments before us today, and I don't intend to repeat what I said at second stage around the general principles of the bill. Firstly, I think that our committee amendment for the inclusion of the word independent is entirely sensible and provides clarity and confirmation of the separation of its purpose from the Assembly Commission and indeed MLAs in setting the pay. Indeed, it is in line with the Independent Remuneration Board of the Senate in Wales and the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority in Westminster. Secondly, I think the Assembly Commission's Amendments 6 and 7 do provide, in providing for an order to tidy up the process of dealing with temporary appointments to the board, are fine. In terms of Mr Carroll's Amendment 2, I understand his thinking on this. I did raise the issue of the Remuneration Board having regard for the current financial circumstances in Northern Ireland during our deliberations, as I am very conscious of the ongoing cost of living crisis impacting our constituents. It was discussed and it was agreed that the best approach would be to include this suggestion in the report for the Remuneration Board, and that was what has happened. Staying with Mr Carroll with his Amendment 8, I won't be supporting his amendment. In the spirit of what I've just said, I really wish that he had come to the Ad Hoc Committee to speak to this proposal for a new clause for Pardon? Okay, go ahead.
If you had invited me, I would have came.
If you had have made a substantive submission, that would have prompted... No, that's how it works. Jerry, you're here long enough. You know how these things work. Sorry. Apologies, Deputy Speaker, but I'm just clarifying that we as a committee would have invited Mr Carroll before us, and I would have welcomed the opportunity to talk about trade union involvement, consultation, engagement with the board. So I think the two members of the board, two trade union members of the board, would be excessive. However, we could have looked at including a recommendation that the Remuneration Board explicitly engages and consults with trade union representatives as part of their deliberations. As the member will know, Clause 6 does include a catch-all provision to consult with, and I quote, any other persons the board thinks appropriate. As such, I would strongly suggest that trade unions will be on their list of consultees. Likewise, Mr Gaston's new clause 7A, duty to consult. This catch-all line, in my opinion, is sufficiently wide in remit to allow the Remuneration Board to consult with whomever they feel necessary, and further does not preclude the Remuneration Board, should they deem it necessary, to consult with whomever they wish. Returning to Clause 3 and the provision for the Remuneration Board to have regard to the salaries of members of other legislatures on this island, I think it is worth bearing in mind that this is a sensible approach in terms of benchmarking as a starting point. In our evidence, we were advised that their own Remuneration Board, in terms of other legislatures, they have regard to other institutions. So this is standard practice, and so we would not be an outlier if we did this. And it would be interesting to understand Mr Carroll and Mr Gaston's what they would see as an alternative for providing clarity and transparency by the Remuneration Board on the process through which the board members arrived at their final recommendation or recommendations on pay. To put it another way, what other paid roles in the public, private or community and voluntary sectors could be used to benchmark against, given the unique role that we play as legislators in this chamber? And I wasn't going to speak to this, Deputy Principal Speaker, but just in terms of Amendment 4, I was going to brush past it, but Mr Gaston's justification for removing the reference to the Doyle and the Shennet, I would ask him why he has done that. When I read it, I thought that was it sectarian in nature, and I would welcome his explanation when he gets. When you get to your feet, I will make why. No, because you made a point of order there that was entirely inappropriate. So you can address that. But I wondered, was it on the basis of sectarianism that he's put forward that clause? Likewise, this is just going back to my point there about benchmarking. Likewise to this is the narrative that MLAs have fewer responsibilities than regional assemblies across the East Islands. This is simply not the case, as per research that was provided to the Ad Hoc Committee by the RAISE research facility in the Assembly. Yes, there are variations on devolved responsibilities. However, to imply that we have a lesser workload is false. We did not, as was not our responsibility, look at the responsibilities of the different legislatures elected to the different regional assemblies across this island. It was not our responsibility, but this will be up to the Remuneration Board to look at this in detail as part of their deliberations. As such, Mr Gaston's amendments 5 and 13 are superfluous and have, I suspect, been proposed for no other reason than to make a political point around the Windsor Framework and our exit from the EU in terms of directing those political points at DUP and putting them on the spot in terms of whether they will be supporting them. So in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to put on record my appreciation to the staff of the Ad Hoc Committee for their efficiency and effectiveness in supporting us with our committee packs every week, our organising the evidence sessions with the Assembly Commission and representatives from different legislative bodies and others. I think it is worth repeating that at no time did we as a committee discuss salary levels nor other technical issues to dictate the forthcoming deliberations of the Remuneration Board, other than that suggestion I referenced earlier around having regard to local financial circumstances. Our focus was entirely on ensuring that this bill provides the legislative framework to the Clerk of this Assembly to take forward the appointment of the board and to provide support in terms of its work going forward. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Paula. I just want to double check that no one from the Alternatives Party is down to speak. Okay, it would be handy to let us know. Robbie? Okay, thank you. Robbie Butler, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. I rise to speak on the consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill. My party's position has been clear throughout We set this out firmly during the second stage bill. I think I spoke in that debate. Turning now to the amendments before us, we will be supporting those tabled by the Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee, specifically Amendments 1, 9, 10, 12 and 14. And as has already been outlined, while these amendments may appear straightforward, they serve to further strengthen the independent nature of the bill, and that has to form the absolute core of this bill as it goes forward. This bill has, perhaps understandably, attracted some controversy, although in truth it should not have. There are also those who seek to make it politically contentious. But what is crucial, however, is that the Remuneration Board is entirely independent. That is the intention of the bill as introduced, and it is consistent with the principles laid out in the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011. But nonetheless, given the importance of reinforcing this point beyond doubt, we are fully supportive of the proposals to include the word independent in the Board's title. In fact, that is important. We will also be supporting Amendments 6 and 7, which have been tabled by the Assembly Commission. Amendment 6, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, which proposes to remove lines 39 and 41 and replace them with the following wording. Subject to the preceding provisions of this section, a temporary appointment is to be treated for all purposes, brackets, including, for example, all the purposes of Section 5, in brackets, as if it were an appointment under Section 4.1. This amendment provides important clarity regarding temporary appointments. It confirms that such appointments are to be treated in all respects as if they were permanent appointments made under Section 4.1 of the 2011 Act. Therefore, in doing so, it ensures that the full range of disqualification and termination provisions set out in paragraph 1 of that Act will apply equally to temporary members of the Board. This is a necessary and welcome safeguard to protect the integrity and consistency of the Board's operations. Amendment 7 allows the Assembly Commission to make provision by order for the temporary appointment of members to the Remuneration Board. And while we hope such a power will seldom need to be used, it is a sensible and prudent measure that will ensure the Commission to act swiftly and lawfully in the face of unforeseen circumstances. It adds an important degree of flexibility to the framework without undermining the Board's independence. Together, these amendments strengthen the bill and provide a useful clarity and contingency provisions. We are content to support those. Turning to Amendments 2 and 8 in the name of Mr Carroll. Amendment 2 would place a statutory obligation on the Board when exercising its functions under Section 1A to ensure that any increase in the salary payable to a member of the Assembly does not exceed the most recently published Consumer Price Index rate of inflation as reported by the Office for National Statistics. And whilst we understand the intention behind this amendment, particularly given the current economic climate, in our view it undermines one of the core purposes of this bill, which is to safeguard the independent role of the Remuneration Board. One of the guiding principles behind the original 2011 Act was to ensure that decisions on members' pay were taken out of political hands and instead entrusted to those on an impartial body. Amendment 2 would impose a rigid, externally determined cap on pay increases, effectively limiting the Board's ability to exercise judgment based on evidence and context. This would reduce the Board's role to little more than a formulaic calculator, a move that would cut across the very independence that this legislation seeks to achieve and enforce. Benchmarking against other legislatures is a recognised and reasonable approach for any remuneration body. It enables informed, evidence-based decision-making and helps ensure that pay reflects the responsibilities of the role, whilst not deterring people for standing for election. And there are many reasons that people would be deterred from standing for election in this part of the world. This is entirely a matter for the Board itself, which will crucially and independently determine the salary payable to members of this Assembly. It may well be that following careful analysis of all the relevant information and evidence, the Board concludes that such an approach is appropriate. However, I would stress again that decision rests solely with the independent Board. In fact, I think I've lost my place here. Yes, I have indeed. I think I may be missing a page here. If I could move on to Amendment 11, if that's okay. Amendment 11 is unnecessary. The bill's intention is clear: to re-establish an independent mechanism for setting members' pay and pensions through the new Remuneration Board. And once that board is in place, it will carry out that role without the need for further legislation. The Assembly Commission has made no indication of any intention to introduce bills on this issue. Clause 6 already provides a robust and transparent consultation process, and it requires the Board to publish a draft determination and consult not only with the Assembly Commission and members, but with a clear process in place. Adding more statutory obligations would serve only to complicate or duplicate what is already a strong independent framework. On Amendment 13, we do not support that. While I don't question the sincerity of the members' concerns, this amendment fundamentally distorts the reality of the situation, perhaps conveniently so on the member's part. The bill provides a clear and workable commencement clause. It comes into effect the day after it receives royal assent. And this amendment, by contrast, would delay key provisions until every element of EU law listed under the Windsor Framework, which I have to remind members is the birth child of Brexit, ceases to apply in Northern Ireland and full legislative competence is returned to this Assembly. This Assembly was not within the control of this Assembly, the Commission, nor any member of this Parliament. In practical terms, it would indefinitely block the core purpose of this bill, the establishment of an independent remuneration board to carry out this important work. However, and for the avoidance of doubt, not supporting this amendment does not mean we support the imposition of the Windsor Framework. I have no doubt that the member will attempt to claim otherwise, but he should not insult the intelligence of the electorate with this amendment. As with others before it, I strongly suspect he may well deliver it in that manner and in that context. Voting for this amendment, no matter how it's presented, will not change the Windsor Framework. What it will do is obstruct. It will obstruct the passage of this bill further, Madam Deputy Speaker. In conclusion, we will be supporting all of the amendments tabled by the Ad Hoc Committee and the Commission, and rejecting the amendments brought by Mr Carroll and Mr Gaston. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Timothy Gaston.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. When this bill first came before the House, and indeed before that, I have been clear on the matters which it touches upon. Back in December, when I saw the briefing to assist the Audit Office, the Audit Committee scrutiny of the Assembly Commission's budget for 25-26, I made clear my position on the reason for this bill: a pay rise for MLAs. In paragraph 28 of that document, and I will read it out to remind members, given that members' salaries have not been reviewed since 2016, it is perhaps helpful to note that the current salary for a member is now more than 19,000 less than the salary payable to an MSP in the Scottish Parliament or an MS in the Senate. It therefore seems highly likely that a remuneration board will increase members' salaries. So that was back in December, paving the way to where we are today. Who was that helpful to? Well, indeed, it's the MLAs that sit in this House. I have no issue with the schematics or the semantics of the amendments proposed today by the Commission. If you want to call it independent, the parties on the Commission have the numbers to vote that through, so go on ahead. So I have no plans to oppose Amendments 1, 9, 10, 12 and 14. If it makes you sleep better at night that you've inserted the word independent, well, that's for yourselves to clear with your conscience. However, I do want to be on record as making clear that there was nothing independent about the decision of whether MLAs should get a pay rise. Clause 3, which insists that MLA pay is benchmarked against legislative bodies where the pay is higher than that currently obtained by members of this House, makes that clear. The dice has been loaded before it has even been rolled, and that is loaded in favour of MLAs receiving a pay rise, and loaded by the same people who are so anxious to introduce the word independent in clauses 1, 7, 8 and 11. Members, that fools no one. That doesn't fool the electorate. I come now to deal with my own amendment to clause 3 on the marshalled list. It would be one thing for MLAs to be asking for additional pay if they were taking on additional responsibilities. But the reality is that Stormont has, by virtue of a vote by the majority of MLAs, decided that in 300 areas of law we shouldn't be governed by this Assembly. We don't want to be governed by the other place to which we should send elected representatives either, namely Westminster, but instead, in 300 areas of law, this Assembly took the decision to be governed by Brussels. When asked the question, do you want to hand over control, something like 60% of the laws which govern your economy to a colonial power, the answer from this Assembly was yes. To set in context, it wasn't a resounding yes, but a yes nonetheless. On every other significant vote which has been held in this chamber in the last 50 years, it wouldn't have passed. The secret Belfast Agreement said that nothing controversial or significant could be decided without the consent of both communities. Yet, for that vote, arguably the most significant vote in any Parliament or Assembly in Northern Ireland's history, that was dispensed with, set aside, didn't come into the conclusion. But today, in spite of surrendering 300 areas of law to our colonial masters in Brussels, something which hasn't happened in any other of the legislators some in this House want to benchmark ourselves against, well, here we go. It makes no sense to pay people 19% more for doing less work. MLAs will still have to be more limited legislative role than would otherwise be the case because of the wretched protocol. That is an argument not for increasing MLA pay at all. MLAs voted. Yes, go ahead.
Thank the member for giving way. I think it's important, just in the interest of fact, Madam Speaker, to point out that this House has more legislative authority than Wales. So just to put that on the record, because I think you're missing a point to suit your own agenda. And also, I think it's worth pointing out that whilst you feel so strongly about this, your party leader, Madam Speaker, Mr Gasson's party leader, accepted a pay increase in April. And guess what? I've struggled to find a single word of complaint from the TUV in relation to an increase up to £93,904 per year. Amazing.
But you missed the point that Mr Alistair's taken up the role and being paid to do the job that he's doing. But my goodness, look at this, what we have here. Annex 2 of the protocol, 300 areas of law, laws that should be governed either in this House or in Westminster, that you've given away the power.
Mr Gostin,
Mr Gostin,
Mr Gostin, order. Could I ask you to address the amendment? This isn't a debate on the protocol, please. And I'm going to be watching very carefully, just for you throwing the words in, amendment, and then talk about something else. So just want to warn you in advance. Thank you. You can continue.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker, for reining me in and bringing me back to where we are. But indeed, I am talking about the amendment. My amendment touches upon the protocol, so I believe that what I've said is in scope. If other members try to take me away and distance it from the amendment, well, I hope you'll pay close attention to what they are saying. But my amendment gives me the opportunity to open up the debate about the protocol and make clear that while members want a pay rise, this Assembly took the decision to give away power in 300 areas of law. So MLAs voted for this arrangement knowing that it would result in their constituents being subject to laws in 300 areas made by a two-chamber legislator in which their constituents wouldn't be represented in neither in the European Parliament, the lower chamber, nor in the Council of Ministers in the upper chamber. So, not only does it make no sense to pay MLAs more for doing less, but this House has chosen to act recklessly, voting in a way that agreed to laws being made for our constituents by a legislator in which they knew their constituents would not be represented. They knew that in that legislature to which they voted to submit their constituents, there would be legislators elected to represent the people of Estonia, Bulgaria, France, Spain, my goodness, but that there would be no one there to stand up for the development of the legislation to represent the people of Northern Ireland. That was a decision taken by this Assembly, knowing where we are today. So this House knew exactly what it was voting for. It had the opportunity to say no, but instead they knew better and they voted yes. It is doubtful that any legislator anywhere in the world entrusted with the right to represent his or her constituents should have ever agreed to their disenfranchisement in this way. At a time when trust in politics is indeed low, what an appalling way for an elected politician to treat their constituents without planning whilst planning for a pay rise in the background. Principal Deputy Speaker, I will not detain the House by rehearsing those arguments in relation to Amendment 4, but linked to both Amendment 3 and 4 and perhaps requiring a little more explanation is Amendment 13. It should be supported by any member of this House who opposes the protocol. I note Mr Butler's opposition to that, but indeed I will set out my reasons why. In essence, it would mean that any pay rise for MLAs is suspended until such times as the protocol has gone. Once this House has seen the return of the powers surrendered to Brussels, returned to Stormont and Westminster, and only then will members see the provisions of this bill come into operation. I say to fellow Unionist members, this is your opportunity to put the pressure on the pro-protocol parties in this House. Prove the TUV wrong. Show that when we claim this place as a racket where people are just interested in their pay packet, we are mistaken.
Mr Gasson, sorry, I'm going to raise a point of order here. So, I've given you a lot of latitude. I also give you advance warning. I would really respectfully request that you now focus on the board's functions in relation to your amendment. This is an opportunity for you to have an open-ended speech on a protocol. Thank you.
My remarks to Amendment 4 to an end and continue where I was back. This amendment, which stops any rise for MLAs while the protocol remains, but don't stop there. Make it clear that unless this amendment is built into the bill, you will refuse to support it. So that's my challenge to unionism in this House. Put some pressure on the Nationalist and Republican alliance, which ripped up the Belfast Agreement to impose the protocol amongst us. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, forgive me for dancing about somewhat. I'd like to go back to the marshalled list of amendments, to Amendment 4. That amendment seeks to remove reference to the Houses of Parliament in the Irish Republic from the bodies the board must have regard to when considering the pay to MLAs. To justify that, I would refer members to the opening text of this bill and, in fact, any bill introduced to this House. Be it enacted by being passed by the Northern Ireland Assembly and assented to by His Majesty. Northern Ireland is, as the bill acknowledges, part of His Majesty's United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Why any unionist would seek to dilute that by introducing reference to a foreign parliament is beyond me. If you want to benchmark pay against other parts of the UK, yes, that is one thing, but to introduce a foreign parliament where a government holds office, which makes no secret of the fact that it wants Northern Ireland to cease to exist, is yet another unnecessary way of linking this part of the UK to the Republic. That is not sectarian, Miss Bradshaw. Once again, you have thrown out a number of slurs and you produce no evidence to back it up. But going back to the amendment, yes, go on ahead.
I thank the member for giving way, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to point out what is realistic in terms of the comparatives that are made, that we do share this island with the Irish jurisdiction. People consider this one island. You know, you talked about the Good Friday Agreement, Mr Gasson. We do well to respect the wishes and views of people in this House when it comes to that regard, instead of being so dismissive. I would say as well, Madam Speaker, I'm not a fan of abstentionism. And I do think there is a suggestion to unite this House. If Mr Gasson feels so aggrieved by all of the things that are going on, I think we'd be unanimous in supporting him as an abstentionist from this place.
I think that takes away your argument from Sinn Féin being abstentionist in Westminster, but my goodness, I know you would appreciate that. I know Sinn Féin, the SDLP and their helpers in the Alliance Party would appreciate that this voice wouldn't be heard, but I don't want to give them that pleasure. I'll be here for as long as I'm co-opted into this seat.
Members,
and will seek...
members, order. Can I remind you that this is a debate on the Remuneration Board? I can nearly say it. It's not a constitutional debate. Okay, good crack, I'm sure, but can you get back to the subject?
Deputy Speaker, it brings me back to my point earlier on that I am trying to focus on the bill before us, but other members seem intent to pull me in other directions. So, It's okay for the SDLP to acknowledge the Belfast Agreement when it suits, but when it came to the protocol, they were happy when it was stacked in their favour to set it aside. No cross-community vote needed. Moving on then, I will leave amendment number 8 to the member for West Belfast to support or to develop the case for his amendment, but he can be assured of my support for amendment number 8. As the marshalled list makes clear, I will be opposing question that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. I am doing so that for no other obvious reason other than former members of this place are likely to remain on very good terms with their colleagues. It is highly likely that they will stand and still be members of the parties that they once represented. Some may claim that that's what's happening at Westminster. Well, if we are going to bring the Westminster model in here, why isn't this bill wide enough to permit the amendments which I tabled, which would have seen Westminster-style penalties for the abuse of the expenses system?
Mr. Gaston, okay. I just want to remind you, and I know we've all got party support to help us prepare for this debate, but I would really encourage you and your party support to go and get some training. You are challenging the Chair's ruling on admissibility of amendments, and it's not the first time you've done it. So if you continue in this vein, I'm going to ask you to take your seat. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, you'll be pleased to hear that that brings my remarks to that section to an end. Mr. Butler, yes?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Speaker for actually raising that issue, because when I looked at some of the amendments that have been permitted, I thought that the Speaker's office had been incredibly generous when not calling them into. But can the member who's on his feet, or was on his feet, then point to any of the clauses or articles within the provisions of the Remuneration Bill which will stop an independent body from considering anything that he has actually put forward? Because I know there is a member who wants to strip the independence, absolute independence of this panel away from the board, and have previously offered advice and direction to a panel. We have sought not to give any direction to the panel, but is there anything that the member can state that would stop an independent panel from considering the things that he has suggested? And is the member putting on the record that in the event of any pay rise, and the member from West Belfast, that they will not take anything beyond the CPI? Because if they are, as has been suggested today so far, calling into question why this is being brought forward and the morals of members in this House, I find quite repulsive. Thank you.
So two things, Mr. Butler. Okay. So your wee challenge to me as well has also been noted, albeit more subtly than Mr. Gaston. So I'm noting that interventions are meant to be small, okay? They're meant to be brief. No, it doesn't matter even in legislation, I'm telling you. If your party wants to put other members up, it would be good first of all to let us know and then put them up, okay? And we're all trying to get through this as best possible. Mr. Gasson, I'm inviting you to bring your remarks to conclusion, as you said you would.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I don't want to be detracted. And on that vein, I'm quite generous to let people in, but I sense I'm running close to the wire, and your patience seems to be getting tested in some of this. So I will bring my remarks to amendment number 11 and the close of my remarks regarding this bill. This clause places a duty on the Commission to consult on any bill making provision for salaries, pensions and gratitudes to MLAs or former MLAs. The amendment would place a duty on the Commission to consult MLAs, trustees of the pension scheme, the public and any other people the Commission considers appropriate. It places a duty on the Commission to publish a report on the outcome of that consideration and sets the period for consultation at 12 weeks. And the need to bring in this clause. Yes, people might take it for granted and people might say, well, sure, that's what we do for all bills in this House. Well, this has been the need. Yes, it should be standard practice. And it was actually Mr. Butler raised this in his opening remarks. When we look at this bill and we benchmark it against the 12 weeks, which is the norm, if you look at this bill, and I raised this before, when the consultation was open, it was open for 11 weeks and 2 of them was the Christmas holidays. So if we're looking at the 12-week benchmark, this bill failed to meet that benchmark, and that's why I felt the need. Yes, it should be something that's taken for granted, that should be built into every bill as common practice, but unfortunately when we see this bill in front of us, the consultation that ran, it doesn't meet the threshold, hence the need to bring in this as a clause to make it a statutory duty moving forward. In fact, in discussions with the Bill Office, they were unaware of such clauses being built into other bills, and that is why I've outlined there's a simple reason for that. Consultation is such a natural part of the legislative process that such clauses are considered unnecessary. But when it came to this bill before the House today, prior to first reading, no one outside the parties of the Commission had seen sight of it. That wouldn't be the case with an executive or private member's bill, so why should it be the case for a bill of assembly pay? Such an underhand way of operating and did nothing for the credibility of this assembly. It does nothing in terms of building confidence between MLAs and their electorate. In fact, I would argue that there is such a stronger public interest in consulting the bills of this nature than others, and that's why I strongly believe that we need to build in the 12-week consultation and ensure that those outside the Commission are being consulted upon as well. It isn't good enough that matters such as this are debated in the House by the Commission until they publish a completed bill only after it is moved at first stage. My amendment opens the door to more transparency in the Assembly and more input from both members of the House and the public. Anyone who opposes this amendment will have to tell the public why they believe they should have no say in the setting of MLA pay and allowances. And I want to close with a final observation. To my mind, the bill before us today and the amendments on the order paper do not address an issue of concern for the public. In fact, when it came to the only chance for the public to have any say in the bill during the committee stage, 69% of responses either disagreed or strongly disagreed that the board should have regard to the salaries paid to members of other legislators. Ask the public about the abuse of the expenses system in this place, and I have no doubt that you will find widespread support. And when it came to that matter that I rose, it's deep with regret, as I say, amendments tabled weren't considered. That was a missed opportunity to restore confidence to this tainted system.
Okay, Mr. Gosson, I just want to remind you again that you're challenging the Speaker, talking about amendments that weren't chosen, and that's the second time you've done it. So I'm just putting that on the record. It's disrespectful. So without further ado, I'm going to call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, the Ad Hoc Committee makes a recommendation that the Board must have regard to the wider financial circumstances of the North. You presume that this would be the same financial circumstances that mean pensioners are sitting freezing in their homes during winter, those circumstances that led to 90,000 emergency food parcels being delivered to families last year, over twice as many as 5 years ago, or the fact that in the news today we see that the North's top 100 businesses made pre-tax profits of $2.5 billion. The financial circumstances of the North have lined the pockets of a few extremely wealthy people and companies, but for the vast majority of people, of ordinary people, Deputy Speaker, the financial circumstances of the North do mean poverty and deprivation. A pay increase for MLAs that gives more weight to inflated politicians' salaries in other jurisdictions than it does to the everyday experiences of those who we represent would be completely unfair, not to mention tone deaf, hence my opposition to Clause 3. It's worth elaborating on the point that it was kept quiet from defenders of this process, but when the public were consulted and the public responded, almost 70% of respondents to the call for evidence disagreed or strongly disagreed with the proposal for the board to have regard for salaries paid to politicians in other jurisdictions. So despite what the member for South Belfast said about me maybe or not going to the committee ignored the view of the public, which is quite contemptible, to be perfectly honest. And despite the strength of public opinion, these provisions remain in the bill. The voice of the public doesn't matter. Lip service paid once again. No matter how often and how loudly MLAs have protested in prior debates, the provision is paving the way for a completely unjustified pay increase. And I would challenge people who say the contrary. To repeat, Band 3 and Health and Social Care Workers, Deputy Speaker, have a starting salary of just over £24,000 per year. AO officers in the civil service start on £23,000 per year if they can get through the interview process without the computer system crashing on them. Of course, not to mention hundreds of thousands of retail hospitality workers on zero-hour contracts and minimum wage forced to work longer on Sundays as well. My amendment 2 limits increases to CPI inflation, the rate of CPI inflation, and this acts as a restraint on the board in case there's a temptation or pressure to increase salaries by a disproportionate and unreasonable amount. Not that an independent board would ever dream of it, of course. CPI inflation, Deputy Speaker, in the year up to March 2025 was 2.6%. This is a much more reasonable increase than a potential 38% hike or 28 or 18% hike or whatever else might come down the track. And for the member of Lagan Valley, I take the average wage of people in my constituency, so I don't get that money for the record. And when given evidence to the ad hoc committee, the Assembly Commission said it was reasonable to benchmark pay against comparable employment rather than an unrelated field. But this fails, Deputy Speaker, to consider the role of an elected representative. We are here to represent our constituents, not as some think to be above them and to be earning far more than them. At the most basic level, we need to have some practical understanding of the everyday lives and struggles of the people we represent. A salary of 70 grand or more would make MLAs out of touch and disconnected from reality, and some are already there. Sure it will.
Given way, does that mean that his TDs in the south are out of touch with the €115,000 salary they accept in the state, just down the road from where I live, in fact?
Members may not understand party policy, but our party policy is accept an average wage for workers. You only here to it, so that's for you to explain. So listen, if you will, check the website, do what you want. Sorry, Deputy Speaker, okay to go. So I know the members may be passionate about getting that pay increase, but I think it's worth pointing out how disgraceful it would be. You'll take it and your party takes it, so maybe be in opposition for time. We're here now. Moving on, Deputy Speaker, another argument in favour of massive pay hikes for MLAs, maybe the member for Strabane would agree with this, is attracting the right, apologies, West Tyrone, attracting the right kind of people, and Mr Butler, the member for Lagan Valley, said that as well. But the question is, what kind of people do we want, and do the people want to be our public representatives? I think ordinary people and the people I talk to in the real world don't want bankers or big business CEOs as their representatives. Plenty of people from high-flying private sector backgrounds have entered into politics only to tank the economy. Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, to name only two in recent years. The UK Treasurer Rachel Reeves used to work for the Bank of England, that is now pushing hundreds of millions.
Gary, can you return to your amendment, please? Thank you.
So the point I'm making, Deputy Speaker, is that being on a higher wage doesn't mean an MP or an MLA or any public representative has skills and knowledge to make people's lives better. In my argument and most people's view, it means they're less likely to understand the daily struggles of the people they represent, and that's why it was easy for the Labour Party to cut the winter fuel payment. In terms of the removal of power to determine allowances, Deputy Speaker, an independent board is obviously rightly considered necessary for setting salaries for MLAs, and it's important that salaries are set fairly and objectively and with no interference from people with a material interest in that outcome. But this legislation deems it appropriate for salaries to be set by an independent board, yet MLAs will have responsibility for setting their own staffing and office cost expenditure via the Assembly Commission. There's no independence in that process whatsoever. And it doesn't matter, Deputy Speaker, that the Assembly passed a resolution to confer these powers to the Commission back in 2020. We have an opportunity now to correct that and admit that the determination of allowance needs objectivity and independence. Adequate provision for staff maternity allowance, disability access to offices, and the lifting of restrictions on office signage are obviously positive things to be welcomed, but they were addressed in 2020. also worth emphasising, Deputy Speaker, that a majority of people who've responded to the call for evidence, so people who've responded to the committee's call for evidence, 53% of them disagreed that powers to determine allowances should be set by MLAs themselves rather than an independent board. But yet again, parties want to plough on ahead, going to ignore the views of people when they are asked for their views. The committee, the parties here, don't want to take them on board. In Wales and Westminster, Deputy Speaker, the same independent board sets both pay and allowances for politicians. Why should it be any different in Stormont? And their evidence to the ad hoc committee, the Commission, Deputy Speaker, stated that allowing the board to make determination on MLA's expenses would result in the board being bogged down with work and resulting in considerable cost to the public purse. I suggest pull the other one. Surely one of the main aims of the Independent Remuneration Board is to achieve good value for public money, not a stitch-up. Given that ministers have no problem jet-setting around the world to events and conferences with no tangible outcomes and staying in opulent five-star hotels, it's hard to believe some executive parties are genuinely concerned about cost to the public purse. In terms of membership and independence of the Remuneration Board, Deputy Speaker, 81% of people responding, 81%, another high number as well, to the call for evidence, agreed or strongly agreed that MLA salaries and pensions should be set by an independent board rather than the Assembly Commission. But despite this, the bill makes provision for a former MLA to take a seat on the independent board. There's no independence there, the former MLA sitting on it. And ask anybody outside this building, they would say the same. MLAs in this remuneration board will have responsibility for setting the salaries of their party colleagues as well as their own pensions. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. People Before Profit supports the principle of a remuneration board, Deputy Speaker, that is truly independent. That's not what's being proposed with this bill. And as it stands, given the former MLA can, and likely, if the amendments don't pass, will be a member of this board, the Independent Remuneration Board is only independent in name. My own amendment restores some independence and requires that at least 2/3 of the board is made up of active trade union representatives. For all the positive talk sometimes about trade unions in this place, parties are seemingly going to vote against that amendment. And how many times in this place have parties on the executive restricted the pay of workers and trade unions, but they don't want them to have any say over their pay or their allowances. And in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I'm also happy to support Amendment 11 in the name of the member of North Antrim, who makes some very important points about parties wanting to shut down public consultation about this process. So support amendments in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I now call on Colin McGrath on behalf of the Assembly Commission. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's debate on the amendments tabled to the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill on behalf of the Assembly Commission. I firstly want to express the thanks of the Assembly Commission to the Chairperson and all members who served on the ad hoc committee appointed to scrutinise the bill. We have recognised from the outset that this is not a piece of legislation which is going to win members any popularity contests. However, the committee stage has been important in allowing new sets of eyes to scrutinise the bill and examine it in detail. That process has also been helpful in dealing with some of the more misleading commentary about the bill. The Assembly Commission appeared before the committee twice and dealt with a number of additional points via correspondence. Therefore, I think it is appropriate that the Assembly Commission acknowledges the work undertaken by the members and staff of the committee. Before I proceed to deal with the amendments in detail, I think it is worth highlighting a theme that runs through them, and I will return repeatedly during my remarks to it. The central purpose of this bill is to ensure that arrangements are in place for the salaries and pensions of members to be determined independently. While there... So early on, but go on ahead.
The member justify such a board being independent if former MLAs consider it? If you step down as an MLA tomorrow, in theory, you consider it and set the pay and salary of your colleagues, how is that independent?
It's independent because that person won't get any financial benefit from it. They are not setting their own wage, but they will bring a depth of understanding of the role, which some of the points that have already been raised by members is that they say that there shouldn't be any understanding of the role in trying to determine how the job is undertaken. Well, if you've got somebody there that has done the role, that has undertaken the work and understands what that job is about, having undertaken it in the past, I think that that allows a certain breadth of experience to be brought. But because they are not going to benefit from the determinations that are made, then of course it's independent. It's logic. While there are varying options for provisions that could be included in the bill, the Assembly Commission has been focused on protecting the independence of the Remuneration Board and avoiding provisions which would reduce its ability to make its own decisions. That principle underpins the position of the Assembly Commission towards many of the amendments being debated today. I want to first turn to Amendments 6 and 7, which the Assembly Commission itself has tabled. Clause 4 of the bill inserts a new Section 6A into the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act Northern Ireland 2011, which is the 2011 Act, which makes provision for temporary appointments to the board. However, following the introduction of the bill, it occurred to the Assembly Commission that there was a potential issue in relation to the same disqualification and other such provisions as applied to permanent appointments, not applying to temporary appointments. The Assembly Commission has therefore brought forward Amendments 6 and 7 to avoid that discrepancy occurring. Amendment 6 amends Clause 4 of the bill and substitutes new Section 6A9 with wording that provides that a temporary appointment is to be treated for all purposes, including disqualification from the board, as if it were a permanent appointment under Section 4.1 of the 2011 Act. This amendment puts more detail on the face of the bill regarding temporary appointments and ensures that the full suite of disqualification and termination provisions in Part 1 of the 2011 Act also apply to temporary appointments. Amendment 7 to Clause 4 of the bill adds a new Section 6A10 to the 2011 Act. This allows the Assembly Commission to make provision for temporary appointments to the Remuneration Board by order. This is included as a precaution to enable the Assembly Commission to deal with unforeseen circumstances. The new Section 6A10 is included to make clear that the Assembly Commission's power to make such orders cannot be used to modify the application of new Section 4.4 of the 2011 Act, which states that only one former member of the Assembly could be a member of the Remuneration Board at any one time. The Assembly Commission engaged with the Ad Hoc Committee on these amendments. The Ad Hoc Committee sought clarification on the committee, which would be asked to scrutinise any order brought forward by the Assembly Commission under this legislation in relation to temporary appointment. The Assembly Commission has clarified that it believes that the Audit Committee would be the appropriate committee to scrutinise any such order, as it has an existing role with regards to the Assembly Commission's budget. The Assembly Commission has communicated this to the Audit Committee, and we are grateful that the Ad Hoc Committee has indicated that it is content to support Amendments 6 and 7. I turn to the amendments tabled by the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee, Amendments 1, 9, 10, 12 and 14. These amendments insert the word independent into the name of the Remuneration Board. The Ad Hoc Committee previously engaged with the Assembly Commission on its intention to introduce these amendments. Section 3 of the 2011 Act makes clear that the Board will not be subject to the direction or control of the Assembly or the Assembly Commission. As I have already said, the Assembly Commission is focused on the detail of the bill to ensure that the independence of the Remuneration Board is maintained and embodied in how it operates. However, in its previous engagement, the Assembly Commission indicated to the Ad Hoc Committee that if it was of the view that adding the word independent to the Remuneration Board's title would be helpful to emphasise its independence, the Assembly Commission was prepared to accept that view. The Assembly Commission is therefore content to support Amendments 1, 9, 10, 12 and 14. I now turn to Amendment 2 tabled by Mr Carroll, which seeks to amend Clause 3. It has been the Assembly Commission's view that requiring the Remuneration Board to have regard to the salaries payable to members of other legislators is a reasonable benchmarking measure which any such body would expect to carry out when reviewing salary levels. It will help the Remuneration Board to achieve the objectives set out in Section 2.2 of the 2011 Act, namely securing a level of remuneration which reflects the complexities and importance of members' functions. It does not prevent the Remuneration Board from taking account of other factors as it sees fit. Yes, go ahead.
Member for giving way again. I would like to ask the member's assessment of the fact that in the call for evidence, 69% of respondents disagreed or strongly disagreed that the board should have regard to salaries paid by people in other political jurisdictions. I would like to ask for his assessment of that.
My assessment is probably that it's quite low, because I think whenever you talk to people about members' MLA salaries, 100% of people would probably say that we're paid too much. That is, of course, their view, but it is not the reality that is set out in legislation, and it is not the reality that is set out in the legislation that we have to try and find a board that is able to conduct itself independently to be able to find a level that it feels appropriate. Not us. We're not going to decide what our salary level is going to be. That is for an independent board, and this bill is about establishing that independent board. The level of inflation at a given time will be undoubtedly a factor for the Remuneration Board to take into consideration. However, Amendment 2 would fundamentally restrict the board's independence and limit the scope of its decision in a number of ways. If Amendment 2 were accepted and it were made a requirement for the Remuneration Board to not exceed the most recent rate of inflation, that would have the predominant weight in determining its decisions. However, once the Remuneration Board has concluded its initial review and taken a decision on the reasonable level of salary for a member, the Board will have the option to decide that an increase in line with inflation should follow in the years after. The key point is that if the independence of the Remuneration Board is to be meaningful, then these decisions are for it alone to take on the basis of all the factors it thinks relevant without its hands being tied. Ultimately, if Amendment 2 were passed, the whole purpose of the bill would be undermined, as there would be no need to establish and resource the Remuneration Board. An annual inflationary increase could be provided for without the structures to review and determine the appropriate levels for members. And I think it's interesting to note, if we look back at the last 10 years from there was last a raise in the wages for MLAs, the Consumer Price Index is around about 30%. That would have meant in the last 10 years a £15,000 increase for MLAs, which is what would happen if this amendment were in place from back then. And I certainly don't think that's a level that I would be wanting to accept in the past period of time. Maybe that is what the proposer of the amendment was looking for. The Assembly Commission therefore opposes Amendment 2. With your indulgence, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I am now going to address Amendments 3, 5 and 13 together. These amendments all raise issues related to the Windsor Framework and essentially connect to the political point that Mr Gaston has made in earlier stages of the bill about the impact of the Windsor Framework on the legislative responsibilities of the Assembly. It is Mr Gaston's prerogative to focus on those issues. The Assembly Commission has had no part in the creation of the Windsor Framework, its detail or its future, and is not going to take a position on such an issue which is outside of its responsibilities. However, again I return to the issues that Amendments 3 and 5 would limit the discretion of the Remuneration Board and impact on its independence by making issues around the Windsor Framework a predominant factor which would influence and determine its decisions. The law-making powers of each legislator in these islands vary. The bill, as drafted, gives the Remuneration Board full discretion to take account of the legislative responsibilities of the Assembly and its members in any benchmarking or other exercise it undertakes. However, it is a disproportionate approach to tie the operation and decision-making of the Remuneration Board to an issue outside of its control. The control of the Assembly Commission and indeed the control of the Assembly itself. From a technical perspective, the Assembly Commission is also concerned that Amendments 3 and 5 could be considered legally deficient as legislative competence attaches to the Assembly rather than individual members. Similar to Amendments 3 and 5, Amendment 13 ties the operation of the bill itself to the Windsor Framework. The bill, as currently drafted, will come into effect on the day after the day on which it receives royal assent. Amendment 13 would predicate the commencement of key provisions of the bill on matters related to the Windsor Framework. It would postpone these provisions of the bill for at least 4 years until the next vote on the democratic consent process. It is unreasonable to tie the operation of the bill to these issues, and the Assembly Commission opposes Amendments 3, 5 and 13. Clause 3 of the bill inserts a new provision into Section 2 of the 2011 Act, which imposes a requirement on the Remuneration Board to have regard to the salaries payable to members of other legislatures. As I have stated previously, the Assembly Commission believes that this is a reasonable measure to ensure the Remuneration Board is informed by benchmarking against the salary levels awarded to legislators in other places which it is likely to undertake, whether contained within the bill or not. Amendment 4 removes all reference to the House of the Oireachtas, and I assume is politically motivated from Mr Gaston's perspective, which again is his right. However, when the Assembly Commission gave specific consideration to the bodies which were included in this clause, it was not motivated by party political considerations. The Assembly Commission included all of the legislators in these islands with which the Assembly most frequently engages. This would give the Remuneration Board a number of comparators of differing scale and legislative responsibilities. Removing the House of the Oireachtas would therefore limit the scope of the comparators considered. However, this amendment is also arguably legislatively ineffective, as it would not prevent the Remuneration Board from expanding and benchmarking exercise it wished to undertake and making its own decision to review the provisions of members of the Houses of the Oireachtas. Finally, from a political perspective, it could be argued that Mr Gaston's amendment is inconsistent with his previous positions. He has previously argued that Clause 3 and the requirement to have regard to the salaries of other legislators will inevitably lead to significant pay rise for members. However, in moving Amendment 4, he now seems to only seek to remove specific institutions from that clause rather than oppose the concept of benchmarking as a whole. Therefore, the Assembly Commission opposes Amendment 4. Clause 5 of the bill amends paragraph 1 of Schedule 1 to the 2011 Act to remove former membership of the Assembly as grounds for disqualification from membership of the Remuneration Board. The Assembly Commission considers this to be an important element of the bill, as it allows the potential for the insight of a former member's first-hand experience to add value to the Remuneration Board's work. However, the appointment for a former member is optional. It's not required. A balance of perspectives is retained by only allowing a potential maximum of one former member of the Assembly to serve on the Remuneration Board at any one time. However, Amendment 8 from Mr Carroll is very different in nature and takes a different approach in relation to the appointment of trade union representatives on the Remuneration Board. Not only does it require that a trade union representative must be appointed to the board, it requires that a majority of the members of the Remuneration Board should be trade union representatives. The bill as currently drafted does not prevent trade union representatives from serving on the Remuneration Board. I am happy to make it clear that the Assembly Commission has no objection in principle to the possibility of trade union representatives serving on the Remuneration Board. However, they will be subject to the same independent process of appointment as others, which will see the best candidates from the open recruitment process being appointed on merit. Amendment 8 would significantly restrict the potential membership of the Remuneration Board. The Assembly Commission has a concern that it would limit the pool of applicants that could apply. Of course.
The member has been very kind of giving way, talking about limiting the pool, but I remind the member that there's over 250,000 trade unionists in the north, so that seems to be a lot of people that the committee and the panel could choose from.
Thank you, and there's also 1.6 odd million then that can't apply for it, which seems a bit unfair as well, but I don't mind giving way. It gives me a break from a very long speech as well. Amendment 8 requires trade union representatives to be appointed as a majority of members on the board, but is silent on the specific professional experience or skills they should bring to the Remuneration Board. Yes?
I was hoping that Mr Carroll had brought this up in his own speech. I was unsure as to the purpose of the trade union representation. As a former trade union representative in the Northern Fire and Rescue Service, when I was lobbying on issues of pay, I was representing the members, the firefighters that were there, and that was my understanding of what trade union reps do. Perhaps the member from West Belfast may clarify that through yourself and through the chair as to Who would the trade union representatives actually be representing when this is a remuneration bill for the members?
I thank the member for his intervention. I think that actually the approach being taken by the Commission is the best. It's open to everybody, trade union representatives and all. In fact, I would hope that there will be trade union representatives on the board. I hope that they apply. I think that they have a unique set of skills which can contribute to this type of work. I think they understand the importance of a fair and decent wage for everybody, so I think that they have a lot of experience that they could bring to this. I think the issue is about them having the majority of the seats on this. I think if we've got an open and transparent process, it's better if we've got the board populated by people of different backgrounds rather than more or less just the one background. Because, as I say, this approach could therefore narrow the range of skills available to the board to perform its functions. The 2011 Act disqualifies certain categories from applying to join the Remuneration Board to avoid conflicts of interest. That is very different from requiring the majority of the Remuneration Board to have one specific requirement which would prevent the majority of the population from applying. While appointments to the Remuneration Board are not ministerial appointments, there is also a risk that this amendment would be contrary to key elements of the requirement of the Code of Practice previously published by the Commissioner for Public Appointments, including on the grounds of equality, diversity, merit and proportionality. Neither the Assembly or the Assembly Commission should want to encourage such an approach. The Assembly Commission therefore opposes Amendment 8. Amendment 11, tabled by Mr Gaston, deals with the issue of consultation. The Assembly Commission has previously clarified that it took account of a number of factors in its approach to this bill. This included that the Assembly had approved a resolution in June 2020 which called for members' salaries and pensions to be determined independently, and that an earlier version of the bill was subsequently introduced. I note that the Ad Hoc Committee invited responses to inform its scrutiny of the bill. Amendment 11 seeks to place a requirement to consult on any future bill. However, there are practical and legal issues with Amendment 11. Firstly, the intention of this bill is to set up the Remuneration Board and re-establish an independent mechanism to determine member salaries. The Remuneration Board will determine the level of salaries, and once its decisions are made, they will be implemented. There will therefore be no need for the Assembly Commission to introduce a further bill on these issues, and it has no intention of doing so. Clause 6 of the bill requires the Remuneration Board to publish a draft determination outlining any decisions it is considering making, and allows it to consult on the draft with any other persons it considers appropriate. Therefore, there is already a provision which would permit public consultation on the issue of members' salaries in the future if the Remuneration Board considers that valuable. The more significant issue is that there is a risk that Amendment 11 is likely to take the bill outside the legislative competence of the Assembly. The Northern Ireland Act 1998 states at Part 2 that the Assembly may make law in accordance with relevant provisions of that part. Part 2 is an accepted matter, and the Assembly cannot pass acts which deal with matters covered by Part 2 of the 1998 Act. Amendment 11 is concerned with the way in which the Assembly makes laws. It introduces conditions for the introduction to legislation which are not set out in the Northern Ireland Act 1998. This deals with the subject matter of Part 2 of the Act, which sets out the only limitations on the plenary power of the Assembly to make laws. The amendment would deal with an accepted matter and would potentially jeopardise the passage of the bill into law. Amendment 11 also has the potential to undermine the exercise of the Assembly's statutory functions set out in Section 47 of the 1998 Act in relation to the remuneration of members. This may also create a risk of the bill being referred to the UK Supreme Court. I would also note that it is a constitutional principle that an Assembly cannot bind its successors, which would bear the effect of Amendment 11. The Assembly Commission therefore opposes Amendment 11. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that I have taken some time to go through the detail of the amendments. In summary, the Assembly Commission commends its own Amendments 6 and 7 to the House and supports Amendments 1, 9, 10, 12 and 14 from the Ad Hoc Committee. The Assembly Commission also supports retaining clauses 3, 5 and 10 in the bill. The Assembly Commission looks forward to considering the decisions members take today in advance of the further consideration stage of the bill occurring in due course. and I hope that it is noted as I conclude that I got through the entire speech without using remuneration and stuck to remuneration, which I think was an achievement. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Colin. Thank you. I call the chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill, Mr Philip Brett, to wind.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members who took part in what was a wide-ranging debate. I think we covered many issues within this bill and indeed issues far outside the scope of the bill. I think it was a useful discussion, and can I thank those who contributed. Firstly to my Vice Chair, Ms Mason, who rightly highlights the fact that this legislation will remove the power for MLAs to set their own salary. I don't think there are any members in this House who want to have the role of MLAs in setting their own salary, and it's absolutely correct that this passes through here today. I can confirm that the remarks made by Ms Bradshaw were indeed entirely correct. There was no request from the member for West Belfast, Mr Carroll, to come along to give evidence to the ad hoc committee. I don't happily give way.
The record as well that no request came from Mr Gaston either. Thank you.
There was no request from any member of this House to come along to the committee to give evidence. They also had the opportunity to provide written evidence had their diaries not permitted them to come in person, but again, that was not received. Very happy.
Thank the member for giving way. I'd like to ask him how he responds to the fact that in the call for evidence, 69% of respondents disagreed or strongly disagreed that the board should have regard to salaries paid to members under jurisdictions. And if the member was so keen to hear my views, and I thank him for that, referring to what I said at the first debate, first stage of this bill.
Mr Carroll, I will come on to your remarks later in my comments. Probably most substantial of my remarks will be addressed to some of the myths-truths that you spoke earlier in the debate. Very happily give way.
We're absolutely clear, and potentially for the member to correct the record, we did put in a written submission.
Thank you, Timothy, for that. And you did put in a written submission. The point that I was making was in relation to Mr Carroll. Can I welcome Mr Gaston's support for the amendments in my name on behalf of the committee? I think they're supported by all members of this House. The member for West Belfast, when he was speaking, didn't indicate one way or the other if he supported the amendments in the name of the ad hoc committee, but I think it's useful to put on the record, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that no member in their remarks outlined their opposition to the amendments that were put forward by the committee, and I think that reflects on the importance of them that were put forward. I do want to, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, respond to some of the more political points that were made during the discussion. The member for North Antrim, Mr Gaston, said that amendment number 13 in his name was a challenge from the TUV to other unionists. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I don't need a challenge from any other unionist, either inside or outside this House. I'm very clear in my unionism, very confident in my unionism, and the people of North Belfast elected me and gave me a mandate to speak for them, and I will take no lectures or no diatribes from any member of this House trying to challenge the credentials of my unionism. I want to now turn to the remarks by the person before profit member for West Belfast, Mr Carroll. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, he outlined in the first of his remarks that the committee were trying to keep quiet the findings of their deliberations. I know the member may not do detail, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but there is a 43-page report that the committee produced, and I would encourage the member for West Belfast to read that. He then went on to articulate that he takes the average salary and that he inferred that he does not draw down the full salary. Let's be very clear, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr Carroll does draw down the entirety of his £52,500 salary. Whatever he then does with that, if he donates that to his political party or to any other of his Marxist causes, that is a matter for him. But let's be very clear, he does take the full salary offered by this Assembly. I want to turn to Clause 5, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and the disgraceful remarks made by the member for West Belfast, who indicated that this clause was a "I'll scratch my back, they'll scratch yours." I think it's very important to put on the record, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that the member is factually incorrect. If a former member goes through the process of applying to become a member of the independent panel, any decisions that will be made will not influence their pensions moving forward. And the attempt by Mr Carroll to be factually incorrect and attempt to mislead members of this House and the public, I think, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, need to be called out. The member went on to say then the public will give their verdict on the type of members of the Assembly that they want. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the people of Northern Ireland gave their verdict in 2022 of who they wanted to represent them. There are 26, 27 members on my bench. There's one on his. So I think the people of Northern Ireland have passed their verdict very, very clearly. Interestingly, the member for West Belfast, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, often speaks of ensuring equality and of ensuring equal rights for everyone. The amendment standing in his name, though, wants to disbar a former member of this place from even having the ability to apply to be a member of the board. So the member is so committed to equality that he wants to put in law discrimination. I think it's very important to make clear that should a former member apply, they have no right or no guarantee that they will be appointed to the board. They will have the equality of opportunity, which I often hear lectures from Mr Carroll on that issue. However, it seems, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that once again the member does not practice what he preaches. So I think it's been a useful discussion and a useful debate. Members, I welcome your support for the amendments tabled in the name of myself on behalf of the committee.
Okay, members, we're going to go into a series of votes, and I'm proposing we do that after question time. Just 2 points of clarification. Just in terms of the tone of the debate, Cathy Mason is the Deputy Chairperson of the committee, not your Deputy Chairperson. Jerry Carroll is a member of People Before Profit, not Person Before Profit. Okay, you're more than welcome, but knock it in the head. Okay? So the Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1 o'clock today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sit until 2. The Assembly is suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Resumed. We now move to questions to the Minister for Economy, and I call Stephen Dunn. Minister.
In my previous role as Finance Minister, I commissioned the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre to examine the cost of doing business in the North. The research was published last week. It highlights the range of cost challenges employers have faced in recent years, including from the COVID pandemic and from the invasion in Ukraine. These challenges have been worsened by the British Government's autumn statement, which increased employers' national insurance contributions. The hospitality sector, which is also subject to a higher level of VAT than is in place in the South, has been particularly impacted by the autumn statement. This report provides a firm evidence base which will be used to make the case to Treasury to act. My colleague, the Minister of Finance, continues to urge the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to reduce the cost of doing business, particularly here in the North, and I will continue to work to support the Minister of Finance and advocate alongside him at every opportunity.
Mr Dunn. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. For months, you and your colleague, the Finance Minister, have pointed to the need of having an evidence base of research before addressing the concerns of businesses across our country. Now that the research is in place, I'm asking you, Minister, what urgent actions you will take to mitigate the dire consequences on local businesses. One recent example was highlighted at the Economy Committee last week from the Denroy Group, where they had a bill of £800,000 alone for national insurance and national living wage. This shows the scale of the challenge. Minister.
And I thank the member for his question and for highlighting that particular issue and the challenges facing businesses here. I think it is something that we all recognise very much. He will know, and I have rehearsed this answer on a number of occasions, the Executive doesn't have the financial capability to be able to mitigate against bad decisions that are taken at Westminster that are having a direct detrimental impact on businesses and people here. My department provides a range of support for businesses alongside our partner organisations to help them become more competitive through energy efficiency, innovation, skills and support for exploring new markets. All of those things are really important in terms of improving the competitiveness, but as I say, we will continue to make the case to the British Treasury for the decisions that they can make that will directly impact on businesses here as well.
Deirdre Hargett.
Speaker and Minister, the research highlights the differential rates in hospitality, VAT North and South. Is a reduction in the North's VAT for hospitality something you would support?
Minister.
Yes, and you're quite right that this was something that was highlighted and something that has been reflected here to many of us, I'm sure, from businesses in our own constituencies, and particularly those in border areas that are directly competing with businesses in the South. The Minister of Finance has asked the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to consider what support or mitigations can be put in place for all impacted sectors, but especially here in the North, where this research shows the impacts will be felt more significantly. He has also asked if the Chief Secretary to the Treasury can consider what steps or supports the Westminster Government can take using its powers over VAT to help our hospitality businesses to be able to operate what is essentially on a level playing field with those in the South, given the disparity in VAT rates. And I fully support the Minister for Finance in making this case and want to see a reduction in our VAT to support our hospitality sector to be able to compete in that all-island economy.
I call David Honeyford.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister if she had any discussions with the Minister of Infrastructure around planning reform, which is also holding our businesses back, stopping the cost, adding to the cost of doing business here and stopping and preventing future development of those business and investment here in Northern Ireland?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and it is something that will again be reflected to many of us when in our conversations with businesses. I actually met with the Infrastructure Minister last week to discuss that issue in particular. She highlighted a range of initiatives that her department is taking to try and improve and speed up the planning process, and I suppose we would all recognise as well that there are resource challenges there in terms of what you can do with the budget that we do have, but there are steps that can be taken, and she was very clearly reflecting her commitment to do that.
McGrath.
Minister, you've commissioned this study on the cost of doing business, but all that it appears that you're going to do is simply send it on to the British Government. You're not actually, as an executive, going to do anything. When will you actually do something and help businesses here, given that Retail and I found out that 96% of respondents in their survey said that this executive is doing nothing for them?
Minister.
And I think I have already made my position clear in relation to that issue. The Executive doesn't have the financial capability to be able to mitigate the decisions that are taken at Westminster that have that direct detrimental impact on businesses, not just businesses but people here. And as I said, we do already provide a whole range of support to businesses, and we are looking at how those can be utilised to support businesses to grow, to thrive and to create jobs. But there is no escaping the reality that the decisions that are taken by the British Government have a detrimental impact here, and that the Executive isn't in a position to fully mitigate all of those decisions. That's just the reality that we are in. I will continue to work very hard with businesses and on behalf of businesses in terms of my representations to the Treasury, but also in terms of working in partnership and collaboration with them to design the type of supports and interventions that we have control over, to support them to be able to create jobs and to create a strong and thriving economy.
Jan Armstrong.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. Minister, the study outlines a number of key impacts and challenges facing hospitality, as has been alluded to, such as national insurance contributions. It also points out that abolishing 0 hours contracts as part of the Good Jobs Bill may be detrimental. Does the study give you a reason to revisit the Good Jobs Bill?
And of course, the research was conducted before the proposals in relation to the Good Jobs Bill were actually published. I think it's important to recognise that good jobs benefit everybody across our economy, and that evidence clearly demonstrates that employers benefit from having a more productive and engaged workforce. I think clearly there is a need to modernise our employment rights framework, and that's what we are doing. And one of the reasons for that is so that good employers that we all know in our own constituencies don't face a competitive disadvantage from those who don't treat their workers fairly. In relation to the issue of 0 hours contracts specifically, what I have set out in my proposals is that we will ban exploitative 0 hours contracts. So where a worker has regular hours on a regular basis, they will be entitled to a banded hours contract. But where that is not the case, where there will be exceptions in relation to genuinely casual or seasonal work, and even in that instance that we are taking steps to ban, for example, exclusivity clauses that can already be in place here. So I think that what we have tried to do is to strike the balance in terms of ensuring that workers' rights are protected, but also recognising the case that has been made to us that there are genuine circumstances where these contracts can be useful to both the employer and to the worker.
Owen Tennyson.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
On the 30th of July 2024, the then Economy Minister announced that the Executive had reaffirmed its commitment to close the non-domestic RHI scheme. This was consistent with the 2020 New Decade New Approach aim that RHI will be closed down and replaced by a scheme that effectively cuts carbon emissions. I am committed to a closure arrangement that will ensure fairness to people who entered and participated in this scheme in good faith, while at the same time achieving fairness and value for money for the public purse. A business case for the closure of the scheme is currently with the Department of Finance. Subject to the approval of the Department of Finance, of Treasury and of the Executive, the Department intends to close the scheme through primary legislation, which will provide the powers to the Department to bring forward the closure regulations, and then subordinate regulations which will be subject to consultation and will set out the detail of the closure arrangements. The Department continues to engage with key stakeholders on the design and details of the closure scheme, and a proposal will be brought to the Executive for agreement. A consultation will then be launched on the draft regulations, which will give effect to the closure arrangements.
Mr. Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, can you give us a timeline for when we will expect to see that primary legislation, and what assurances can you give that proposals for closure this time will actually command the confidence of this Assembly?
Mr.
And I thank the member for his question. Cannot give a precise time frame in respect of the approval of the business case. My department is working with the Department of Finance at pace on progressing that, and I'm sure he would agree that it's important that is done appropriately. In respect of the introduction of legislation, With the support of the Executive, it would be my intention to introduce legislation before summer recess.
Aoife Finnegan.
Minister, New Decade, New Approach commits to replacing RHI with a scheme that is more effectively cuts emissions. Is this also being progressed?
Minister.
Yes, with respect to renewable heat in the domestic sector, the Department has consulted recently on the future support of low carbon technology in residential properties. That closed on the 10th of January. The views provided will support the Department in the development of policy to inform options regarding the design rules and guidance of future support for low carbon heat, which will include energy efficient technologies such as heat pumps. And in relation to the non-domestic sector, the Department's focus currently is on closing the non-domestic RHI scheme in advance of Ofgem's departure.
Annie Donnelly.
Question 3, please, Minister.
Minister.
The North-South Interconnector project is essential to deliver an affordable and renewable energy system across the island. It is estimated that the cost to local electricity consumers due to the absence of the interconnector is currently £19 million per year. The interconnector will enable an additional 900 megawatts of clean electricity onto the North transmission system and reduce the levels of dispatch down. Reliance on a single North-South interconnector means that the North power system has a single point of failure. A second interconnector will strengthen security of supply. I've been consistent in my position that the North-South interconnector should be undergrounded. In the North, the then Infrastructure Minister granted planning permission for the interconnector on the 14th of September 2020. The northern section is expected to be delivered by 2028. In regard to the southern section, the completion date has been revised from 2028 to 2031. EirGrid, the system operator in the south, has advised that this is due both to delays on processing land access and on actual construction time. Last week, I met with Minister O'Brien, the current Minister for Environment, Climate and Communications in the South, to discuss this issue, and during that meeting I set out my party's position that the interconnector should be undergrounded also.
Mr Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. Could I also ask the Minister what her assessment is and what is the delay for the interconnector, including with reference to planning objections from the Republic of Ireland?
Minister.
Yeah, so as I said in my opening answer, EirGrid have indicated delays both in terms of process and land access, but also on actual construction time. And we have engaged with the Department in the South to understand what they are doing in relation to trying to reduce that extension, because obviously there is a need to progress the North-South interconnector in terms of being able to meet our statutory obligations that we have in relation to the Climate Act and other targets that we have. So I think that there is work that they need to do on their end to make that happen.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, how does your department ensure adequate North-South cooperation in relation to energy matters?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. As I mentioned, I met my counterpart, Minister O'Brien, last week. He took up his post in January, and I will continue to engage with him on energy issues. My officials engage regularly on issues relating to cooperation in respect of our energy supplies. Senior officials meet quarterly through a joint steering group to discuss oversight of the single electricity market and discuss areas which impact our respective energy strategies and climate change targets. The joint steering group is attended by senior officials from my department, DEC, both regulators and representatives from the SEM committee.
Matthew Till.
Minister, I am really confused here. You've just said multiple occasions from that lectern that you think the North-South interconnector needs to be overgrounded. I'm on your website here, your department's website, which makes clear planning permission sought by your department is for an overground North-South interconnector. Are you saying one thing, but while your department is delivering another? I strongly support the North-South interconnector, but your colleague, Mr Darren O'Rourke, TD in the South, appears to object to it. Minister, how can you be taken seriously as an economy minister who's going to deliver critical infrastructure when you say one thing, do another, and contradict yourself in the Assembly chamber?
And I don't agree with the member in respect of my comments, because I think I've been consistent in respect of my party's position, and the party has been consistent in respect of that position, which would help secure community buy-in. And I think in respect of the planning permission was granted by the previous infrastructure minister, who was your party colleague, and as ministers in the executive we are obliged to fulfil the commitments in respect of that planning consent.
Ross Bradley.
Thank you to the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, are you confident that the necessary infrastructure will be in place to ensure delivery to the North West and the North Coast?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And as I said, I've engaged with my counterpart in the South in relation to understanding what the issues are in respect of the delay that they have indicated. As I mentioned in my opening answer, the northern section will be complete by 2028, and I think there is obviously an issue in respect of the investment in the grid, which NIE are progressing and have a record investment of 2.2 billion granted under RP7, and that will be working alongside the department in ensuring the rollout of that.
Earlier today, I dealt with a point of order raised by the Justice Minister on members asking ministers' opinions. Members don't generally have to ask ministers' opinions, as we've just found out, because the minister's just given an opinion, which is actually contrary to the facts. And I said this here today is about getting facts. And the fact is that the North-South Interconnector has planning approval to go overground, that the electricity bodies that are purposing to develop it are planning to go overground, as is the Minister's own department. So we didn't need the Minister's opinion, we just needed facts. Moving on to the next question, Emma Sheeran.
My Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill will deliver the biggest upgrade of our employment legislation since the Good Friday Agreement. It includes proposals to end exploitative zero-hours contracts, enhance protections for agency workers, end abuse of fire and rehire tactics, ensure tips left to workers are passed on to them in full, modernise our trade union framework and make it easier to attain flexible working, and enhance rights to family-related leave, including the introduction of carers' leave as well as neonatal leave and pay. I intend to deliver my proposals through primary and secondary legislation, statutory codes of practice and guidance. The next step is for the Executive to agree the broad policy content of the bill. Following executive agreement, my department will engage formally with the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft the bill, and I intend to seek final executive approval of the draft of the bill towards the end of this year, with the hope of introducing the bill in the Assembly by January 2026. As the detail is refined, my department will continue to engage with key stakeholders to ensure that the legislation operates effectively for both workers and businesses.
Ms. Sheeran.
Thank the Minister for that answer.
The benefits of a social model underpinned by constructive relationships between employers and trade unions.
Effective social dialogue between governments, employers and trade unions is essential for advancing social justice, for fostering inclusive economic development, improving wages and working conditions and supporting sustainable enterprises. A cornerstone of good governance, social dialogue creates the conditions necessary to achieve decent work for all, while promoting social peace, stability and effective labour market governance. The tripartite model of social dialogue is promoted by the International Labour Organization and widely adopted internationally. Engaging in and embedding the tripartite model of social dialogue across our economy is a key principle of my Good Jobs agenda. Meaningful discussion between my department, employers and trade unions about the practical outworkings of the bill is essential if the planned changes are to have the desired positive effect. And my officials have already reached out to key employer and trade union stakeholders following my announcement on the 28th of April, and I encourage them all to be as involved as possible in this next critical stage of the process.
Your SAMBIT, your Small Business Impact Assessment for Theme C of your proposals, was belatedly published on Good Friday when other people's attention was on the Easter period. The document references millions of pounds of costs to business as a result of your proposals. Earlier you said you didn't have the ability to mitigate against the decision by UK governments to implement additional costs to business, so please outline to the House today what financial measures you're putting in place to support business as a result of your legislation.
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And in recognition of the potential impact of the proposals, as you have rightly pointed out, my department carried out a series of impact assessments on the individual policies and also the SAMBIT that you mentioned. These assessments will continue to be assessed and reviewed as we develop our policies and legislation. And as I have outlined on numerous occasions since we made the announcement about the proposals, it is my intention that we will phase the implementation of the proposals, and we will work with businesses to support the implementation. And I think it's important to say, while workers are generally entitled to the same frameworks of employment rights regardless of employer size, there are some mitigations in relation to the proposals for smaller businesses in relation to what I have announced. For example, in relation to the threshold for statutory trade union recognition, the reduction is from 21 to 10 employees, which will exclude micro businesses here. So we will continue to work with businesses to support them in terms of the implementation. For some of the feedback that we had got during the consultation process, it was in relation to ensuring that there is proper guidance and training in place to support businesses, and that's something that we will be working closely with the Labour Relations Agency to progress as this goes through the next stages of its process.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, given our tight financial situation and the fact that the British Government Employment Rights Bill does not include any proposal on paid carers' leave, how do you plan to ensure funding is available to fulfil your promise to make paid carers' leave a reality?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and I think we would all recognise the importance of carers and the key role that they play in our society and in our economy, and that is why we have, in the first instance, stated that we will introduce an unpaid entitlement of up to 5 days in a rolling 12-month period for those who have a caring responsibility for a relative or a dependent. I've been very clear that my desire would be that was a paid entitlement, and my department will be taking the legal powers to introduce a paid carers' leave entitlement. I've also been very honest about the fact that we do have challenging financial circumstances that everybody will be very well rehearsed in, and it will be for the executive to discuss whether that's something that we feel is able to be funded from within our own resources, or as I understand a review is being undertaken of carers' leave in England as well. So if there is a future point in time where it's introduced by the British Government, then we would be able to follow suit here immediately.
McGuigan.
Further education is a critical part of our economic infrastructure, supporting people to achieve their potential and providing the skills needed for our businesses to grow. It is therefore important that further education lecturers are paid appropriately. Consolidated pay increases for lecturers were just 1% in both 2021 and 22 and 22-23. When my predecessor came into post, he committed to work towards parity with teachers. On this basis, he facilitated an 11.2% pay agreement for further education lecturers in 23-24. I am also committed to working towards pay parity, and I have therefore facilitated an offer of 5.5% a pay increase for further education lecturers for 24-25. This aligns to the offer accepted by teachers. In addition, a 3% pay increase has been proposed for 25-26, providing much needed stability for both lecturers and students alike. The further education colleges, as employers, are also progressing a range of agreed work streams, including workload, in conjunction with trade unions in the 25-26 academic year. Like all departments, my budget is under severe pressure. However, by working collaboratively with colleges and trade unions, we have been able to facilitate this pay offer for further education lecturers.
Mr McGuigan.
Good, and I thank the Minister for the update and providing that very useful information in regard to lecturers. Can I further to that ask what's the position and situation in regard to a pay offer for non-teaching staff in colleges?
Non-teaching staff have already been given a pay award for 24-25, which was approved in December 2024, and I'm aware that the National Joint Council has made a full and final pay offer for 25-26, which, if agreed, will apply to non-teaching staff in our further education colleges. Mr Speaker, it was remiss of me. I should have said at the start of my answer that I was seeking to group question 5 and question 10.
Maurice Bradley.
Speaker, and Mr Speaker, the Minister has answered my question, so well done.
Okay, Sinead McLaughlin.
Minister, do you agree that the current pay offer, while matching the school teachers' percentage increase, does not actually advance pay parity, and therefore the unions regard it as a standstill?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question, and I understand that alongside the pay offer that has been made, there is work that is necessary to establish parity issues that remain between teachers and further education lecturers. That's an essential condition within this pay offer that is currently available, and I have made clear that I want to see progress at pace on those issues as well, and I remain fully supportive that further education lecturers receive equitable remuneration.
John Dodds.
Question 6, please.
Minister.
My department and InvestNI are committed to helping businesses harness artificial intelligence as a key enabler for economic development. InvestNI provides funding for AI-related research and development projects and essential skills development programmes to equip the workforce for AI adoption. The Artificial Intelligence Collaboration Centre, funded by DFE and InvestNI, offers direct access to expertise and supports practical AI implementation and AI skills. Furthermore, City Deal Innovation Centres under both the Belfast Region City Deal and the Derry City and Strabane Region City Deal provide regional investment in innovation infrastructure. These centres will foster AI application in critical sectors like ICT, advanced manufacturing and life sciences. Further support mechanisms include initiatives like the Digital Transformation Flexible Fund, assisting SMEs with the adoption costs of AI and other digital infrastructure, Digital Catapult NI, connecting firms with AI expertise and accelerating advanced technology uptake, and Go Succeed NI, which runs regular events to help businesses navigate digital transformation, including AI adoption. Together, these measures provide businesses across the North with access to funding, skills, expert guidance and collaborative opportunities to successfully integrate and benefit from AI advancements, boosting productivity and global competitiveness.
Mrs Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And that is a significant list in relation to AI. But can I ask the Minister what assessment her department has made of the impact of AI on the workforce here in Northern Ireland, since it is changing the way we do business and the way we work in a very fundamental way?
Minister, briefly, please.
And I thank the member for her question. And it is something, obviously, that is raised with me on a very regular basis by businesses. I think nearly every meeting that I do with businesses, this is raised. The overall impact of AI on the labour market will depend, I suppose, on a range of factors, including the speed of AI adoption, the extent of productivity benefits, whether businesses reduce headcount or redeploy their workforces, and how much and how quickly AI increases demand for labour. And as I mentioned in my opening answer, the AI Collaboration Centre is supporting both the department and businesses in terms of understanding and practical support in terms of the adoption of AI.
On the topicals, Constable McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, last week you refused to rule out an increase in tuition fees. Given that students are already at breaking point, some are actually working over 20 hours per week on top of their studies just to get by, will you now commit to not raising fees under any circumstances?
And I thank the member for her question. And first of all, let me say that my perspective, ideally student fees would be zero. But we have to work within the financial reality that we have, and obviously the system that we have, which is imposed upon us by the British Government in respect of their policy in relation to fees. And years of austerity has had an impact on all of our public services, including our universities, which are a key economic driver. So we need to ensure fees are at a level that is affordable for students and maintains the financial viability of universities. And I think it's important as well to look at the maintenance support that is in place for students, which has not been uplifted in many years. But unfortunately, as I've already outlined in previous answers, the Executive is in the position where over the past number of years it's been mitigating against decisions and bad policies that are set in Westminster, and that's the same in relation to student fees.
Minister, with the greatest respect, that's neither a yes nor a no. As an all-island party, you should be consistent with your position on tuition fees. In the south, you want to reduce and abolish tuition fees, and in the north, you're not ruling out raising them. This is totally inconsistent, and for an all-island party, you're acting in a very partitionist manner. Are you really telling this House that Sinn Féin are happy with two different policy positions in relation to tuition fees, north and south? The value of a student in the south is greater than that in the north.
I think the member has articulated the challenge that we face in relation to partition, which is damaging for everybody across this island. And the reality is that I have the exact same position as my colleagues in the south that I articulated at the beginning of my answer, that from my perspective I would like to see no student fees, but we are not in a reality where we have the financial capability or the fiscal powers that the government in the south has, where we have costed proposals to reduce and to remove student fees. And as I said, we are in a position in the north where we have imposed upon us a system of fees that has been put in place by the Tory government and is being maintained by the Labour government. And what we are trying to do as an executive is ensure that we have a viable economy, a skills pipeline coming through. But from my perspective, what we need to see is proper support for students.
Alan Robinson.
Can I ask the Minister what engagement she has had with her UK counterparts regarding the Heathrow expansion?
Mr.
I suppose in relation to, since I've come into this post, I haven't had an engagement with colleagues in Westminster in relation to the Heathrow expansion. It was something that we had previously engaged upon at the constituency level, but if the member wants to write to me on that specific issue, I'd be happy to take that up.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that response. Could she, though, indicate if her department has made an assessment of the potential economic benefits or spin-off opportunities for Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to the former Shackleton site in Ballykelly, which, as she will recall, was to be a logistics hub back in 2019?
Minister.
Yeah, and I'm familiar, of course, with the proposals that were made at that point in time, and obviously then the COVID pandemic hit and plans changed in respect of many things. I'm happy to engage with the member on this particular issue, and I will furnish him with information from the department.
Robbie Butler.
The Minister back to the Good Jobs Employment Rights Bill and ask the Minister what the ambition is for increasing the number of disabled people within our workforce.
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question. And ensuring that we have an inclusive workforce is I suppose, a direct outworking of what we're trying to do with the Good Jobs Bill, and there is a number of proposals within it that support that particular ambition, including the right to flexible working, greater right to work-life balance through the right to disconnect, and I think from my perspective, a key objective is to have that more inclusive economy and workforce, and we are doing other work in relation to those particular aims and objectives, as well as the work along in respect to the Good Jobs Bill, for example through our skills and training programmes, ensuring that there are opportunities there for people to take up those opportunities to try and reduce the barriers that there are, and we are also implementing a work stream with employers to remove some of the perhaps unnecessary barriers that people face in terms of trying to take up a work opportunity.
Mr Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her detailed answer. Could the Minister outline, given you'll know the phrase, nothing for us without us, could the Minister detail what consultation has happened with the disabled community in regards to getting the bill to where it is now?
So there has been significant engagement with a whole range of organisations. I don't have the full list in front of me at the minute, and I can certainly commit to ensuring that going forward there is also consultation and engagement with disability organisations to ensure that those views are captured in what we are trying to progress.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me that public investment in Derry, including the City of Derry Airport, does represent value for money?
And yes, I certainly do. I think there's a belief, and one that perhaps would have been prevalent at one point within the civil service, that regional balance isn't an achievable economic goal, and therefore public investment in places like Derry is not value for money, and it would be political in motivation. That's not a view that I share, and that view and belief justify decades of underinvestment and discrimination. In fact, public policy and investment can and do shape geographical balance of economies. My department, as the member will know, is forming local economic partnerships to address the economic barriers in council areas and to help realise the opportunities. We have set Invest NI a target of 65% of investments outside the Greater Belfast area, and are strengthening the agency's local offices, and of course we are expanding the Magee campus to 10,000 students. We are also investing in the City of Derry Airport, and just to be clear, public investment in small regional airports is common across these islands and across the world, because governments recognise that although they are not often fully commercially viable, the broader economic benefits that they deliver deserve support and merit support. As any credible economist will know, value for money is an assessment of all the social and economic benefits, so promoting regional balance, including in Derry, remains a key, justified and realistic part of my economic agenda.
Ms Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for highlighting the importance of promoting regional balance. The Minister referred to the expansion of Magee, which is a key economic catalyst for the region. Can you explain the benefits of a partnership approach to this critical project?
And I thank the member for her question. As she will recognise, a project of the scale that we are talking about in relation to the expansion of Magee requires that everybody works together towards the same objectives, and that can't be done on the basis of excluding anyone. So the task force includes people from the local business community, the community and voluntary sector, from Invest NI, from the council, from the trade union movement, from the Irish government, from my own department, and from the university itself. Everyone is committed to the project and are working collaboratively to deliver the 10,000 students as quickly as possible.
Diana Armstrong.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can I ask you for an update, please, on the engagement forum you're holding relating to the Good Jobs Bill?
In relation to the Good Jobs Bill, we are undertaking specific engagement with organisations, with business representatives, with trade union representatives, with third sector representatives, and we our officials have already begun that process if they've been out engaging already, and we will be keen to promote that as much as possible over coming weeks and months. I have also set up an economic engagement forum, and the purpose of that forum is to facilitate regular two-way engagement with representatives, again, across a range of sectors, the business, community and voluntary, social enterprise, education, trade unions, to ensure that we are working towards and making progress against the economic vision. It will create space for discussion on the opportunities and challenges that are facing our economy, and it enables me to share regular updates with members as well.
Armstrong.
Thank you, Minister, for your detailed response. And I just want to ask further, how are the participants selected to take part in the forum?
Sir.
And in relation to the Economic Engagement Forum, it is a cross-sectoral representation of organisations, as I outlined, and that is done through myself and the department. And I think the member might also be referring to the Labour Relations Agency Engagement Forum, and the membership of that is the responsibility of the Labour Relations Agency.
William Irwin.
Minister, what assessment has your department made of the impact that sustained pressure farm business could have on Northern Ireland's broader economic growth, particularly in light of the Labour government's proposed inheritance tax and the rising cost burden from the higher employment national insurance rates?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And farming and agri-food is obviously a key a sector for our economy, and agri-food and agri-tech are one of the priority sectors for my department, and there is a sectoral action plan to support that particular sector. In relation to the issues that he mentions, that obviously those are captured in the information that has been made available via the Finance Minister's report on the cost of doing business as well, and that is something that we will continue to make representations on. And I work with my colleague, the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Minister, closely in relation to the issues that are impacting both the farming community and on our agri-food sector in particular.
Mr. Irwin.
I thank the Minister for her response. The Minister, I'm sure, would accept that the agri-food sector is the backbone of Northern Ireland's economy. Yet farm families are now staring down the barrel of a double hit on inheritance tax and threatens general recession for our young people and increases national insurance costs that are choking already tight margins. Does the Minister agree that these policies represent a direct threat to long-term rural viability and overall economic resilience in Northern Ireland? Will she commit to pressurising Westminster on these issues?
And I concur with the member's assessment in relation to those particular issues. And in my previous role as Finance Minister, I made representations to Treasury in relation to both of those issues specifically. And I am happy to throw my weight behind the efforts of the Executive and the Finance Minister specifically, and work alongside my colleagues in raising our voices on those particular issues.
Anya Murphy.
Can Collier and Minister, could you provide us with an update on the Mid-South West growth deal?
The Mid-South West growth deal, as the member will be very well aware, is a key driver of sub-regional economic growth for that region, and presents significant opportunities to scale investment in key areas in the region, which has particular strengths, including substantial investment in a whole programme of decarbonisation projects, which will see increased productivity and job creation for the region. I am committed to the acceleration of the growth deal, and my officials are working closely with partners in the Mid-South West growth deal itself, and are providing support to co-design and develop projects. The deal is targeting December 2026 for the deal signing to unlock the funding, at which point the deal will move into delivery phase.
Ms. Murphy.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her detailed response, and like to welcome the additional investment coming into the South West. Minister, could you give us an update on the Desert Crete site?
Minister.
My officials have been working closely with Mid-Ulster District Council, with Invest NI and the Policing Board on the sale of the Desert Creek site to Council with a June 2025 target. Successfully developing the Desert Creek site will be a significant opportunity for the region. As such, InvestNI has commenced work on the business case for investment of at least $36.7 million in the first phase of a green innovation park located on the site as part of the Mid-South West Growth Deal. Desert Creek has the potential to stimulate long-term, regionally balanced economic growth and create high-value employment opportunities for the region. The project presents a real opportunity to support the transition to net zero, while also addressing the current regional shortfall in industrial land in that particular area. And my officials in InvestNI are closely supporting Council leads on developing the next steps as to what this park can offer and how it is best connected to other such projects in the north.
And that brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for the Economy. Point of order, Mr. Brett.
Speaker, just before the close of business before lunchtime, my terminology was corrected by the Principal Deputy Speaker in relation to my misuse of the party name People Before Profit and calling them Person Before Profit. Could I seek your clarity, Mr. Speaker? Is it now the position of the Speaker that incorrect terminology will now be called out and the government ministers and MLAs who refuse to use the term Northern Ireland will then be called out from the Speaker's chair?
The member's point is on record. I'd always encourage members to use correct terminology. So, in all circumstances, yes, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, for the point of order, during question time just past, I engaged with the Minister on the North-South Interconnector. I wanted to clarify. I talked about her department. The department that's granted planning permission is, of course, the Department for Infrastructure, but it is clear that her department supports and is a key delivery partner for the North-South Interconnector as per the planning that has been granted by the Department of Infrastructure. So I wonder if you or your office would be able to clarify whether it's in order for ministers to effectively contradict a legal position of another executive department. Thank you.
I think I made myself quite clear on that issue, in that a minister may have an opinion, and if they think that opinion is important enough, and they run the department, then it is up to them to change the position on the department. But it is a minister's task to come to the floor of the chamber and to represent the department's policies as they exist. And that's why I did indicate that we're here to hear facts, not to hear opinions. And if the minister wishes to change the position that the Department for Economy has on whether the interconnector is underground or overground, then that's a matter for the minister. But shouldn't be coming to the chamber saying this is the department's position, this is my position. I don't think that that's appropriate. Okay, members, if you want to take your ease then until we change the chair.
Okay, members, we're now returning to the debate on the consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill. Okay, so I'm now going to put the question on the amendments as follows. So, amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 1, line 3, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question that amendment number 1 is made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 1, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2, so the question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, Jerry, I'm noting your opposition, and since there's sides from all sides of the House, Clause 2 is now standing part of the bill. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call Mr Jerry Carroll to move formally Amendment number 2.
So moved, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Jerry. So the amendment proposed to leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. So the question is that Amendment number 3 has already been debated, and I call Mr Timothy Gasson to move formally Amendment number 3.
Moved.
Thank you, Timothy. Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 5, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that the Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call Mr Timothy Gaston to formally move Amendment number 4.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 2, line 8, leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that the Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Before I put the question, I want to remind members that we've already heard the members' opposition to Clause 3 stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. So the question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, Jerry, there's noes from most sides of the House, and I'm noting your opposition. So Clause 3 is agreed. Okay, so Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call Mr Timothy Gasson to move formally Amendment number 5.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 3 insert new clause functions of panel review requirement. The question is that Amendment 5 be made and a new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated. I call Mr Colin McGrath on behalf of the Assembly Commission to formally move Amendment number 6.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 39, leave out and insert words as are printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated. I call Mr Colin McGrath to move formally Amendment number 7.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 41, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. I call Mr Jerry Carroll to formally move Amendment 8.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, the noes have it. The noes have it. So before I put the question, I'd like to remind members that we've heard the members' opposition to Clause 5 stand part, but put the question and will be put in the positive as usual. So the question is that Clause 5 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay. Sorry, can I just read that out again? I've made a mistake. Okay. Okay. So the question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, the ayes have it, but I note your opposition. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 6, so the question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. Okay, Amendment 9 has already been debated. I call on the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill, Mr Philip Brett, to formally move Amendment number 9.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 3, line 34. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. So the question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated. I call on the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill, Mr Philip Brett, to formally move Amendment number 10. Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 3, line 39. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that Clause 7, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated. I call Mr Timothy Gasson to move formally Amendment number 11.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 7, insert new clause duty to consult, as printed on the Marshall list. So the question is that Amendment 11 be made and a new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Okay. Amendment 12 has already been debated. I call the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill, Mr Philip Brett, to formally move Amendment number 12.
So moved.
Thank you. The amendment is proposed to Clause 8, page 4, line 21, to insert words as printed on the Marshall list. So the question is that Amendment number 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that Clause 8, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 9. So the question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated. I call Mr Timothy Gasson to formally move Amendment number 13.
Moved.
Thank you. The amendment proposed is to leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. So the question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The noes have it. The noes have it. So before I put the question, I just want to remind members that we've heard the members' opposition to Clause 10 stand part of the bill, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. So the question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? Okay, the ayes have it, and I note the opposition. Amendment 14 has already been debated. I call on the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Assembly Members' Remuneration Bill, Mr Philip Brett, to formally move Amendment number 14.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment is to proposed to Clause 11, page 4, line 33, insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 11, as amended, stand part of the bill. That's right. Oh, okay. Thank you. So the question is that Clause 11, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that concludes the consideration stage of the Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Members, would you like to take your ease, please?
Members, the next item of business is a motion on tackling the impact of online harms on young people. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses grave concern about the impact of social media and smartphones on young people, recognises that tackling online harms will require genuine cross-departmental working, calls on the Minister of Education to ban smartphones in schools, integrate online safety into the curriculum, provide additional training for teachers on online safety, increase the provision of counselling services in schools and reform relationships and sex education to help tackle drivers of online abuse, and further calls on the Minister of Justice to ensure that funding for the PSNI's Child Internet Protection Team is adequately prioritised as part of any increase in the police workforce.
Thank you. And I call Cara Hunter to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshal's list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome that we're joined today by a lot of young people to listen into this important debate. When you give a child a phone, you don't just give them access to the world, you give the world access to your child. And it's no secret, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I love my phone. In fact, I feel like it's attached to me, it's like another limb. I enjoy the freedom that it gives me. It allows me to navigate roads, it allows me to use social media, it allows me to connect with my constituents and to also share the details of my sheepdog Clint each and every day. But Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure members are very well aware, smartphones and social media and the all-pervasive internet culture that now dominates our lives, that now dominates our children's lives, is not always light-hearted, liberating or even enjoyable. Whether it's Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube or any one of the millions of online games I've seen that are ever available at the tap of a screen, like the rest of us, our young people contend with the very real temptation of smartphones, tablets and social media as an omnipresent reality. We used to live in one reality, now we live our lives both on and offline. These devices have been meticulously crafted so as to become extensions of our limbs. Companies who create social media conduct research on how the brain works with dopamine to make their social media platforms as addictive as possible. And to be without your phone, access to apps and to the internet can trigger separation anxiety. Apps and algorithms are carefully designed to maximise user attention and demand that we use our phone for ever longer periods, return in repeated and unpredictable ways, and suggest new intoxicating prospects through our phones. X, for example, formerly known as Twitter, utilises a pull-down method to refresh your page, and that triggers the same feeling of dopamine in the brain, similar to using a slot machine in a casino. Since Instagram came into existence, the number of teenage girls experiencing self-harm in the United States increased dramatically and steadily year on year. Virtual communities of toxic trolls promoting vulnerable children into dangerous and damaging acts of self-mutilation and have been linked, sadly, with suicide here in the UK. Moreover, now more than ever, extreme, conspiratorial and misogynistic ideas linger around vast yet closed echo chambers with limited chance of escape. These are online spaces which many of us only read about, but which many young people actually call home: hidden forums, incel group chats and much, much more. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some here may consider my words as designed to create a sense of fear and panic. So I want to say I am open to the many benefits that our technology offers us, but I am also sober in my assessment of the risks, especially when it comes to our children and especially when it comes to their education. Talk to teachers and they will tell you about the students who leave the classroom to check their phones, students unable to concentrate because they've been up all night, falling into the TikTok wormhole, or parents who battle over dinner with children who are just overcome with the comfort of their screen on their phone. This is a daily reality for so many young people across the north and across the world. But it is clear that unambiguous leadership is currently what is happening with regards to phone usage in schools, and we do need to see strong leadership and decision making from the executive to remedy some of these ongoing challenges that our young people face. And on this note, I was actually listening to a podcast recently called the Bear and Scully podcast, and they had noted that in Northern Ireland, if you feel you're addicted to your phone, there is nowhere to go to get guidance on this and how to get, I suppose, a digital detox, which is healthy for us all. Now, I know some may find the concept of that rather funny, but it is a real problem, and in other countries across Europe, like France, Spain, Luxembourg, and other nations around the world, are now beginning to act on this very real issue. And the direction of the action is clear, and I know teenagers are going to hate me for this, so I'm really sorry, guys, but the 45-year-old version of you will thank me. I really do think smartphones need to be banned in our schools. And politically speaking, I don't think it's very advantageous for us to say, but I think it really needs to be done, and today is a good day to start this conversation. All evidence shows that these devices are hijacking our children's nervous system, luring them into often uncontrollable patterns of misuse, and risk bombarding them with often hateful, divisive and even destructive content. Of course, banning smartphones from school is not a complete remedy for all the problems that I have mentioned, but it is a much-needed strong start, Mr. Speaker. Children actually do want boundaries, and it's psychologically proven that boundaries help our young people feel safe. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my colleague, given what she mentioned about teenagers. Would you also agree that it's not just teenagers? I have a 7-year-old, soon to turn 8, and because he's grown up seeing his parents inevitably look at their phone, and occasionally he has a screen, it's become part of his day-to-day reality, and those behaviours are embedded, and he's already asking about getting access to more and more things, and setting those boundaries in early. That's why this motion is so important.
The member for his intervention, yes, and when I was doing some research ahead of this debate, I found a statistic that a quarter of children aged 5 to 7 have access to a smartphone, so absolutely agree that we need to put in boundaries and put them in early. Like I said, I don't think banning smartphones from school is going to, answer all these concerns and queries that we have, but I do think it is really important to put those boundaries in. The Minister, I think today is an opportunity to reflect on the hard decision of removing schools' phones from the classroom, because I really think our schools must be a place of learning and a place where children can connect. If we look at our neighbours around... Yep.
Member not agree though that smartphones and apps are a useful tool for educators and for pupils, and the onus would be more on us as parents to educate ourselves, particularly around the new subculture of incel, language of like 80-20, black pill and kidney beans. All of that there needs to be incorporated by ourselves and not always falling on the schools.
I thank the member for giving way. I actually wholeheartedly agree with you. I think these can coexist, and I think even us as an education committee can do more to bring our parents in to be part of this conversation and our young people, to talk about the benefits of technology in education, but also, I suppose, the downside as well. So I take the member's point and I agree with him. Across Europe, we have seen that such decisions are being made in even greater numbers. Some countries have even moved to establish a welfare commission to investigate the impact of digital devices on the lives of our young people. Denmark has passed a ban on smartphones, and they've talked about that they don't feel children under the age of 17 should be able to access one. If smartphones hypothetically were banned in schools, our young people will still have access to them both before and after school. And this is something I think that is important. This would only be through the hours of school that they would be withdrawn. The Danish Commission found that 94% of our young people create a social media account before they turn 13, noting that this increases the risk of exposure to inappropriate material, distracts from the essentials of a childhood, such as physical activity, spending time with family and friends, and reduced interests in things like reading. As we have already seen a sharp decline in the number of young people who read, I really think today's an opportunity to raise that as well, and the negative impacts that phone addiction can have. The Danish Commission recommended that no child under 13 should be given a smartphone at all, whilst Norway have imposed strict measures also to ban children from under the age of 15 to have social media. And I really think it really is important that parents are part of this conversation as well. Simply put, in the jurisdictions that have carefully investigated and considered the harms posed by these devices, they have all acted to end the experiment in which we are living through. They are halting the normalisation of our young people being given powerful computers essentially in their pockets, and to close the door by which children may have unfettered access to the world of pornography, to violent and extremist content, and to end the stress that many young people feel in having to maintain a sense of perfect life. There's a lot of stress online. People compare themselves, their online personas, and there's a lot of pressure and weight looking at created perfect online lives. Mr. Speaker, also anxiety and depression is on the rise with our young people, and I have no doubt that the online world is often contributing to this and to feelings of despair. And so I think it's really important, and we've included in our motion the importance of counselling for our young people in the school space. I think that's really important to note with the Minister here today. After a series of savage cuts to programmes aimed at serving young people and their mental health in school, it really is critical that that money finds its way back to such important services. My inbox is inundated with school-aged children and those who have recently left, who repeatedly cite the challenges that they face with their mental health and with the world online and cyberbullying. If we are to expect our young people to grow up resilient, strong and content, we must ensure that they have access to critical mental health services in the school setting. Furthermore, and to finish, the RSE curriculum I think is going to be really pivotal in talking about tackling online misogyny. I've mentioned in this House before about Adolescence, the show, and it really is an important time in our history to reflect on, yes, the positives that phone usage can bring and the blessings it can bring, I suppose, when it comes to education, but there is so many harms, and we must do everything we can in this House to end them. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Peter Martin to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I thank the proposers opposite for bringing this motion forward. We want to make clear that our amendment tries to enhance the motion and not significantly change it. And I would also like to pay tribute in particular to the member opposite for East London Derry, who has raised this issue consistently in the Education Committee. It's worth spending a little time at the start of the speech to highlight some of the recent findings from Ofcom, which the member recently mentioned, to put this in the context the matter rightly deserves. They reported very recently that very young children aged from 5 to 7 are increasingly present online. 30% of this age bracket use social media unsupervised, and a growing number have personal profiles. This generation is very different from the last one. Years ago, as children, we played outside endlessly, and seldom did our parents actually know maybe where we were. Now, as parents, we can sometimes be overly protective with our children within the physical environment, but we seem unconcerned when they disappear to their bedroom with a smartphone. Suddenly, the world opens up. Beheadings, extreme pornography, sexual exploitation are all part of the cocktail they are suddenly exposed to. And it does appear that we are unaware where the new dangers lurk in the shadows. In the course of the Education Committee evidence over the last year, one thing that I have learned is that children are being exposed to these appalling things faster and earlier. And that is why I think this motion is extremely useful and very timely. We agree with the SLP that online safety must be in the curriculum, and I want to assure them today that it is. In preparation for this debate, I visited the CA Hub, and there is a really good section of resources. And I know from feedback that I have from pupils that teachers are dealing with these areas, and rightly so. There's also a recently updated and very detailed policy document on the department's website, Safeguarding and Child Protection in Schools. I know schools are using it. It's also worth noting that this morning my DUP colleague, the Education Minister, who's sitting right in front of me, announced ongoing funding for the Safer Schools app NI, which provides online safety advice to schools across Northern Ireland, and I'm sure all members would want to publicly acknowledge that. On the wider issue of smartphone use, I'm very proud that he has led on this issue, despite enduring a little bit of criticism from some in this chamber. The Minister issued a circular to Boards of Governors in September 24. It read as follows: in light of the evidence presented above, Boards of Governors and Principals should take steps to restrict the use of mobile phones and other similar devices for pupils' personal use throughout the school day, including lunch and recreational periods. As members will be aware, there's already a pilot in place across 9 schools to build an evidence and research base. I will indeed.
Would the member agree that that pilot scheme for just 10 schools at £250,000, for that to be rolled out, is going to cost multi-million pounds? And after our budget that we got last week to tell us that savings of over £300 million will be needed for next year, it seems like this would be very unachievable.
I certainly thank the member for the question. I think it's 9 schools it's rolled out to. I might be wrong. My understanding, and the Minister no doubt will speak to this himself, that this is a pilot project and it's building an evidence and research base to see what effect I will to the Minister.
Wait till address the points, but I'm quite happy to disabuse Mr Baker's notion that somehow this is money not being well spent. We spend millions of pounds on mental health and well-being for our students. This is the single biggest cause of mental health and well-being, and yet he wouldn't be in favour of spending £220,000 to try and help address these issues. This is money well spent, and I very much commend it to the House in terms of that, and I welcome that people are actually now getting on board with this approach, and I'll say more about what I think is an excellent motion that is brought forward in respect of this particular issue. But people should not be penny wise and pound foolish, which is exactly what Mr Baker's approach would be.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll just go on and address some of what my colleague referenced in the next section. I'm particularly grateful to the organisation Smartphone Free Childhood for pioneering on this issue in Northern Ireland. Their research has been extremely useful to me, and I want to publicly acknowledge both Rosalind McLean and Dr Peter Cosgrove in particular. Some of the facts that my colleague just referenced are startling, and perhaps members aren't aware of these. That 67% of 16 to 18-year-olds think smartphones are harmful. 94% of parents think smartphones are harmful, and 50% of teenagers said they were addicted to social media. Research also shows that girls with no social media use have a 12% predilection towards suffering from depression or low self-esteem. With 6 hours of usage per day, that figure rises to 38%, a rise of 26%. Take a minute just to consider those two figures and the impact of 6 hours of social media effect on our children. If we're serious about dealing with mental health, as my colleague just mentioned, that would be a good place to start. That's what he's trying to address in schools. And there is also a role, I believe, for PHA and the Department of Health wider in this. I would also concur that increasing provision of counselling services in schools is very welcome, and I know that provision in post-primaries has been there for some time. Turning to the end of our amendment, we agree again with the SDLP, although we've worded it slightly differently, that the inclusion of a call for the Minister of Justice to properly fund the PSNI is important, and I don't believe this is an operational matter. This will allow for additional funding for the Child Sexual Exploitation Unit, who day in and day out deal with matters that we are debating today. Recently, I met with Detective Chief Superintendent Jordan Piper, who runs this unit. Her and her officers' dedication and commitment to protecting children from online abuse and persecuting the offenders was very clear to me. But it remains clear that our PSNI does need properly funded to provide for additional officers, and that's the basis for our latter amendment. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I know that all members in this House want to see our children protected, not just from dangerous individuals in the online world, but also from mental health dangers that are now so concurrent with extensive smartphone use. There is a clear role for schools and teachers, and we should welcome the fact that these dangers are being addressed in schools right now in Northern Ireland. We very much welcome this debate. We very much welcome the SALP for tabling it, but I would ask members to support our amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Deirdre Hargey to move amendment number 2.
Yeah, thank you. Moved.
Thank you. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment 2 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on amendment 2.
Thanks very much. And again, I just want to thank the member for raising this important issue here today in the motion. And there's no doubt that advances in technology can be a driver for positive change in many aspects of our lives, from health, education and communications. But we must also be alert to the dangers and the intended and unintended consequences of their use. Advances in these technologies, particularly around AI, are moving at such a pace that our laws and policies are often playing catch-up to that pace of change taking place around us. Cyberbullying, data privacy, disinformation, inappropriate content and online predators are all risk factors for those interacting online, and particularly our children and young people. Online safety should be a fundamental part of safeguarding and child protection within schools particularly. As such, the Department of Education should support schools in developing appropriate policies and for online safety to be embedded across the curriculum and teacher training. There should also be appropriate support and education for parents when navigating the use of smartphones by their children and what is age appropriate, etc. We know that many young people, particularly in secondary school age, use phones and technology as part of their learning tools and their educational journey. And we also need to strike the balance of this whilst addressing the obvious harms. This can also be done around screen time limits, monitoring application use, parental controls and also content filters. Yes, of course.
I want to thank the member for giving way. Would she accept that schools have particular iPads and iPhones for their own use, and they have a particular level of safeguards on them so that inappropriate images and so forth can't be seen, but pupils who may bring their phones into school, albeit for the best of usage, the same filters aren't there and they could access images in school that would be either distressing or hurtful, and it's very difficult to police the boundary between the two for schools.
Yes, but that's why these issues need to be taken in a holistic way, because sometimes, I suppose, the crossover between school and the wider community, those boundaries are crossed, and therefore we need to look at the wider protections, and that's what we would be saying. It's not just an issue of educators, it's also parents and the wider community also. And we do say that there's also a responsibility in this area. It just doesn't lie with educators and parents, but it also lies with social media companies, as the platforms have a profound impact on the lives of our children and young people in shaping their perceptions, their interactions, and of course their experiences. Work needs to be coordinated across the executive departments in tackling the impact of online harms, and of course this also includes the Justice Department, which is noted within the motion and the amendments as well, and the wider justice infrastructure, including the PSNI, but of course also the Safeguarding Board as well. Online safety and protecting children and young people should be of paramount importance, with resources being prioritised in this area. And I've previously raised this with the Department of Justice to ensure that there is a coordination of this issue, and also engagement with the British Government, as much of the legislation in this area is under reserved matters, as well as engaging with the Irish Government to look at island-wide impacts. The British Government enacted the Online Safety Act, and it's essential that this legislation is consistently reviewed and updated to take account of the challenges of online technology and trends. That Act in itself outlined a number of areas to work on in terms of risk assessment, action to address risks, the protection of children, age verification, transparency and user control. Ofcom were also given powers to enforce the Act, and particularly for companies that fail in their duties. This is an area that needs much greater attention in terms of compliance and oversight, particularly tech companies with information and activity that appears online and where they fail to protect children. I also think the area of an industry levy on social media companies, similar to what's being looked at with the gambling industry, needs careful consideration in terms of how they can support education around online harms. These companies make huge profits, and it's not only the responsibility or more, they also have a moral duty to act on this as well, to work with us as legislators and indeed with wider society to not only comply with the current laws and legislations, but also to invest and embed supports in training that can prevent the harms from occurring in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Conor Egan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today we are here to debate an issue that for over the last decade has had growing relevance and importance in our schools and in our communities. For families and for policymakers, how to keep young people safe online and protect them from harm in a digital world. Technology has given us so much: connection, community and knowledge, but it also presents us with distinct challenges that reflect and build upon some of the most damaging ideologies and behaviours in our societies. Unregulated, it can unfortunately be a vehicle for bullying and for hurt. A report from Ofcom suggested that 61% of children aged 3 to 17 in Northern Ireland in 2023 had their own mobile phones, with 95% using video sharing platforms and 80% using messaging sites or apps. Naturally, the average percentage of children and young people exposed to this massive online world will only grow with age. These digital platforms and websites are intertwined in our young people's lives to an extent that we have never seen before. We have a responsibility, as this motion suggests, to ensure that they are safe, accessing age-appropriate content, and are protected from bullying or harmful ideas that make them fundamentally question their worth at an age where they are just discovering who they are to begin with. Integrating online safety into the curriculum, including additional training for teachers and recognition of its impact on mental health of children and young people, is essential. As the original motion and both amendments recognise, tackling online harms requires genuine cross-departmental working in education, justice, health, the Executive Office, and I would go further to say that due to the fact telecommunications legislation is a reserved matter, it requires collaboration across all levels of government, particularly engagement with colleagues in Westminster and the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Mobile phones, tablets and laptops allow the harms out there to be at the fingertips of our children, but that won't fully end by banning smartphones in schools. We need legislation and regulation that doesn't just work, but also keeps up to date with the times. Effective legislation and statutory guidance on advertising, harmful messaging and the role and responsibility of influencers in the online space that ensures safety while protecting freedoms of speech. There needs to be consequences for social media and online platforms who are not doing their bit to protect its users, particularly its young users. An example of this was when Amnesty International published the results of a poll earlier this year on how misogyny is shaping the online experience of young people in the UK, exposing that 73% of Gen Z social media users have witnessed misogynistic content online, with half encountering it on a weekly basis. Less than half of those polled felt that social media was a safe space, 65% citing that tech leaders, particularly on the platforms of TikTok and X, have an essential role to play in challenging this discourse. My party today will be supporting an approach that allows flexibility with an advancement of the ongoing work of limiting smartphone usage in schools where realistic. We still need to explore how a ban would practically work and if a ban would factor in exceptions for young people who rely on smartphones. And I think particularly for reasons such as health, some young people and children will monitor diabetes using their smartphones in schools. It's reasons such as these that at this stage where we support the Minister working towards developing appropriate whilst flexible policies on smartphones instead of implementing a full blanket ban. Both the original motion and the associated amendments call on the Minister of Justice to ensure funding for the PSNI's Child Internet Protection Team. Whilst internal budget allocation and administration of resourcing is ultimately a matter for the Chief Constable of the PSNI, Alliance recognises the importance of this work and is committed to assisting the PSNI in any way they find appropriate, including through supporting the Chief Constable's recovery business case to the policing workforce. It is imperative that all departments work with the PSNI to ensure the protection of children online is on the agenda, including using departmental touch points with the public to educate in conjunction with the police or raise awareness how to talk to young people or recognise signs of criminal exploitation and activity. It is imperative that we protect young people from the quickly developing dangers in the online world, and we need to work together to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie Butler.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the member from East London for bringing forward such a positive, proactive debate, even though I do feel that it needs an amendment. So I welcome this motion and the attention it brings on a hugely important issue, which is tackling the impact of online harms on young people, but it's not just young people, as we know in this chamber. The member from East Londonderry has been the victim of very serious online harm, and our Deputy First Minister yesterday outlined the threats that have been made to her in a similar manner. When we're talking about the impact of online harms on young people, we have to always be cognizant of giving them their voice, which I'm going to return to. But there is no doubt that many children and teenagers today are definitely exposed to harmful content, whether that's cyberbullying, whether it's exploitation, social amplifications and social pressures being amplified. And they have a digital life now, which is something that many of us didn't grow up with. It's something completely different and alien to many of us. But we must act decisively and in a cross-departmental way to protect them. So in terms of the motion and the amendments, we do welcome a lot of the stuff that is captured. But however, whilst we support the intent behind the calls to limit smartphone use in schools, I would offer a word of caution against a blanket ban, because digital connectedness is not inherently harmful of itself. It's how devices are used and how young people are supported in navigating the online world. And that's going to make a difference. Many pupils use smartphones to stay connected with families, access school materials, or indeed for safe travel. For some, these devices are a lifeline, particularly those with caring responsibilities, mental health issues, and particularly disabled students. So rather than an outright ban, I believe we must trust young people, empower them with the knowledge and provide them with the appropriate guardrails. That includes high-quality online safety education embedded across the curriculum, better support and resources for teachers, and consistent age-appropriate guidance for families. It means modernising relationship and sex education to address the root causes of online abuse, misogyny and exploitation. I want to commend the Minister. This is given with one hand and perhaps taken away. I do want to commend the Minister for the additional support that he's bringing to the Safer Schools app, because the good news is we actually have something. We have something that our schools can access for free, and it's being supported by the Minister for Education. But I'm going to take away on another hand, because I do have a difference of opinion in regard to what are the most predominant cause for mental health in our children. I believe it's ACEs. I believe it is adverse childhood experiences. I believe it's poverty. I believe it is exclusion, and it's a multiplicity of these issues. But what I can agree on is that uncontrolled access to phones without that support and guidelines is absolutely magnifying and exacerbating that. Absolutely. If you're quick.
Will the member agree with me that whatever restrictions are put in place are extremely difficult to police, and in fact PSNI today are struggling to keep up with the ever-changing digital world that we are in? So how would the member suggest we protect our children if indeed he is not in agreement with an outright ban?
There's an extra minute.
I think it goes to the point of why we have a problem in mental health, and that is the exclusion of information and not recognising the world that we live in. We live in a digital world, and young people have a digital life now. And then we would be looking at it through a different prism. And I think trusting our young people and ensuring we have their voice included in this subject, but we have to give them the guardrails, and the guardrails aren't there. And I think that is the solution. Importantly, young people themselves must be part of the conversation. They're far more aware of the evolving online landscapes than we give them credit for. Policy developed without their voices risks being out of touch or even counterproductive. So let's focus on co-designing guidance with them, not simply imposing restrictions on them. I do strongly support the call for greater counselling provisions in schools. I always have done, because online harms often manifest in anxiety, depression and low self-esteem. We must ensure children have someone to talk to early on and in safe, trusted settings. Finally, we do echo the calls for resourcing the PSNI's Child Internet Protection Team. These officers carry out critical work protecting young people from grooming, abuse and exploitation. Funding this work properly should be a core part of any plan to expand our police workforce. In summary, I think we need to take a balanced, informed and child-centred approach with the voice of young people at every single step of the way. Let's educate, support and empower rather than restricting and excluding. We must act. I do see that, but as a father of 5 children now, what I will say is that things have developed very, very quickly, and it is very sad to see very, very young children stuck in front of not just phones but televisions where they're being programmed, and iPads, and the conversation needs to extend into our families quite significantly. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, I want to thank the proposer for bringing this motion today, which expresses serious concerns around some of the more negative impacts of social media for young people, particularly, and how best to protect and ensure children's safety, happiness and well-being online. As outlined by NSPCC, children today are growing up in a modern and technologically advanced world, so it is all the more important to have regular, age-appropriate conversations. And I suppose just to remind people, there's a good few here in the House that remember the internet in the mid-90s when it was coming on board, and it was something we had to face and the challenges there. I have my children now in their late 20s, and they're the ones that are helping me now with social media, and I'm the one that's passing on the controls regarding my grandchildren when they're coming to my house. So this is intergenerational, and it's not about banning something, it's about how we all actively get involved and engaged in child protection and supporting that. We do have, for those under 11, they have the talk pants. We have the techno dinosaurs to help with additional guidance available for older children and teenagers. The Think You Know platform that's provided by the Child Exploitation and Online Protection Centre Education Team, which provides education, training, resources and information to professionals working with children alongside young people themselves and families and carers, with separate guidance developed for a range of different age groups from age 4 up to age 18. And furthermore, we have the Safeguarding Board, who have online safety hubs which are accessible for under 13s, 13 to 18 and for over 18s. We welcome the call for strengthened cross-departmental working on this, and I would go further in saying it's not just a whole government approach needed, but it's a societal effort to include the whole of school approaches, from teachers to staff, or governors, or parents, or volunteers, And similarly, across our communities, our workplaces, our youth clubs, our organisations, our internet service providers and our platforms, enhancing the safeguards and strengthening child protection efforts requires increased knowledge and training, and that's where we should be, increased knowledge and training on child protection. There are good guidance and toolkits available for parents and carers, but additional support should be sought where needed in relation to using device controls and checking content and age suitability. We also know that the Chief Medical Officer commentary on screen time, which provides advice on impacts for mental health and physical health of prolonged screen time. So balancing the risks with the potential values of online learning, which can be done through computers and smartphones, is a 24/7 societal challenge. So whilst we do sympathise with the sentiment here today, we think the practical outworkings should be having the information and having the support. We would benefit from strengthening the available relationship and sex education for children and young people, as they all should have the right to comprehensive, accurate, reliable information about their bodies, how to foster safe and healthy relationships, how to make informed decisions, and importantly, how to stay as safe as is within their control from potential harms out there, both in person and online. So as a member of the Justice Committee, I do welcome the ask for the Minister of Justice to ensure funding is adequately prioritising this issue, including for the Child Internet Protection Team, who investigates serious and complex online abuses cases. Just last year, we were involved in 125 searches and they made 52 arrests, so their work cannot be underestimated. It will be important to see our Executive's online safety strategy renewed and updated. As Ofcom's Online Safety Policy Director, they have also produced some important advice on helping tech firms to better understand their duties under the Online Safety Act, to assess the risks of harm and take proportionate and necessary steps to manage and mitigate risk. So online safety is a justice and a safety issue, and it has the potential to directly impact on the rights of children and individuals in their safety and well-being. And we have a duty to support communities, parents and families in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the proposers of the motion. The first iPhone was launched in 2007. Facebook was founded in 2004 and TikTok in 2016. In less than 20 years, we have experienced a new reality. Children's lives look completely different to what they were prior to this rapid change. New technologies and platforms are now so deeply embedded into our children's lives that it's hard to remember a time without them. This is evidenced by the fact that Ofcom reports that 24% of 5 to 7-year-olds now own a smartphone, and social media use amongst this age group continues to grow. Now is the time to be honest that while we might not know the full extent of what this transformation could mean for our young people when it comes to mental health, education and quality of life, the evidence we have of how the current versions of these technologies, specifically social media, are being used and designed requires us to act now. And I'm careful to say current versions, because there are some good things that can come from these technologies, and those could be built upon. Knowledge is gained, friendships found, and learning supported. However, a 2024 House of Commons committee report into the impacts of screen time noted the overwhelming weight of evidence suggests that the harms of screen time and social media use significantly outweigh the benefits for young children and need to be significantly rebalanced for older children. Harms I've been told about at recent meetings include an early years provider who told of children requiring physiotherapy because they had not developed basic physical movements due to the number of hours spent on a device, and a post-primary school that realised after banning mobile phones from classrooms that none of the children could tell the time on a physical clock face. But there are more extreme harms, from exposure to violent content, pornography, grooming, sexual exploitation, online bullying and misinformation that impacts on children's development and more. The pace of change has come so quickly it has caught us off guard as a society, and rebalancing things is what is required. Change is easier said than done, given how embedded these technologies are in our lives and the wealth and power of the companies behind social media platforms and smartphones. One thing we know for sure is that companies at the forefront of these technologies do not exist to build community or build the confidence of our young people. They do not exist to improve people's well-being or facilitate genuine conversations. They exist to make profit. They do that by keeping people on phones and platforms for as long as possible to use data and sell advertising. It is a business model. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. She's made a very important and valid point. Does the member agree with me that there needs to be greater duty on the social media platforms to protect our children? There's a child protection issue here which they've been exposed to by the failings of these social media companies. And surely our influence in this Assembly must be used to put pressure on the British Government to act now and ensure swift penalties are in place when they fail in that regard.
There's an extra minute.
Thank you to the member. I agree with what he said, and I will actually address that just in my remarks coming up now. But absolutely, these companies have been allowed to expand at a rapid pace, and it has negatively affected our kids, and the governments definitely need to do more in that regard. So we shouldn't be surprised that nearly 25% of children and young people use their smartphones in a way that is consistent with a behavioural addiction. We are content to support the motion and are content with the amendments in principle, but reserve our concerns about the method adopted by the Minister's pilot, which feels like an excessive level of expenditure on a novel solution when other options can achieve the same results. But the important message today is that we come together on this issue. While key matters of social media regulation and online safety are reserved, I believe the Executive needs to outline the evidence-based actions they believe is best for our children and young people. I know, for example, the Justice Department have engaged with the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology and Ofcom on the implementation and regulation of the Online Safety Act 2023 to ensure tech firms take more responsibility to manage their platforms' content and protect children from illegal harm. We need to speak with one voice to the UK Government, who have so far been happy to water down legislation which could better protect our children and hold social media companies making billions to account. In terms of what direct actions we take here, this goes much further than education or a justice approach, even though they are key partners. We have an online safety strategy led by the Department of Health, which is due to end this year. We need to be clear and honest in terms of what that 5-year strategy has achieved and what will happen next. And at the most basic level, we need to be discussing this more, because this is one of the most important issues legislators face. These technologies, like others which are widespread, may be here to stay, but that doesn't mean they don't have responsibilities to our children and young people that, if broken, should come with heavy fines. It doesn't mean that they don't need to be heavily mandated and limited when being used by children and young people. Just because we're in the current position we are doesn't mean the harms coming to children is inevitable and something we simply have to live with. This is something we need to proactively work to end. Thank you.
Paul Frew.
Speaker, I rise also to applaud the motion before us and the movers of that. I thank her for that and the party for that. And also for my own colleagues who have put down the amendment, which I think strengthens the motion on tackling the impact of online harms on young people. And I have listened intently to all of the members talk about the dangers of online harm and the online world, and we keep talking about the digital world. I grew up in a world where I could climb trees, swim rivers, ride bikes, do all sorts of things which would be classed now as very risky. And a lot of parents, I think, have lost the art of measuring risk. And I think that's down to the experiences that we've had growing up and maturing into this digital world, where we have lost the ability to manage risk. But it's not only the fact that we've lost the ability of managing risk, it's the fact that now we don't see the risks the same way. We can't measure something that we can't see. And that's simply because children now, I was encouraged to go out and ride my bike and meet friends and play in the sunshine and everything else. Most youngsters now will tend to just stay in their bedrooms, and the parents will think that they are safe when they're anything but, because the world now is in front of their eyes. And I want to talk about one specific harm about online, and that is the online gambling world. According to the recently published Gambling Prevalence Survey for Northern Ireland, 38% of young people aged 16 to 24 have gambled online. The figures also show that almost a quarter, 23% of young people, are experiencing some degree of gambling-related harm, with 5% falling into the problem gambling category. Because of smartphones, young people who would have, in years gone by, driven by a bookies, they now have a casino in their pocket 24 hours a day. And whilst we can applaud the technological advances in our age, there's two faces to that. And I can tell you, when that shows its ugly face, it is an absolute monster. And that is probably now the biggest enemy in a parenting world. And so the harms that are done, even young people who are interested in sports, and most young people are, when they go onto their Sky Sports app, they will be directed straight away to Sky Bet. You cannot escape it. But not only, so even if a young person doesn't want to intentionally go into a casino app or a bookies app on their phone, they will be bombarded by advertisements around gambling. And it is suffocating. It is immense. And when young people who are fanatical in nature support their local team or support their favourite football team and they follow the team online, they will be bombarded by advert after advert after advert, giving them ridiculous odds, massive odds, that if they win, they'll get all of this money. But then they'll have this particular scoreline that they must meet, which is nearly nigh impossible. So these people are masters at manipulation. Not only the gambling world, but the online scene. And we must protect our young people more. And in this regard, because this is such a monster, I think a ban in school is the very bare minimum of which we should be looking at that. Now, I come from, in my politics, I'm a libertarian, so banning anything, I have to meet a high target. But I see the harm. And so, in a legislator like this, which passes legislation, the first thing we should look to is harm. And if a section of our population is being harmed, our young people, then I think we need to act. And I think this is one of the occasions when I would support a ban in school, but also stricter regulations on online companies, including the gambling world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Call Sian Mulholland.
Speaker. As a youth worker, I witnessed the journey through the joy and the pressure that comes with growing up. And in the last decade, I saw significant change in how that pressure was increasingly being shaped by the online world. And for many of our young people, being online is not part of life, it is life. That was made crystal clear in last year's Growing Up Online research led by Professor Noel Purdy and his colleagues at Stranmillis. As one young person in that report put it plainly, we're teenagers, we spend most of our day and our life on the internet. That report, funded by the Safeguarding Board of Northern Ireland, found that most people use their phones to message friends, watch videos, listen to music, shop, learn and so much more. And for some, particularly our LGBTQI+ youth or those facing exclusion from schools, being online is a genuine source of support and community. So I'm not here to demonise technology. As I say, as a youth worker and now a legislator, I've seen how the online world can empower and inform and connect our young people in truly brilliant ways. I'm acutely aware of the need for mobile phones for continuous glucose monitoring. And as a rural MLA and someone who grew up with no neighbours for a half-mile radius, I know only too well the lifeline a mobile phone can be for young people who miss the bus or need to arrange collection or indeed reduce the isolation that growing up in a rural setting can sometimes bring. But as a former child protection trainer, I've also seen what happens when adults and those with nefarious motivations hijack that space. So when companies design apps to be addictive, when predators exploit vulnerability, when online platforms enable bullying, abuse, coercion and misogyny, that's when the space turns from safe to unsafe, and that's when we have a duty to act. And I believe stepping in doesn't mean restriction and outright banning straight away. It also means equipping our young people with the capacity to navigate that space safely and to build their resilience. It's about empowering parents as well to feel confident in those spaces, so they can actually guide their children. It's about ensuring that everyone in society knows that they have a part to play in safeguarding. And it's also important to note that this isn't just about young people being glued to screens. It's not just that. You know, that 1 in 5 children and young people had experienced something nasty or unpleasant online in the 2 months previous. And that is most commonly on social media apps. And among that 14 to 18-year-old cohort, girls are significantly more likely than boys to have been asked to send nude photos, to receive and be sent inappropriate photos, or to see content promoting self-harm, eating disorders, body dysmorphia or suicide. And that is hard to take in, but it is happening day in and day out. And the issues that parents want to help, they're struggling too. And just 8% of those teens said that their parents, whilst they were interested in their online activity, the parents in the focus groups described that guilt and fear and being completely out of their depth. So they're stuck between that pressure to let their children keep up with their peers and fear of what they're being exposed to. So for me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it really is all about support for young people, for their parents and for school communities as well. So we have to ensure that online safety is a core part of the curriculum and not an afterthought, because it works. Online safety is meant to be meaningfully embedded to be most effective, not just a PowerPoint once a year or a bit of a tick box, but that sustained, age-appropriate approach to teaching about grooming, consent, coercion, body image, misinformation, fact-checking, AI and healthy relationships as well. I believe that alongside this, we have to increase counselling provision in schools so that when the harm does happen, support is not weeks or months away. And we need to make sure that people know they're not alone or helpless. That was something that was really clear to me in my previous job. They need to know that they can speak to trusted adults, whether that's in their school or at youth provisions or indeed at home, and to know that there is help available, particularly from platforms like the Internet Watch Foundation, to remove inappropriate images. I know that we've used the adage, what happens online stays online, but sometimes that can give young people a feeling of hopelessness if they are caught up in those inappropriate image sharing scandals. We have to reform RSE to include real conversations about online coercion that respect in a digital world. So as someone who has spent years listening to and working with young people on the ground, I want to see those safety nets in place, and I hope that all children can grow up safe online and offline.
Thank you, and that completes our list of speakers. I'm going to call on the Minister of Education to respond to the debate. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I start by thanking Cara Hunter for bringing this motion, and not just in terms of its content and the wording of the motion, but the substantive evidence base that she then articulated as she made her speech. Clearly a lot of work has went into that, and something that she cares passionately about, and I want to commend her remarks to the House because I thought they were excellent, and I want to concur with them. So thank you to Cara for bringing this motion and allowing us all to have an opportunity to speak on this important issue. The continued development of technology and how we use the internet to access information and connect to others could be described as a double-edged sword. And that's true for all of us, but is a particular challenge within education and for parents and carers at home as we try to strike a balance in keeping our children and young people safe. And as we work to progress educational excellence and harness how emergent technologies can support this, we can't ignore the darker side that can touch on the lives of our children, young people and our educational staff. Young people's access to the online world of chat rooms, social media, websites and other online platforms mean that it is more difficult to be aware of the content that they are exposed to or try to ensure the relationships that they are forming are healthy and safe. Through the Northern Ireland Executive's online safety strategy and accompanying action plan, the Executive collectively has a clear vision on this issue, that all children and young people enjoy the educational, social and economic benefits of the online world, and that they are empowered to do this safely, knowledgeably and without fear. The work underpinning the first 3 action plan has recently concluded, and my officials are currently working with their colleagues from across departments to set out a new 2-year action plan for work in this area. The Growing Up Online survey published by the Safeguarding Board of Northern Ireland in October of 2023 highlighted 5 key areas that require focus. Children, young people and their families working together to find screen time balance that works for them. The amount of time spent online will look different for everyone. Parents need better support for understanding their children's online lives, and more needs to be done to protect girls in particular from online harm. And children should be involved in creating resources about online safety, and social media companies need to work harder to protect children on their sites. This highlights that we need to work closely together in order to support our educational staff alongside parents and carers by providing them access to high-quality, supporting resources to navigate the online world, given that children and young people are normally ahead of the game when it comes to the virtual space. And there is a key role, as members have highlighted, for regulation in relation to online safety, and I'm pleased to have received correspondence from Ofcom regarding its recently published Protection of Children's Codes and Guidance, which underpin the Online Safety Act of 2023 and the intention of the Act to secure a higher level of protection for children online. The measures outlined by Ofcom, once implemented across industry, will mean that children will not normally be able to encounter adult content websites. They should be protected from seeing and being recommended other types of content which is harmful to them. It will be made easier to complain about harmful content, and the user will have more autonomy over the chats and forums that they join. And these are vital safeguards across the online space, and my officials will continue to liaise with Ofcom and other key stakeholders as this work progresses. But it isn't, Deputy Speaker, only regulation, and perhaps there needs to be an enhancement to that regulation. Members have commented around the social media companies and the lack of responsibility in this field. And this morning, and I'll come to this shortly, when I was visiting one of the companies that have brought forward the Safer Schools app in Equa, they highlighted that if we're really going to get the change out of social media companies, we need to be able to target how they derive their financial income. And 98% of Facebook's income, for example, came from advertising. We have to find a way that failure to protect our social media platforms, in my view, that there is a financial consequence, because the criminal deterrent clearly isn't working. And therefore, we need to hit the social media providers in their pockets, not just expecting them to do the right thing, because clearly that hasn't been the case. So there's an ongoing piece of work that some are pushing for, that there needs to be an accreditation system for websites, that if they don't get that accreditation, that the technology exists to inhibit their ability to generate income through advertising. And I think there's a lot to be commended in that approach, and I know it's one that is being raised elsewhere, but it's one that I certainly would be supportive of. In addressing some of the nuances that's proposed within amendments, let me stress to members that evidence as regard to limiting the personal use of mobile phones throughout the school day confirms to me that I am doing what is best in the interests of the children and young people in progressing this policy. And what Ms Hunter has outlined in terms of what she means in banning smartphones, this isn't a ban on people bringing a phone to school, then using the phone after school, but it is a ban on using it in school. And that's what I believe is the right thing to do. I think that's what Ms Hunter believes is the right thing to do. I find it interesting that Mr Baker earlier articulated an argument that we need mobile phones in order to deliver lessons in our schools. Well, at a time when our families are struggling with cost of living, how much are mobile phones? Hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And the pressure it then puts on families, that people feel they need to have the most modern technology in order to take out their mobile phone to deliver a lesson. I don't believe that we should be delivering our lessons based upon the ability of individuals to afford those mobile phone devices. I'll give way to Mr Baker.
That's not what I said at all. And the point that I was making around the mobile phone pouches was that, you know, you would agree with me that early intervention is key, but your budgets are very tight and you weren't able to extend counselling to primary schools. And my point around mobile phone pouches and the £220,000 for just 9 schools, when you have a capital shortfall of 83 million, I just don't think it's feasible for you to roll this out to every school. That was the point I was making.
Deputy Speaker, that's not actually the point I was addressing, because I want to come to that. Mr Baker made the point about using mobile phone technology for lessons to be delivered in class. That was the point that Mr Baker made, and the one that I want to correct. I will give way in due course, but on the issue, he raises the concern about my education budget. He is right to be concerned. I hope he'll speak to his ministerial colleague that actually controls the Department of Finance to help address that. My challenge this year is in our resource budget. Our capital budget is something that I would want more of. The mobile phone pilot scheme for pouches is being funded through capital monies, not resource, which is where the 300 million figure comes in. But in criticising me and Michelle Guy, who I commend a lot of what she said, she also criticised the pilot scheme. Do they criticise the over 50 schools that put their hand up to say, we believe in this and we want to be included, including some in the Lagan Valley constituency that actually want to do this? Are they criticising Victoria College, who have pioneered this and went ahead of the pilot scheme because they believe the evidence is right to do it? So I think when members want to score a point against me, what I say is I've listened to schools and school leaders who have advocated for this, who want to be included, and look beyond sometimes the individual in office and say, is this actually what the sector want, rather than having a go because it's me? And I think on this occasion, I look at St Ronan's in Lurgan, the biggest school in Northern Ireland, who are going to be part of this pilot scheme, enthusiastic about it. And I would say to members, just ask yourselves that if they are supportive of it, am I wrong in being critical in respect to it? I'm going to make some more progress on this. So in taking forward these areas, I think it is important that we look at the evidence, and many countries across the world are taking steps to stop phone use at school, and it was for this reason that I wanted to develop the pilot scheme, because that will allow us to test the phone-free day in school. In other jurisdictions where this has been brought forward, while school pupils were initially sceptical and against the proposals, many are now reporting that it has been the best thing for them, and they feel more able to concentrate on their learning and socialisation during the school day. The findings from this pilot and the evidence from other jurisdictions will then be useful to inform my future policy decisions. So members should just reflect on that if they have better solutions that will be effective in limiting the use of mobile phones that are cost-free, I'm all ears and want to hear from that. However, the evidence has shown that we need to do more than just publish, which I have, a circular that says you're not to use mobile phones during the school day. School leaders are saying they need more support to do that, hence why the pilot scheme. And I would commend the book called The Anxious Generation by Professor Hyatt, handed to me by Rosalind, that Mr Martin referenced, heavily involved in the smartphone-free school campaign. And those who actually read Professor Hyatt's very substantive book will come away absolutely convinced about the necessity to tackle this issue and the harm that these devices are causing. And then we need to take action within our school settings to do it, rather than just having on paper a ban which is not effective unless we help schools to enable the implementations of that. So readiness to learn is vital, and the emotional well-being of our children and young people is key to this. Both proposed amendments highlight the requirement for investment to support pupil well-being, and this requires work across executive departments. And I'm pleased that both myself and the Minister for Health have continued to support initiatives delivered as part of the joint emotional health and well-being in schools and that framework for the 25-26 academic year, in the face of very challenging budgetary positions for both departments. Around £10 million will be invested to support pupil well-being. Any additional funding will require the Executive to agree this as a priority and provide then additional resources accordingly. I referenced, Deputy Speaker, that I was delighted to visit the headquarters of the Safer School Apps for Northern Ireland in Belfast this morning. where I was able to advise of my decision to support further investment to address online safety through the continuation of the contract for the incoming academic year. Through investment to the Safer Schools app, we now have coverage across 85% of our schools, delivering quality-assured safeguarding information, advice and guidance which can be tailored to suit the individual needs of the school community. This unique partnership enables us to be responsive to any emergent issue and to be confident in the guidance that we are sharing with schools. It will be important to build on the success of the app, working to ensure that coverage across all schools by June of 2026. And this motion also makes a call on the Minister for Justice to ensure that funding for the PSNI Child Protection team is adequately prioritised as part of any increase in police workforce planning. And I know that the Minister for Justice, like me, will want to support the police in this. I know Mr Butler and Mr Matheson have been keen to come in, but I do want to try and conclude in the last 2 minutes. Recently, I've launched, and members will know, an ambitious programme of education reform, which is outlined in the Transform Ed Northern Ireland Strategy and Delivery Plan. My plans for curriculum reform and a department-led vision for teacher training and professional learning will enable a refreshed approach to the preventative element of the curriculum and will help to develop an empowered educational workforce able to confidently deliver key messages and impart knowledge to our children and young people around keeping safe online and understanding healthy relationships. It's important to stress, however, that while schools have an important role to play, we must be careful not to suggest they can be the sole agents of change. A whole community approach to keeping children safe online must be accompanied by broader cross-departmental and a wider societal approach, one that recognises the role that we all play as social guardians for our children and young people. And again, I'll draw members' attention to the underpinning thread throughout both the original motion and the proposed amendments. It is one of doing all that we can across government to protect and keep our children and young people safe from the dangers of the online world while preparing them for a future within which the internet and emergent technologies will be fully intertwined. So in conclusion, the protection of our children and young people as they engage with the internet, technology and extend their connections into the virtual world is paramount. And as Minister, I'll continue to do all that I can to keep our children and young people safe and enable them to thrive emotionally, socially and academically. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Danny Baker to wind on amendment number 2, and you have up to 5 minutes.
And I want to thank the member for bringing forward. The motion is a very timely and important topic. And just before we start, and I wasn't getting into a back and forth, I was just making the point around, smartphones can be used for good when it comes to education, because we know educators and pupils do use them. That was the point I was making. And then around the smartphones smart pouches for smartphones was really that a pilot scheme costing that much, and as we scrutinised within our committee, that was the concerns are being raised that it could cost up to £5 million with a recurring, I suppose, additional cost to it, and I suppose when you have mental health services not being available to primary schools, and that's why I was making that comparison. But it was just a measured contribution as a parent and who would have concerns around it. I would like to take the opportunity just to really use this motion to highlight the concerns that were recently only came to me as a parent after watching the Netflix show Adolescence, which shined a spotlight on the need to tackle gender-based violence. To call the show impactful would be an understatement. It brings into focus some of the most pressing issues facing society today, and it would be essential viewing for parents and, where appropriate, older teenagers. As a parent, I thought I had a good handle on the world of social media and its dangers. In reality, I knew very little. The show shines a spotlight on incel subculture, disinformation, loneliness, bullying, isolation, misogyny, femicide, and societal pressures faced by our youth. I had never heard the terminology such as 80-20, blackpilling, kidney beans. This new incel subculture, which convinces straight men to blame women and society for their perceived failures. It thrives in a digital world as men isolate themselves and fall into a movement which welcomes them with open arms, and further, when left unchecked and unchallenged, it denigrates into women-hating, self-hating, further isolation and loneliness, in turn leading to potential violent tendencies which could and has led to violence against women and girls and femicide. It can fester within any household. How many of us really know what our children are looking at on their social media? What is on their Instagram feed? Who are they listening to on TikTok? Young men need role models to guide them and to support them. If they don't get it at home, in school, or in the community, they will seek it out elsewhere. The digital world, with the likes of Andrew Tate and other harmful influencers, prey on these vulnerable individuals. In order to tackle the problem, we need to understand it. Peer pressure and bullying follows our children into their homes from the classrooms and into their bedrooms. That's why I urge everyone to educate themselves, to help inform and support our young people in an ever-changing world. It is clearly a difficult time for young people to navigate this increasingly digital world. However, I am confident, and with the right information and approach, we can all play our part in providing support and guidance to challenge the dangers of misinformation online, rather than being persuaded by it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call David Brooks to mind on Amendment 1. You also have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I speak to wind on our amendment, my colleagues have already spoken and clearly articulated the rationale for our amendment and outlined the main points for our party position with which I align myself. I thank the members who brought, and particularly Cara, for bringing the motion to the floor. The truth is, this is an issue where the errors of division are largely in the nuances rather than on the general principles. We all want to see a world where our children are better protected online, and while benefiting from the many positives modern technology brings, that they are protected not only from the great harms brought by sinister and malevolent actors online, but also protected in terms of ensuring that technology is not at the expense of social skills, increasing anxiety, poor mental health, or an over-reliance upon it. Children, as frankly with us all, will socialise, engage, learn and concentrate better with restrictions on phone use. It is something we all have to check ourselves on, but it is no doubt more difficult for those growing up in a world, as has been said today, where the screen and the internet is so dominant in all that we do, and knowing no different. Habits learned when young may no doubt persist, whether good or bad. The Minister's pilot in terms of the phone pouches is a positive step, and recognised as such by many of the school leaders that I have spoken to. The motion calls with a ban, and I think there is sympathies in these benches for that intention, and it may well be the eventual destination. I think we have heard, and the members opposite have indicated we have heard that there are those schools that use the phones in a way in which they deem educational or can assist with lessons, and I think there is also some concern that will send mixed messages. So we should be clear that even where there is occasional use or the ability to carry phones for emergencies, or I think a member indicated the use that it could be used for diabetes and monitoring in that sense, that should not be an excuse for greater general access throughout the school day. Children should have time during each day when they are free from the distraction and temptation of their phones and screens, and we think that in this context our amendment strikes a good balance. Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way, and I'd hope that the Minister would let me come in just while you're on the sort of the topic of the pilot and a mobile phone ban. Would you accept that, and I want to be clear, we accept that mobile phones in the classroom and through the school day, that it's not a positive influence on our pupils, and we need to find ways around that. But would you accept that for 9 schools, 250,000 is a very substantial spend, and if rolled out more widely would have a huge impact on the education budget? So it's just whether, yes, we're happy for pilots to be explored, but can we concede that those shouldn't detrimentally affect the wider education budget in the future?
Members of extra.
I think in the context of the education or the executive budget, a £250,000 spend is a relatively small sum, actually, and the Minister's outlined it's about building that evidential base and understanding. I think a Sinn Féin TD in the South referred to it as a drop in the ocean,
actually, so I think we have heard different views on that as well. Very quickly.
I appreciate the member giving way. £250,000 spent on 9 schools, when we roll that out across the whole school estate, becomes a very large spend very quickly.
Such is the nature of a pilot. It's about building the evidential base and seeing where we go from there. So I think the Minister has outlined his logic in that. To return to my speech, colleagues have rightly noted that if we're to make a difference in this area, schools cannot be a cure-all. Protecting our children extends beyond the classrooms into the community. At home, children should have appropriate supervision and parameters on device use and on online access. We've also had reference to RSE and how it relates to online harms, and I won't labour a point that's been repeated many times, other than to say that while other aspects of RSE can be more divisive in this House, I think the area of online harms, even during the committee mini-inquiry, was one I think all parties shared similar concerns, motivations and intentions. I would only again note that education and schools have an important role in this regard, but they are not solely responsible for the raising of, informing of and the protection of our children. Other aspects of society, and most crucially family at home, must be at the core. Nevertheless, through education, a curriculum that provides opportunities to develop knowledge and understanding of e-safety and acceptable online behaviour, along with an ethos and school culture that fosters appropriate behaviour, attitudes and respect in schools, can play a key role. The motion references the Department for Education and Justice, but members will know, and certainly has been reflected in discussions at committee and elsewhere, that the cross-departmental working it speaks of extends further. For example, we know that mental health support young people can require in the modern age, counselling and so on, requires joint working with the Department of Health. Pupils need to know that whether in general or in response to a specific issue that they have encountered, that they will be supported appropriately. The Education Committee would collectively on this point, and I'm sure the Chair in particular would not challenge me for speaking on his behalf in this regard, would have referenced the need to operate appropriately the Children's Services Cooperation Act in this regard. In terms of police resourcing, this party has long argued the need for greater resourcing for the PSNI and greater numbers of officers in this regard. Therefore, I think our inclusion of support for progressing the Chief Constable's recovery business case in this context of the motion strengthen it. I realise I'm drawing that to a close, but I would just commend our amendment to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Daniel McCrossan to conclude and wind the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank my SDLP colleague and Education spokesperson, Cara Hunter, for bringing this important motion forward. It is vitally important, and I think it is very clear from the various speakers and parties in this House today that there is a very serious concern about this issue, and one we all share the view that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Indeed, this has been a problem for some time, and it's something that does need to be addressed. It can no longer go unchecked or unregulated, and it has caused a profound impact on our children and young people in terms of their health, their well-being, and also their education in our schools. This is not about rejecting technology. I think members have been quite clear on the importance of the digital age that we are in and how we need to ensure that we keep up with the ever-changing trends. However, it is about recognising that when it comes to the most vulnerable members of our society, our children, we have a responsibility to act in their best interests, even when those actions are not easy or popular. And this will not be popular amongst young people, but it is in their best interests that we are having this important discussion today. The evidence is now overwhelming, as my colleague has rightly pointed out. The rising tide of anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, disrupted sleep in some instances among young people is being fuelled in large part by excessive smartphone use and constant exposure to social media. These are not just statistics, these are real lives, these are real children, real families, many of whom have contacted my office and indeed many colleagues across this House at one point or another in relation to deteriorating mental health, the relentless pressure to conform online, bullying that follows from the schoolyard into their homes, and the impact it has on their well-being. The classroom should be a place of safety and focus. It should be an environment where young minds are nurtured, where concentration is possible, and where students can be present in the moment, not distracted by an endless stream of notifications, filtered messages or TikTok trends. Yet, increasingly, our teachers are being asked to manage not just the education of our children, but the digital behaviour, social media disputes that end up in the classroom, and online harassment that has often come as a core complaint within the school. All within the school gates, all within a daily basis. And I think it's important to recognise the harm that this has caused. Over the last number of weeks, members of this House have rightly spoken out about the online abuse that they have received, and I condemn totally any threat of violence or any aggression towards any public representative, or indeed anybody for that matter. And I know, I've been a public representative for 10 years, I too, like many in this House, have suffered quite a lot of online abuse and negativity and comments that do affect you from time to time. We are resilient people. We get into politics and public life, although it's not acceptable that we do receive that abuse, but we do. And we've become quite resilient and thick-skinned. But when we're talking in the same regard in relation to children, they have not got that resilience, and it has not been built up. In fact, they're entirely exposed, and that is leading to very serious issues with the mental health and well-being of our children and young people. And remember, such a traumatic event can affect them for a very long period of time, and if they haven't got the necessary support at home, let alone at school, then that child could be impacted for quite a long number of years. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply troubled by how far this has gone. I've spoken to teachers who have told me they feel powerless in the face of classroom disruption caused by phones. I've heard from parents whose children are afraid to go to school because of videos taken off their children without their consent. And tragically, we have all seen the headlines, unfortunately, right across the UK and Ireland, cases where cyberbullying and social media abuse have contributed to deeply tragic outcomes and the loss of life in some instances. This is not a theory. This is happening, and it is happening here today. And let me be clear, this is not about demonising our young people or questioning their judgment. They are growing up in a world that is vastly different to the one that many of us knew. They are digital natives, constantly connected and often under incredible social pressure. But the fact that this is their normal does not mean it is healthy. Constant connectivity is not freedom. It is a kind of captivity. And I speak as well in making that connection as someone much older than a person that is attending school today. All of us have a habit of getting addicted to social media and online platforms, and the negative, constant stream of information that we receive on a daily basis. I myself have removed myself from X recently because it would nearly give you a complex to read half the stuff on it on a daily basis. I've removed a personal Facebook page. These are things that I've done as an adult in public life to protect my mental health and well-being. So I can only imagine the impact this is having on children and young people in today's society. It is vitally important that we give our children space to breathe, space to learn, space to grow without the constant gaze of the online world. And recently, Mr. Speaker, I attended an event at Barnes Court Estate with a number of schools that were there in a programme which was very, very helpful. They were out in the outdoors. Many children from schools right across Northern Ireland had never actually experienced the outdoors, have been in a forest, have done orienteering, have been near the water, could name wildlife, plants, all those things. Real, tangible things, experiences in life that many in this chamber would have experienced when we were children, because we didn't have the reliance on these devices. We were put out to the street to play and enjoy life, enjoy childhood, enjoy the freedom of that. And whether that involved jumping in puddles, running through fields, playing football, it was proper childhood experiences. I will indeed.
Would you agree with me that so much about this debate today is about the importance of allowing our children to be children and the sanctity of childhood and having those experiences?
Absolutely, it is a very important point. I have a number of nephews and nieces, and often when I'm at the house, even on a sunny day like this, they're on devices or on iPads or stuck in front of a TV instead of outside playing with other friends or with each other or any form of outdoor activity. That is not healthy, and it damages their progression and well-being. And Mr. Speaker, this is not about punishing children or removing their voice. It is about protecting their future, and it is about protecting our teachers in our schools as well. What we have now is a patchwork approach, and I appreciate the comments from the Minister today that he is making every effort to ensure that there is consistency across schools. Teachers recently have been left, through feedback to my office, to interpret inconsistent policies and face a backlash from parents when they try and impose such boundaries. We cannot expect our educators to be social media moderators, privacy officers and cyberbullying experts all at once. We need to put the safeguards in place. We need a uniform policy backed by legislation and supported by training and resources, and we must ensure that any new guidance has buy-in from parents, pupils and teachers alike. This will not be easy. There will be resistance, and indeed today I am aware of resistance. Some will argue that phones are essential for learning or safety. They weren't when I was being educated. It didn't affect me. And I wasn't unsafe travelling to or from school or whilst in school. So that's a myth that needs to be busted in all aspects. But in some instances where a child is extremely vulnerable or otherwise, you can appreciate the need in some instances, but not all. But let me ask this. Are we really saying that a child cannot be safe without a smartphone in school? So it's about busting that myth. Are we so beholden to these devices that we cannot imagine a structured, focused human environment without them? Of course, technology has a place in education, used wisely, as with all technology. It can enhance learning, but smartphones are not neutral tools. They are not. They are designed to addict, to distract, and to harvest attention. We should not confuse educational technology with unregulated, uncontrolled smartphone access. We also need to ask ourselves, what kind of society are we building if we allow the mental health of an entire generation to deteriorate while we look the other way? Mr. Speaker, this is a defining moment for this Assembly. We could stand united on this issue as legislators, as parents, as teachers and as citizens. We have to decide whether we continue to tolerate a situation that is clearly doing harm or whether we act decisively in the best interests of all of our children. We must be bold. We must be honest. This is happening. And let us have the courage today to put these boundaries in place by voting for the motion. And I could say clearly today, the SDLP will be supporting the amendment from the DUP because I believe this is the right direction of travel. This today is an example of how this House can pull together to protect and safeguard our children and young people, and I hope we see tangible action beyond today that will put those protections in place. I commend this motion to the Assembly and urge all parties to seriously consider the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind you that if it is made, I will not be putting the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Joanne Bunting, David Brooks and Peter Martin, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Aye. The ayes have it. So, members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please, for a moment before we move to the next item. Members, item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Tom Buchanan to raise the matter of impact of the A5 Western Transport Corridor on local communities. I call Tom Buchanan, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Business Committee for allowing this important issue to be brought forward for an adjournment debate in this House this evening. Over the past number of years, this topic has been the subject of numerous debates within this House, as well as been subject to a multitude of questions, giving the various departments that are involved within this particular project. And at the very outset today, I want to take a moment to remember all those who unfortunately lost their lives on the A5, and to acknowledge the pain and suffering these families continue to experience. The widespread effect this has had on all living along the route of the A5, the families involved, and the wider rural community. And it's only someone who has stood in the shoes of a family who has lost a family member, who stood in those shoes, that knows the pain and the suffering that those families continue to experience. However, at the same time, we cannot ignore the statistical facts that 95% of these fatalities were as a result of human error. And I do acknowledge that had the A5 been upgraded, some of these lives may have been saved. The A5, as we know it today, is a slow-moving, dangerous road with traffic moving on it and increasing traffic. A lot of side roads coming out onto it, and dual carriageway is a different type of a road, and no doubt a number of these lives may have been saved had the road been upgraded. But today I want to look at the other side of the coin, as it were, shine a light and focus on what I can only describe as a forgotten community, and a voice which is not being listened to or taken with any seriousness, and that is the voice of the agriculture community, the farming business, who stand to lose large swathes of land to make way for the proposed new A5 dual carriageway, a carriageway that is cutting right through the very centre and heart of my own constituency of West Tyrone. We have a community suffering from mental torture, from anxiety, families which have been driven to the very edge of despair, and indeed a life has been lost as a result of the uncertainty of what the future holds for them and for their business with the huge loss of land. For many of these farm businesses, losing this land, third and fourth generation farming, which fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers laboured hard for, worked hard to build up, to pass down through their generations. Farm businesses which now stand to be unprofitable, with many of them being forced to abandon farming altogether, losing generations of expertise in farming and food production, while creating a huge deficit within the rural economy. Can anyone in this House here really today comprehend what it means for a farm business who has worked and laboured hard to build up that business, to watch then that business slip down the plug hole? I don't think any of us can really comprehend what that means for that business. Of course, one of the major difficulties for these families is the uncertainty that they face within their lifelong business. 15 years of uncertainty. And I know that is not the fault of this minister or previous ministers or this House. That has another element to it that has caused the 15 years of uncertainty. 6 months has now passed, though, since this community who had their land vested, and yet they still have no indication as to how much they are going to receive for their land, or when that money will be forthcoming for them. Yet they've been driven off their land, they've had it fenced off, and cannot include it in their single farm payment claim. We have a community that really is under siege and under duress and placed in a position where for some they simply cannot and will not survive. And these families and these people in this community is a community that needs help and support from this House. And folk, I don't think that has been forthcoming at present. When Mr O'Dowd was Minister for the Department for Infrastructure, my colleague in front of me here, and we met with him on a few occasions, and one of the issues was payment for the lands that was vested. And Mr O'Dowd assured us that that was a matter for the Minister of Finance. Well, he is now the Minister for Finance, and I wonder what progress he has made now in getting this issue brought forward and resolved and have the farmers paid for their land. And Minister, I should have said at the outset that I want to thank you for being in your position today, and can I ask you to confirm whether the appropriate finances are in place to cover the cost of the lands vested? And have you any indication as to when these farmers are likely to receive the payment? How long do we expect this community to go without that financial support? Not only is the land vested not being paid for, but the farming community are dealt a double blow, and that thousands of pounds in single farm payment is being lost to this community right throughout West Tyrone, as this land cannot be included in the single farm payment application. The deafening silence of the dear Minister and what help he can offer speaks volumes as to the care and compassion for this community. Another major concern for the farm businesses who may be able to weather the storm and survive is the rebuilding of their farm infrastructure. To date, we have seen little movement from the dear Minister in relation to planning and his proposals, which would enable these businesses to secure planning for the redevelopment of their farm infrastructure as and when it is required. I have questioned the dear Minister within committee on this issue, and as yet I see no firm proposals coming forward as to what he plans to do or how he intends to help and support these businesses rebuild again in the future. Minister, with regards to your own department, it is important there is clear communication between your staff, the contractors on site and the farming community. While I appreciate that your department may be endeavouring to keep these lines of communication open, there are still quite a lot of problems and difficulties with some of the contractors on site, issues that my office deals with on a regular basis. And of course, the elephant in the room in all of this is the ongoing court case, and should that go against the department, what then for this community who have at large swathes of their prime farmland, if you like, I'm going to say this, stolen from them, because it's been taken from them, it hasn't been paid for. And trees have been cut, hedgerows have been dug up, contractors are on site, but the land hasn't been paid for. So it doesn't really then belong to the government, if you like, in one sense, and that land still hasn't been paid for and the farmer doesn't know what they're getting for it. Minister, the lack of clarity and not knowing the uncertainty in all of these areas is but adding to the grief and anxiety of this rural community. And this must be urgently addressed. Within this House, we have 3 departments involved in the project: the Department of Finance, the Department of Agriculture, and your own department, the Department for Infrastructure. 3 departments which must work together rather than in silos, where the buck can be passed from one to another. That's what happens when the departments don't work together. And we come and we ask one department something and they pass it to another. It's another's responsibility or somebody else's responsibility. And Minister, I trust that the 3 departments will work together in delivering this project. And can I seek clarity from you as to whether any meetings between the three departments and ministers have taken place to seek to address the ongoing concerns of this rural farming community? The voice of the rural forgotten community must not only be heard in this House, but their concerns must be addressed, and they must receive whatever support and help they require throughout the construction of this proposed new A5 roadway, should it proceed. Minister, these are some of the issues of concern that I have no doubt other members will have similar or other issues to raise in their contributions. But I seek assurances from you today that this farming community, who are feeling the practical and financial pain of the loss of their lifelong business, will be adequately supported by this House. Thank you.
Thank you. All other speakers will now have 5 minutes. Members should note that if they take interventions, there may not be enough time to allow an additional minute. And I now call Nicola Brogan.
The A5 project is a vital piece of national infrastructure that will have significant investment, economic and most importantly safety benefits for communities in the northwest of Ireland. By significantly reducing travel time to and from Dublin, Belfast and Derry, the A5 will open up the northwest for more investment, increased trade, faster commuting, more tourism, promote job creation and regional balance, and improve access to ports, airports and regional gateways. The A5 represents a £1.6 billion investment in a part of the country that has suffered from historic underinvestment and lack of critical infrastructure. But most of all, the new A5 will save lives. More than 50 people have lost their lives in the existing road in the last 20 years, and it simply is not fit for purpose. I have stood alongside families who have lost loved ones along the A5, and have stood alongside the members of the A5 Enough is Enough group, and I've heard the heartbreaking stories of how this road has destroyed lives and devastated families. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to those families for the incredible dignity, strength and patience that they have displayed during this long process. It truly is a testament to their sense of community and humanity that, having endured the most tragic losses, they have dedicated themselves to ensuring nobody else has to. And every day that this project is delayed is another day where lives are needlessly risked on that road. Last Corla, as with any major infrastructure project, it is only right and proper that local people be consulted and their concerns listened to. The A5 was first announced back in 2007, almost 20 years ago. In that time, every legitimate concern has been heard and every effort made to address them. But the Western Transport Corridor is too important to the North West, too important to the nation as a whole, and too important to the grieving relatives of the dozens upon dozens of lives that have been tragically lost to be delayed any longer. It's lower galore. Enough is enough.
I call Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank our West Tyrone colleague for tabling this matter for debate and the Minister for attending today. I hope the member doesn't mind my comments on this matter, but as we all know, the A5 Western Transport Corridor stretches across many communities, including South Tyrone in my constituency. From the outset, I wish to note that all lives lost on our roads are tragic, and one life lost is one too many. And like other speakers, I do recognise the pain and the loss of the many relatives. The A5 Western Transport Corridor is by far the largest infrastructure project ever undertaken in Northern Ireland. Over the years, multiple ministers of infrastructure have claimed the A5 as a priority for them to deliver, with the hope of preventing further tragic road accidents that have claimed too many lives. These are the certainties that we know of. Yet for communities directly affected right now by the preparatory works for the A5, like landowners in the local farming community, their only certainty is the fact that their land has been vested off them. They can see their new boundary fences and lost land, they can see their hedges removed, and they see their trees cut down. For some, they can see the entire removal of their farm business, yet they haven't seen any compensation. Can you just imagine the mental toll this is taking on farm families in this area? The impact of this non-existent road is already being felt right now. Some have lost or may lose everything. The reality is you can't farm without land, you can't rebuild without land, and the harsh reality is you can't even build if you wanted to because of the disastrous policies of our agricultural department regarding ammonia emissions. Landowners deserve certainty and shouldn't be treated like a byproduct of this process. Their lands are not just properties. They are the lifeblood of the rural economy and the heritage of the community, many lands being passed down through generations of careful guardianship. Regardless of the outcome of the judicial review, acknowledgement must be given to those whose lands have been vested to make this process possible. It is crucial that we address concerns with empathy for those who have lost loved ones and also see balance towards the needs and concerns of our local farming community. Lessons should have been learnt from the A6 upgrade, but it's almost a certainty that mistakes will be made once again. In conclusion, I support the motion made by the member for West Tyrone to highlight the impact this scheme is having on the farming community, financially, emotionally, and in the protection of their livelihoods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daniel McCrossan.
Speaker, and I take this opportunity to thank my constituency colleague for West Tyrone, Tom Buchanan, for bringing this issue to the Assembly floor, and also appreciate the Minister's attendance for this adjournment debate. The A5 transport corridor has been discussed, delayed, reviewed, re-reviewed for nearly 2 decades. It has been discussed for almost 50 years, so over 50 years since we lost our rail links, which completely cut off all form of transportation to the part of the island that I live and come from. And while I welcome today the focus on the local impact, we must be honest with ourselves and with the people we represent. The greatest impact of all has been the continued failure to build this road, and the greatest cost has been the loss of human life. Nothing else trumps that. No field, no farm, no business, nothing. The priority must be that we protect human life. And to put a figure on this, since April 2006, 57 people have lost their lives in the A5. That is 57 families whose lives have been shattered. Dozens of young lives cut short. Countless more seriously injured. Behind each and all of these numbers is a human tragedy and a political system that has not yet delivered the most basic infrastructure needed to protect people going about their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, this project is not new. It was first announced in 2007, yet we stand here in 2025 and the road remains unbuilt, blocked by continuous legal challenges and delays. And these delays have not just cost human life, they have affected businesses and farmers and the community as a whole. Delays have cost all of us, but the greatest cost, and I'll emphasise again, is the loss of human life. The A5 is one of the most dangerous roads in these islands. Narrow, outdated and unable to cope with modern traffic volumes. This has cost lives, livelihoods, opportunities for us all. And I do acknowledge that the A5's progression will and has had a direct impact on the landowners that are affected. And I have been on record for many years offering my support to those affected landowners. The truth is, the progression around the A5 has been blocked by a handful of individuals who have not clearly stated where their interests lie. And the truth is, all of us have paid a heavy price for that disruption and reckless action. But we must also be clear that the delays to this scheme have not come from widespread opposition. They haven't come from the wider farming community. They haven't come from people within our community. They have come from a small group of people. That is not acceptable, and they have been allowed to use the system to delay progress on this road. Enough really is enough. I have lost all patience with the delays on this road. Anybody that visits the constituency of which I live, come from and represent are deeply shocked about how cut off we are from the rest of this island. It is unacceptable. And I will say it again, I have total sympathy for anyone that's impacted, but I would advise those who are worried or affected to visit the families of those who have lost loved ones on the road to see what real pain is, to understand what really truly has been stolen. Human life as a result of delay and delay and delay. And not only has the cost been human life, to the taxpayer in our society that has had to fit the scandalous delays in terms of bills for this, and also the increased cost of this road to £1.6 billion twice that when it was first put on the table. Let's be clear. This is not a time to be weak on this. This is a time to see this road fully and absolutely delivered. It is a time to listen to the communities directly affected, particularly those who have lost loved ones, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, grandparents, neighbours, travelling on a daily basis about their lives, to work, to school, leaving their children to sports games of whatever variety. This road does not discriminate, and it never has. It takes life recklessly, and upgrades in other areas have shown a massive drop in the numbers of deaths on roads. This road is a death trap and will continue to be unless we act now. I am hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that the judgment, which I am looking forward to hearing, will be favourable. But make no mistake about it. Our door is open to listen to those affected by the A5's progression. But it is vital in the interests of saving human life that we do whatever it takes to ensure that that road is delivered and that lives are saved.
Declan McAleer.
Thank you, and I take this opportunity to thank Tommy Cannon for taking the opportunity to table this very important German debate here today. And as has been repeatedly stated here this evening in the Chamber, this project was agreed nearly 20 years ago now, and sadly, since then, in 2006, over 50 lives have been lost on that road, and I just can't imagine what it's like for a parent or a loved one to have a child or a friend or a relative killed there. And I know from living in the area, I have two teenage children out in the road, and my heart beats in my mouth. You just be dreading that call late at night, and I just can't imagine what it's like for families in that situation. Indeed, there has been too many lives lost. The road is completely not fit for purpose, and Daniel hit on it there. There's something like 1,200, I think, entrances and exits off the current road. And I remember being at a public meeting one time where it was said that every single one of those is an accident waiting to happen. And that really dangerous interface between local traffic of people going to the shop or taking their kids to school or going to mass or going to a farm or whatever, that dangerous interface between local people using the road and strategic traffic passing through is a serious recipe for disaster, and has resulted in a lot of deaths, unfortunately, on that road. And indeed, last September, I helped host the St Kieran School up here. The colleagues of their colleague Camille and her friend Jamie had been killed earlier last year, and they had that was the day of their retreat, and they were going to Ballintoy for the retreat, but they decided to spend the day up here lobbying the Minister about the road. And anyone who was here that day and who's seen pictures of those young people out in that Great Hall holding the crosses of all the people who were killed in the last 20 years was a very, very profound and very, very sad sight, and certainly a wake-up call for anybody who might be uncertain as to whether this road is important or not. Yes, I also agree that it's important that people who are impacted do have their voices heard, and myself and other members in the Chamber here did attend a meeting in Oma in October last year where we did hear some very strong voices for people who are impacted by a road, and it's right that they should have their voices heard, and I think that's important, and no doubt the Minister will address that in her remarks. But I also say that it's not just DFI, because I do know from my position as the Agriculture spokesperson in Sinn Féin, and through the ERA Committee along with the DFI Committee, we jointly hosted a joint session in the Senate here to help give voice to the people who have concerns. And I do know that certainly in the agriculture end of things that farmers do have questions about their future, of their entitlements. They have questions about if, because of the ammonia action plan isn't published, what's the impact for replacing buildings, and indeed even in situations where the herd is closed down by TB as well. So those are questions that deserve to be answered. There's absolutely no question about that. But I think whilst those questions should be answered and those issues should be ironed out, I think the serial blocking of this scheme through legal challenges needs to stop. There are too many lives have been lost, and there's too much at stake.
Gabriel Erskine.
And at the outset, I declare an interest, as my husband's family are landowners along the route of the A5. I want to thank my party colleague Tom Buchanan for bringing forward this adjournment debate. It is timely and it is important. It's disappointing, though, that the A5 has been beset by misinformation and misconceptions. There is loss on all sides of the argument, and that must be recognised by all. I want to say that I sympathise with all those who have lost their loved one along the A5. The devastation of a road death cannot be understated. That impact stays with you forever. Road safety is always paramount, and no matter the road, we can never do enough to promote road safety. Recently, I met with landowners along with my agriculture spokesperson, Michelle McIlveen. One of those landowners lost a family member on the road. And whilst the landowners that I speak to recognise that the road project needs to happen, they only ask for fairness in the process. And unfortunately, that hasn't always been the case. The media and some organisations have created a sense of annoyance and frustration that legitimate concerns that landowners have not been heard in the wider debate. There has been some demonisation of that group of people, and I want to highlight some of the concerns that have been brought to my attention. Firstly, we know that the road is currently progressing since the vesting orders of November. However, we're still awaiting the outcome of the legal judgment. One person asked how this is allowed to happen given already vast amount of land clearance and ecological damage. Should a situation arise in which the legal challenge is successful? And succinctly, they described it as akin to a farmer building an agricultural building without planning permission. Perhaps the Minister can make mention to this in her response, because it would seem very presumptuous to continue with works at this time, and indeed high stakes for the Minister to allow this work to continue given the impact on the environment, given the court judgment that we're waiting upon. Which brings me to my next point. Planning permission for replacement agricultural sheds and buildings. This is a major issue given the concern within the farming community around the ammonia strategy and the constraints that this may create around planning. And I think it's sad that we don't have the Agriculture Minister in the chamber as well to hear about this. I have raised concerns that landowners have around planning, whether there will be any special circumstances or expediency for such planning applications. And unfortunately, no answers have been forthcoming on this. So, Minister, can you clarify whether your department is actively working with the Agriculture Minister and whether you will be considering mitigations that can be put in place for such planning applications? This would be useful not only for this road project, but for any future road projects as well. Also, another fundamental point is the pricing of land. We know that right now land prices are very, very high, but this doesn't seem to be reflected in what is being offered to farmers. The A4 dual in from Dungannon to Ballygolly was officially opened in December 2010. Compensation paid for agricultural land at that stage ranged from $11,000 to $28,000 per acre. Fast forward to today, and with inflation and everything else, I was flabbergasted to learn from one constituent that they are being offered just over $13,000 per acre. They're one of the largest landowners set to lose land, and they are deemed on what's very good ground. And whilst I recognise that the Minister may not be able to speak to this directly, there does seem to be a slight unfairness there, as I would see it, in how values are being reached. There are many points that I would like to touch on in this adjournment debate. Unfortunately, time is beating me, and there are points that have been adequately raised, such as a single farm payment and issues like that. But today, we should have sympathy for those dealing with the situation before them. I'm talking about landowners who belong to our biggest industry, the agricultural industry. It's tough for that industry at this moment in time. So let's ensure that there is a level of fairness in the system when it comes to infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to add my voice to this very important debate. Firstly, I would like to start by sending my solidarity to those families and all those who have lost their lives on the A5. Every life lost on the A5 is a tragedy. The upgrade of the A5 was first proposed almost 20 years ago. Since that time, 57 people have lost their lives.
It is no wonder that the A5 road has been aptly described as the most dangerous road in Ireland. And let me be absolutely clear, if the upgrade of the A5 does not go ahead, then more lives will be lost. The Executive has committed to delivering this flagship project, and we must now see the project delivered without further undue delay. I very much welcome the decision by former Minister John O'Dowd to proceed with the project and your ongoing attention to this important issue, Minister, and your attendance here at this adjournment debate today. As my colleagues have pointed out, the upgraded A5 is and will be a key strategic transport route which will open up many opportunities for the entire northwest of Ireland. It will improve connectivity to the region, it will boost economic growth and business development in the area, and it will mean that local people will have better access to opportunities such as education, training and employment. It is unfortunate that a number of legal challenges brought by a small minority has significantly delayed the project. I would urge those objectors to cease their continuing legal challenges. I can also appreciate the frustrations of some of the people who will be directly impacted by this project, and it's undeniable that there will be impact for farmers and people who live along the route, and I thank Tom for bringing the debate in that sense. So I would urge the Minister to do all that you can to mitigate those impact on those families, and indeed all of government who can mitigate those impacts. However, there must be no further delay in moving to the construction phase. In terms of the debates framing around the impact, if I can, I'd also like to just flag up something that doesn't get mentioned very often. That's the impact that the current situation is having on the residents of Aughnacloy. So the A5 road, the main road from Dublin to Derry and on into Donegal, one of the main roads in this country, runs right through the middle of Aughnacloy village. It means that people in Aughnacloy, in the middle of Moore Street, children, old people, residents who are accessing the shop, the community centre, the pharmacy and many other services along that main street, literally have to stand at the side of the road until such times as two vehicles come in either direction stop to create a crossing. There's one crossing away up near the Monaghan Road. It's too far away from those shops. And essentially people are relying on the goodwill of two drivers to coordinate and stop. And the problem with that is the width of Aughnacloy Main Street means that some of the drivers behind who haven't seen the pedestrian don't realise what's happening, and in frustration they go either to overtake or to come up the inside and go past. And I am really afraid, and I've raised this on numerous occasions, I am really afraid that we are going to see a child or an older person or someone badly hurt or killed in Aughnacloy village as a result of this strategic traffic going through the town. It's also the case that at the top end of Moore Street, up near the chapel, residents are having to either stop on the road and once again stop the traffic on the A5 road to reverse into their parking space, or they drive in when they get an opportunity and they then are forced to reverse out when they go to leave their homes. So it's having a massive impact in terms of the village. And furthermore, on the Monaghan Road, there are serious problems where children in the school are having to cross the main A5 without any crossing whatsoever, across the football field, across to homes across there. So, Minister, if I may, I would like to invite you to Aughnacloy to have a look at that very real impact that the lack of the bypass as part of that A5 project is having in Aughnacloy currently. And finally, Last Concordia, I want to thank very sincerely the Enough is Enough campaign, which has been spearheaded by the GAA for their tireless campaign over the last number of years, which has been very effective. I conclude my remarks there, but I would ask people to encourage everyone to work together and get this road built and save lives.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise tonight as an East Belfast MLA, but also as somebody with family from Strabane who use the A5 regularly, as an Infrastructure Committee member and as Chair of the All-Party Group on Road Safety. And I thank the member for tabling this adjournment debate this evening. I'd like to start by paying tribute, as we've just heard from Mr Gildernew, to the grassroots efforts of all those in civic society who have continued to loudly demand that progress is needed to save lives along this stretch of road. And in particular, I want to pay tribute to the Tyrone GAA Enough is Enough campaign, chaired by Niall McKenna, that in recent times has placed the stories of victims and their families at the centre of this discussion, which I think is incredibly important. Since becoming an MLA in February 2022, I've focused my attention on infrastructure and that portfolio through the committee, but also on road safety as a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. The latter tragic and rightly emotive, the former expensive and fraught with delays. And since the upgrades were first proposed, as we've heard this evening, in 2007, sadly little has changed, but the risks have increased with larger vehicles and the volume of cars on our roads continuing to grow. When we had this adjournment debate on this topic last year, my party colleague pointed out that 50 people at that point had sadly lost their lives. As of today, that figure has risen to 57. That's 10% of road deaths occurring along locations along the A5. Moreover, and personally for me as someone from Belfast, the West has endured chronic underfunding, having missed out on major infrastructure projects and improved rural connectivity. Upgrading the A5 will reduce road deaths, stimulate job creation and economic growth, and the impact will be felt along all the surrounding areas. I appreciate, and we've heard this tonight from Mr Buchanan and Ms Erskine, that there are concerns and challenges with the project and that there will be an impact for those who live along it. However, I think that with redoubling our efforts and updates from the Minister this evening, we can hopefully finally move this project along, add key improvements to the West, all while improving connectivity and saving lives in the future as we strive to ensure communities from Derry to Strabane, from Omagh to Auchnacoy are never left behind again, and I look forward to an update from the Minister this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. The Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Last Concordia, and I'd like to thank Tom Buchanan for bringing this adjournment debate to the House, and to all the members for their contributions to this debate on what is a very critical and important issue. And I have to say, like others have said here, the A5 has been talked about for far too long. I say that too because, as has been made very clear here tonight and in numerous debates in this House, too many people have lost their lives, too many families have been devastated, and too many lives have been forever changed by serious injury. So that's why I once again want to reiterate in the strongest possible terms my commitment to the delivery of this long-awaited project, that we must see the A5 built, and I am committed to ensuring that that is done at the earliest possible stage. And I do that because it will improve road safety and it will save lives. That is the scheme's primary objective, but it will be transformative too. The new dual carriageway will bring many other significant benefits to local communities and beyond. It will address the regional imbalance of road infrastructure investment, which is essential for fostering inclusivity, prosperity and sustainability. It will improve connectivity, both east-west and north-south. It will enhance accessibility by reducing journey times and improving access to key health, social, welfare and education facilities. And this will be particularly beneficial for accident and emergency services, ensuring quicker response times and better outcomes for patients. Economically, the scheme will stimulate business competitiveness and improve access to ports, airports and regional gateways. By decreasing transportation costs and improving access to areas of economic activity, the scheme will create business investment opportunities, job creation and new housing throughout the region. In terms of sustainable transport, the scheme will improve road networks for public transport, increase journey time reliability and create active travel opportunities along the existing A5 and the wider network. It will improve accessibility to attract tourism to the area. Improved connectivity will promote job creation and an increase in economic activity in the local area during construction. It will reduce traffic through towns and villages along the existing A5 road. The scheme makes a strong commitment to environmental conservation and the promotion of biodiversity. In the authorised section, approximately 72 hectares of woodland will be planted, along with 30 hectares of smaller plants and scrub habitat. Additionally, 15 to 20% of the proposed road verge will be planted with high biodiversity wildflower planting to attract bees and insects. This initiative will create a vibrant and diverse ecosystem, supporting pollinators and contributing to the overall health of the environment. In addition, there will be an overall improvement in the local air quality environment. But of course, this is not to disregard the negative impacts of the project on the many affected landowners, and I respect the views and the contributions made by members in relation to that this evening. I fully understand the impact that losing land has on all landowners affected by vesting, and I want to reassure each and every one that I'm fully committed to ensuring that they are treated fairly, they're treated equally and with respect in mitigating this loss. And I don't accept that that hasn't happened to date, because I know there's been significant engagement with officials, and I think it's been over 100 face-to-face meetings to date. On scheme completion, no affected landowner should be any worse off than they were before construction commenced, with all impacts either mitigated or compensated for. So I would encourage all landowners through their agents to engage with my officials and those of Land and Property Services and initiate dialogue on determining and paying for the loss of land. My department has the budget available. I know that has been a question that's been asked this evening, to pay such claims, but we can't do that without meaningful engagement. And I suppose just to speak to some of the questions that have been posed this evening in relation to that. Whilst I can't speak to individual cases, I know that only a small number of claims have been made to date, so I'd really encourage all those outstanding to get their claims in. In terms of the value of the land, that is through negotiation between LPS and agents, and there is no set price per acre that is set in terms of a number of factors, so the topography, the quality of the land, etc., and that will be part of those discussions. So that engagement is key in ensuring that landowners are getting the proper value for their land, because it is based on the current market value in relation to that. Another question was asked in relation to should the legal challenge be successful, what would happen to the land? So ownership would revert to landowners, and then the department would be liable for any reinstatement costs. So hopefully that helps to make that clear. The legal challenge from the Alternative A5 Alliance has generated many uncertainties for all affected landowners and wider stakeholders. And I share their frustration in this regard. And as others have said here, we have seen a number of legal challenges which have delayed this project. 2007 is the date that has been quoted this evening. And I think that gives a clear indication of how long this journey has been. And I hope that we can finally bring this to a positive conclusion. But it's also introduced many logistical challenges for my department and the construction planning process. It's cost huge amounts of money to the public purse, and most importantly, as we have all said here tonight, it's added further delays to the full construction of this much needed new road. So I do hope that we do have a successful outcome from this most recent legal challenge, and that we can get the construction underway so that we can provide a safer road, and one that will be for the greater good of all road users and our communities. Deborah Erskine had raised the point around the preparatory works, and I suppose just to clarify the position in relation to that, those lands where the preparatory works have commenced have been vested already by the department, so we are able to go ahead. It isn't construction, but we're able to clear the land and do those works as well. I will very quickly.
I thank the Minister for providing clarification on a number of the points raised by colleagues across the House. Can the Minister shed any light on when we can expect a judgment from the judicial review?
That is in the hands of the court, as the member will appreciate, but I hope that we will see that sooner rather than later. But it's not something that I have the gift to share with members this evening. But I do hope, given the proximity of this issue and how important it is to everyone concerned, I hope that we see that sooner rather than later, and that we can get underway. Because I suppose the other upshot of that is that any further delay could impact on cost if we are moving to construction, and also in terms of those contractors who are ready to go on site. Just to address a couple of other points, I think both Nicola and Declan McAleer made really profound points in relation to the impact, as has Daniel McCrossan, and I think most importantly, with the picture that Declan demonstrated and portrayed is one that we all remember from the school kids that were here just last year, and sadly some have lost their lives since in the community. So I think for us all, that is the key thing in my mind. This is about our young people, this is about their future, and this is about protecting lives going forward. My colleague Colin Gildernew had also mentioned about the impact on the areas surrounding the A5, and I'm happy to come to Auchmacloy to see that, because I think that's a very important aspect of this broader piece, and it does reflect the size of the infrastructure project that we are talking about here and how transformative that will be. So I think in closing, I just again to thank Tom Buchanan, just very quickly because I've very little time left.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I asked a very clear question in relation to planning, in relation to working with the Minister for Agriculture and around the ammonia strategy, because that is a question that's on a lot of landowners' lips, is a replacement of agriculture buildings. So what is the Minister doing in relation to planning?
Apologies, I did mean to address that in my remarks, and I know that John O'Dowd has previously met with the Minister, so I'm happy to follow up in relation to that, as I haven't had any further updates, but happy to do that and see how we can work together, because again it's about mitigating and ensuring that no one is worse off and that we can address all those issues, and that has been raised across the House this evening. So in closing, just again to thank Tom Buchanan for bringing this debate to the House. I think it is important to have this discussion, and I think I hope it's been an opportunity to make clear the position, the facts around the situation, and hopefully give assurances to those who do have outstanding concerns from the landowner's perspective, but also to reiterate my commitment to the construction of the A5 dual carriageway. This is an executive flagship project which had full support of the executive last October when Minister O'Dowd made his decision to proceed with the length between south of Strabane and Ballygawley. The project will bring significant road safety, economic, social, accessibility and sustainable transport benefits to the region. It is a vital investment in the future prosperity and the health and well-being of the community and future generations, and I thank members for the opportunity to speak on this motion.
Minister, thank you for that response. The Assembly is adjourned.